Midway, see it first with our E3 preview. We have spankin' fresh games like Narc, new Mortal Kombat, Prince of Persia 2, and we answer the age-old question, do ninjas wear underwear? It's game time. Please welcome two people who review the games that make the whole world sing, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
To buy the world a game.
Don't sing. Welcome to this very special E3 edition of Xplay.
Today we'll be devoting an entire episode to giving you a first look at some of the games we'll see at E3 2004, the biggest video game event in the world.
E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo, will bring together over 400 game companies, thousands of new games, and turn Los Angeles into every fanboy and fangirl's magical dreamland.
Of course, the fans don't get to go.
Sorry, fellow nerds.
This event is only for the industry and the press. But like good friends who rub it in your face, Morgan and I are going to go to E3 for you.
And today we'll give you a sneak peek at some of the biggest games we'll be seeing at this year's E3.
Games like Prince of Persia 2, Narc, the new Mortal Kombat, Red Ninja, Ghost Recon 2, and dozens of other new titles.
But we wanted to kick things off with a look back at three big games we saw at last year's E3.
And that we'll be seeing again at this year's E3 because they haven't come out yet.
Let's take a moment to remember those who were not released last year.
That was very moving.
Yes, it was. Come out already! We should have been playing you by now, damn it!
We've taken a look back. Now let's take a look forward to this year's E3.
Okay, we're going to start with Midway, the arcade giant who spent most of last year reinventing itself by releasing some of the goriest games we've ever seen.
Games like Hooker Smusher Roadkill, Prison Bloodbath The Suffering, and Head Popper Psyops.
Now, Midway is unveiling a bunch of M-rated remakes of some of their classic games, and fans couldn't be happier.
Here's our first look at the newest games from Midway. This year at E3, Midway is remembering its past, while keeping a keen eye on its future. Yeah, we know, we've already given you the lowdown on games like Psyops, but Midway has a lot more in store. The first beloved Midway franchise from the past to be revived is Area 51. You return to the same mysterious Air Force base that's become the lore of UFO wackos around the globe. And guess what? There are aliens in Area 51. Cute ones. And ugly ones. The catch is that you're infected with a virus that will eventually cause you to turn into an alien yourself.
What the hell is happening?
It's a race against time to find a cure before it's too late, but you're not alone. Area 51 will see you fighting alongside teammates as you attempt to eradicate the bug-eyed menace. Next up is Shadow Heart's Covenant, an RPG Midway is importing from Japan. On the surface, it looks like every other RPG. Team-up attacks are the order of the day, with members from your party ganging up on enemies. Party members can also transform into entirely different characters. Even the house pet can get in on the action. In the ultimate nod to its past, Midway is releasing the second installment of its Arcade Treasures series. Best of all, it'll sell for 20 bones. This one's got several classics, including the groundbreaking round ball game, Arch Rivals. Other notables include Gauntlet 2, Wizard of War, the first few Mortal Kombat games, and Narc.
Roger, Chief.
Speaking of Narc, it's finally being remade. This time he plays an undercover drug cop who can stray to the wrong side of the law.
You want some of this?
Okay, I think so. While it looks like a Grand Theft Auto clone, note that there's no carjacking in the game. Only drug abuse and plenty of gunplay. Last and most certainly not least is Mortal Kombat Deception. If you thought the last Mortal Kombat was a massive overhaul of the series, you haven't seen anything yet. New additions to the fighting include a motherload of new fatalities.
Finish him!
And if you don't feel like letting your buddy do the dirty work, you can finish off yourself. But that's not all. Now there are instant kill locations in mini stages. Even if you have no health, luring someone near one of these can turn the tide. Make that Crimson Tide. The stages are also destructible, with many having several levels to fight on. Now for the weird stuff. Deception has a story mode.
Master Boraicho asked me to show you the other schools where he teaches martial arts.
Yeah, we're not overly optimistic either, but we're keeping our fingers crossed. And it gets even stranger still. You can play a Tetris-like puzzle game. Or try your hand at chess, where you fight for each space on the board. Nope, we're not making this stuff up. One thing that's not strange is the inclusion of an online mode on both the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. Be on the lookout for all these games from Midway before the end of the year.
Sometimes it's hard to resist the temptation.
You know, Midway's ultra-violent The Suffering may have raised some eyebrows, but the rampant drug use in Narc is sure to have parents groups up in arms.
Because nothing says wholesome family entertainment like a game where cocaine is a power-up.
Coming up, more games, more guns, more hype. Once again, the discreet charm of Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to this very special episode of Xplay.
We're checking out games that will be unveiled at this year's E3, the biggest video game event in the world.
And right now, we're looking at Namco, the folks who brought us Tekken, Soul Calibur, and Killswitch.
This E3, they've got Xenosaga, Dead to Rights 2, Street Racing Syndicate, and much, much more.
Much.
This year at E3, Namco is serving up more fighting, flying, driving, diving, shooting, smashing, and pretty anime girls than you can shake a controller at.
It's unthinkable.
First up is the gorgeously stylized Baten Kaitos.
A long, long time ago it was. A terrible war was waged between us humans and the wicked god.
Tricky thing about wicked gods, they pop up at the most inopportune moments. When all of civilization lives on islands in the sky, it's handy to have a pair of wings and a card up your sleeve. Yes, Baten Kaitos features turn-based card battles.
The bastards.
Which doesn't usually make us jump for joy, but this just might be the game to do it right.
It's unthinkable.
Going from the pretty to the gritty, we have Dead to Rights 2. Yeah, no Max Payne influence here. Our old buddy Jack Slate is back, and he brought his bullet time system. Blowing stuff up is cool. And so is playing tag with cop cars. Street Racing Syndicate, once a 3DO title, is back in fine racing form. Trick out your ride and hit the shiny, shiny streets. Just keep an eye out for Smokey. But why drive when you can fly?
Oh yeah, just wade through the missiles. What are you, nuts?
In Ace Combat 5, the world is on the brink of war.
We can't let them crush our chance for peace.
Oops, too late. Expect realistic mid-air combat and gorgeous graphics, along with a few plot twists.
As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land.
Huh. Moving from the slightly confusing to the
Very confusing. We have Xenosaga Episode 2, Gensites von Gut und Böse. Its predecessor won renown with its ultra-long cutscenes and erudite philosophy, and Gensites von Episode 2 looks to continue the trend. Philosophy is pretty. There's pretty, and then there's floating monster babies. Ghost Hunter puts you in the shoes of rookie cop Lazarus Jones. He sees dead people, then he shoots them. He also shoots demons, giant robots, and evil teddy bears. Finally, you can live out your fantasies of offing Teddy Ruxpin. Or, if you want a more down-to-earth shooting experience, we've got a game for you. Break out your light guns for Time Crisis Zone.
The complex has been taken over by a terrorist group called the URDA.
Our mission is to liberate Garland Square and suppress the URDA.
Okay, so the goal may be a wee bit limited, but this is one game that delivers up old-school gun game fun in spades.
Reload.
Old school meets new in Tales of Symphonia. Get ready for all that sweet, sweet anime RPG goodness. So calm. Okay, not so calm. There's no turn-based nonsense here, just frenetic battles mixed with pretty cutscenes. And last, but far from least, we have Death by Degrees. Nina has broken out of the Tekken ring and is dealing out carnage right and left. Actually, in all 360 degrees. You flip, slice, and spit your way through hordes of baddies. And you've got a nifty new skeletal targeting system that'll knock them into next week. Say uncle! Can one game company bring so many great concepts to glowing fruition?
It's unthinkable!
Yeah, that's what you always say. But Namco's lineup for 2004 might just make you think twice. Of course, the big question is whether Namco will unveil Tekken 5 at this year's E3.
We'll be sure to let you know in our exhaustive E3 coverage. Yes. And if you want up-to-the-minute info, visit Xplay's E3 website.
techtv.com/Xplay/E3. Yes, you'll find video diaries, photos, and tons of E3 updates. So go there now.
After the break, we have the latest from Ubisoft, the folks who brought us Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six, and Far Cry. So there's probably going to be some shooting.
Up next, Prince of Persia 2. And this time, he's not playing nice. Once again, two people who can tell an elf from a halfling. Adam Sensler and Morgan Webb.
Yeah, they're totally different.
Oh, I know. Elves smell like Buddha.
Welcome back to this special pre-E3 edition of Xplay.
We're bringing you a sneak preview of some of the games we'll be seeing at this year's E3.
Last year, Ubisoft brought us games like Prince of Persia, Beyond Good and Evil, and 13.
This year, they've given us Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, and Far Cry. Now they're giving us a first look at two huge sequels and a game that'll have Rocky fans cheering. Here's our preview of Ubisoft's E3 lineup. Last year, Ubisoft was known for originality and innovation in its games. This year, they're sticking more to the tried and true, but trust me, there is nothing wrong with that. Capitalizing on what is the most popular Xbox Live game out there, Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow promises to be more team-based, high-tension, terrorist-neutralizing fun. One of the first games to take advantage of new Xbox Live features, you can have player-created tournaments, messages, and clan stats. In addition, there's split-screen cooperative mode, because hey, what's a few dead terrorists among friends? But what's one Tom Clancy game without another to keep it company? Well, trade into balaclavas for some camos in Ghost Recon 2. Realizing that the first Ghost Recon was harder than getting a straight answer out of Donald Rumsfeld, they've softened up the emphasis on micromanaging your team and more on solid support AI to keep things moving. Your team will include yourself and two others taking out bad people in foreign lands. Add in the multiplayer, and you've got some good commando goodness.
Rocky Balboa!
On the lighter side of things, the greatest monster that never existed returns in Rocky Legends. You can play the man for whom articulation is never a priority and square off against the loquacious majesty of Mr. T's Clubber Lang. And the evil empire's avatar of eugenics, Ivan Drago. Promising boxing as realistic as was found in the movies, the game could be a fun romp through cinematic nostalgia. Speaking of nostalgia, no television show did a better job of lionizing the Confederate values of family tribalism and egregious law enforcement than the Dukes of Hazzard. And now the fun returns to the console in the Dukes of Hazzard, The Return of General Lee. Following the show, you'll find yourself in the Dodge Charger that guzzled fun instead of gas, engaging in crazy hijinks, stunts, and all of it to the rebel yell of the original cast. Just when you thought you couldn't play another World War II game, along comes Brothers in Arms.
Can't take a breather yet. Grab your gear, soldier.
The most impressive of Ubisoft's lineup, this game follows Fox Company from their dropping in on Normandy, with the actual French locale stunningly recreated for size and scale. The game plays as a shooter, but you do command a squad with simple commands that won't throw you out of the action. Look for the greatest generation to get a little better. But the biggest eye-opener has got to be The Return of the Prince. The Prince of Persia sequel has gotten a little darker and has a lot more combat. The acrobatics are still in effect, but oh man, that's so cool. They're integrated into the combat far more effectively. And boy, oh boy, does it still look good. Plus, actual bosses are available to fight, or to use as a timpani. There's gotta be a better way. Story and other tidbits aren't available yet, but just looking at this makes you want to don a sash and kick some ass. Even though the Prince of Persia footage is grainy, what strikes me is how much more violent and dark the sequel is. It'll be interesting to see if this grittier tone makes the second game outsell the original.
People like gritty, but of course the biggest question is if we'll catch a glimpse of the third Splinter Cell game at E3. And we'll be sure to let you know, even if we have to pull a Sam Fisher to get it.
Because it's so easy to be stealthy in bright orange shoelaces and platform heels.
Jamming ass, mistress of the flying guillotine in Red Ninja. Plus, someone's been a bad bandicoot. Once again, two people who bent their Wookiee. It's Adam Zetzler and Morgan Webb.
My Wookiee bends to the left. Welcome back to our pre-E3 edition of Xplay.
We're taking a first look at some of the games that will debut at the Electronic Entertainment Expo.
And here's a peek at some of the games developer Vivendi Universal will be unveiling at E3. At this year's E3, Vivendi Universal has a vast variety of games to keep you busy until the snowflakes start falling. Let's take a look. Don't be fooled, fellas. She may look pretty, but she's not to be messed with. In Red Ninja, you play as Kurenai, a young female ninja out to avenge her father's death. And avenge she will. Her weapon of choice is the Tetsugen, a versatile blade on a rope. In addition to dispensing enemies, Kurenai can swing from poles or use it to lower herself. And like most ninja games, there's plenty of stealth. And finally, the eternal question is answered. Yes, ninjas wear panties. Evil Genius is a strategy/life simulation where you play as a conniving mastermind bent on world destruction. Like any genius holed up in an underground lair, you're gonna have problems with spies. Problem solved. Struggle to maintain your base while worker bees attempt to construct a doomsday weapon. We don't know about you, but we're getting pretty tired of games based on World War II. Men of Valor is taking a step outside convention to deliver a first-person shooter based on the Vietnam War. Featuring historically accurate scenarios, this game even features napalm strikes. You constantly play with a band of teammates, though you're not responsible for protecting them. Featuring 21 weapons, there's plenty of firepower to keep the enemy on the ropes. With full Xbox Live support, the shooter looks to keep on giving once the lengthy single-player experience is complete. Don't worry about building your base and mining for precious minerals. The strategy game Ground Control 2 is all about combat.
Under fire, sir.
Set in the future on an alien planet, variety of combat is the name of this game. Roll out a convoy of tanks and weaken enemy lines.
Enemy dispatched.
Or take the war to the skies. You can even single out specific ground units and watch them go to work. If you're dying for a combat-oriented strategy game, this is one to watch. Just when you thought Crash Bandicoot was dying a slow, painful death, but then he goes and gives it a complete overhaul. For the first time ever, Crash is in full free-roaming 3D. Welcome to 1996, Crash. Want even more insanity? Remember Crash's nemesis, Neo Cortex? Yeah, that's him. Well, now, he's Crash's ally. Well, kind of. The two must work together to overcome various obstacles throughout the game. The one-hit kills from past Crash games have also disappeared. And with 20 areas, 4 playable characters, massive boss fights, and a script by the writer of Ren and Stimpy, Crash is doing his best to make a valiant comeback, but not before taking his lashes.
Now, the other big title from Vivendi is Chronicles of Riddick, Escaped from Butcher Bay.
I know what you're thinking. Stupid game based on mediocre movie.
But this third-person action game actually looks really good and features the image and voice of Vin Diesel. Not that that's a selling point. I mean, Judi Dench is featured more prominently in the movie ads than he is.
Because fanboys can't get enough hot Dench action. Woo, yeah. Anyway, you can check out our E3 coverage right now
at techtv.com/xplay/E3. We also have a Mo blog where we'll be posting pictures of E3 and our exploits there and adventures.
There will be many exploits and adventures.
Right.
And typically, you know, my ears start to collapse, the drum.
And then you start to lose your voice.
And then there's that twitch that happens like this, like,
right.
I've seen too many games.
Right, exactly.
Too many games.
And then we start to lose them, and then I have to do it.
But you know what? You don't have to suffer like we're going to have to suffer. You're just going to sit there and watch all the insanity.
Right, and learn about all the new games you're going to be playing next year.
See you from LA.
Good night.
Today on this special edition of Xplay, we go to E3, Final Fantasy XII, Splinter Cell 3, scantily clad women with knives, and so much more. Prepare to wet your pants. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to Xplay.
We're here at E3 2004. This is the largest video game expo in the world, and where we get to see what everyone's going to be playing in the upcoming year.
And there's reason to be really excited. We've been to a lot of these. This is easily one of the best collections of games we've ever seen since like the Paleolithic era.
And these shows are always huge. This is where advertisers just blow their entire budget for the year on a desperate plea for attention.
Huh. I am so hot. Like, I go out with myself.
Let's go inside.
No, really, I like make out passionately. I use tongue.
Ew.
Lesson 1.
Just like me a long time ago, E3 has turned 10 years old, which means that E3 can't attend its own event.
No, it can't. But back then, Sony announced a little thing called the PlayStation, and now it pretty much rules the roost.
This is Killzone. It's a game where you go to a zone and kill people. Alright, it's more than that. This is Sony's first-person shooter. It's really going to be their Halo killer. That's what they hope it to be. And it takes place in the future, the near future, but you're not on Earth, you're on another planet, and you're shooting other humans that are coming to take your stuff. I don't know, it involves death and blood and gore, so I really like it. Multiplayer is online for up to 12 people. You'll be playing it in November.
This is God of War. It's an action platformer like Devil May Cry. You play Kronos, a Spartan warrior in the time of Greek myths. Okay, you've been possessed by the God of War Ares, and you need to go on a quest to free yourself. Now, it's made by the creator of Twisted Metal, and it should be out in Q1 of 2005.
Angry British people return in The Getaway Black Monday. This is obviously the follow-up to The Getaway, and it still shares that amazing rendering of actual London streets. Now, a few things have changed. One thing which I like, the streets seem to be a bit wider. They're easier to navigate. Also, those titanium parking meters are no longer in the game. Now, you will play as several characters, and you'll play that character depending on where the story is going. You can expect more violence and naughty words with the British accent when it's released this holiday.
Oh, our dear Gran Turismo 4. We saw you at last year's E3 and were, of course, seeing you here again. We've got 500 cars, 100 courses, and you can plug your USB printer into your PlayStation, and you can print out pictures of your cars. Boys like that.
Hey, you may remember the iToy grew, put you in the game, and I suck at it harder than anything on the planet Earth? Well, that's here right now.
This is the next generation of the iToy. iToy anti-grab. You're not even in the picture. You're just controlling the character on the screen. It's cool. I just died.
Now, they do have this little thing called the PSP.
But you're going to have to wait till tomorrow to find out about that.
This is also the year of the platformer on the PS2. There's Jak 3, Sly Cooper 2, and there's Ratchet & Clank Up Your Arsenal, which has online multiplayer play as well, which is rad.
He likes that. You know what else it is? It's the year of the cheap PlayStation 2. They just dropped the price to $149. So all three of you who don't already have a PlayStation 2 should go buy one right now.
No, but you should wait because we have more stuff coming up. We have Square.
Oh. We're here at Square Enix and so happy to finally bring you Final Fantasy XII. Now, it's made by a new team, the guys that did Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and it takes place in the same magical world of Ivalice.
The bunny women and lizard men are back, and in glorious detailed CG. The land is in upheaval. The king has been betrayed, and the fate of Ivalice rests on a boy who wants to be a pirate. Arr. You just might be hearing more about this one over the next year or so. Square Enix went all out in the Final Fantasy department this year. They kicked off the week of E3 with a concert at the Disney Concert Hall featuring music from the series. New footage from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children was shown. Check out Tifa's kung fu stylings. A plague is spreading quickly, and Cloud must come out of retirement to save the world. Again. Advent Children will be released on DVD as well as UMD for the PlayStation Portable. Over in Final Fantasy XI, new uncharted territories have been discovered on the fringes of the world. The new expansion pack, Chains of Promethea, allows players to explore the new lands that contain the answers to ancient mysteries of the world of Vana'diel. Backing slowly away from Final Fantasy Mania for a moment, Star Ocean Till the End of Time is not far from release.
Who the hell am I?
You're Fate, and you have to journey through time to save all that you love. Yeah, another one of those kid named after abstract concepts saves the universe games. But this one not only has some stylish sci-fi anime design, it has an action-packed real-time combat system with tons of flashy spells and attacks.
You're making me blush.
It even has a bonus fighting game mode. Star Ocean should be a hit with RPG addicts and action junkies alike.
Blade of Fury!
This is Full Metal Alchemist. It's based on an anime series coming out in October. It's about two brothers who try and resurrect the dead, so they're punished. Although one of the brothers gets a magic hand that turns into a blade. That doesn't sound like a punishment.
The brothers don't seem to like this nearly as much as I would, so they set out on a quest for the Philosopher's Stone, which has the power to restore their altered bodies. For the strategy fans, there's Front Mission 4, because when you think giant robots slugging it out on the streets, you think turn-based strategy.
Do not mock me!
Okay, Front Mission 4 features fully customizable mechs and a new combat system that lets you attack with multiple units simultaneously. Plus, those robots blow up real good. Square Enix's most surprising announcement was a sequel to Brave Fencer Musashi. This one's called Musashi Samurai Legend and features the same hack-and-slash action of the first game. Musashi can learn enemies' abilities and turn them into his advantage.
I know we all can't wait for Kingdom Hearts 2, but we're gonna have to because it doesn't come out until 2005. The good news, Chain of Memories is out in the fall, and just because it's portable doesn't mean we love it any less.
Coming up, Hug an Angry Wookiee. We've got LucasArts and Knights of the Old Republic 2.
and welcome back to Xplay.
You may have heard that Sega had an explosive announcement to make, and they made it. Sonic's game. Okay, I'm lying. Actually, they're teaming up with Time Warner Interactive to bring you The Matrix Online.
Yes, it's a massively multiplayer online role-playing game, and it takes place after the third movie. So the fans are going to be able to write the ending to The Matrix. And apparently the Wachowskis are running out of ideas.
And that's a good thing. There's a lot of potential in this game, but it's not the only one that Sega has. There's more.
Let's go take a look.
Sega.
Blood Will Tell, Tezuka Osamu's Dororo sends you on a quest to recover 48 of your own body parts from the demons who stole them. Hate it when that happens. Luckily, swordsman Hyakamaru believes in turning his handicaps into advantages. The thief Dororo will help out in occasional solo segments, but Blood Will Tell is all about hacking up the giant beasties. Speaking of which, Altered Beast has risen from its grave after almost a year of silence. Info is scarce, but obviously we can look forward to gory claw-slashing action in a variety of Beast forms. Altered Beast will welcome PS2 owners to their doom at the end of 2004. From Software's Otogi 2 made quite an impression with its stunning graphics and frenetic action. Just like the first Otogi, this is a highly skill-based game that doesn't skimp on the challenge. Multiple playable characters and huge destructible environments should satisfy your appetite for sword-swinging demon extermination. The offbeat Virtual Quest takes the venerated Virtua Fighter characters in a bold new direction. This action RPG may look like a Mega Man Battle Network clone, but don't be fooled. Virtua Quest packs a surprising amount of Virtua Fighter's combat system into its candy-colored world. Sports fans, don't feel left out. Sega's ESPN lineup returns with the new and improved 2005 series. Revamped animation and control will keep PS2 and Xbox owners glued to their virtual dynasty modes. Finally, we have Sonic Team's rendition of one of Japan's most popular cartoon heroes, Astro Boy. 2 games featuring the mighty robot are on the way, one for GBA and one for PS2. Wow, that's the biggest robotic spider monster I've seen all week.
Astro Boy. Now, this is the first Astro Boy game to make it to the United States since Astro Boy was created in the 1950s. And I like Astro Boy. It was the first anime after all, but you know what I like better? Wookiees. Wookiees.
LucasArts may only have 5 titles on the show floor, but they may strike gold with all 5 out of 5. Star Wars Battlefront is the Star Wars game we've all been waiting for. This is pretty much Battlefield 1942 in the Star Wars universe. You can choose between Rebel, Imperial, Republic, or Separatist forces and get to blasting with tons of Star Wars weapons and vehicles. Nearly every planet in Star Wars lore is represented, including one world from Episode 3, making Battlefront the first Star Wars game to include content from all 6 Star Wars films. Star Wars Galaxies has proven to be a huge success over the past year. However, some Galaxies players have longed to take to the stars and blow things up. And that's just what the expansion pack Jump to Lightspeed is going to let them do. 15 Star Wars ships are available to own, along with new pilot-related careers and ship crafting skills. Some people might think adding an action shooter component to a turn-based massively multiplayer RPG is a strange move. I think it's the only way they're ever gonna get me to play it again. Moving on to the single-player RPG department, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords is set for an early 2005 release. A few more sequels, and this series is going to give Jedi Knight a run for its money in the ridiculously long title competition. LucasArts is being pretty quiet about the storyline, but we do know you play a different character from your fledgling Jedi of the first game. New master-level force powers can be learned, and now the alignments of other characters in your party will change depending on your behavior. For you prequel fans, all 5 of you, Star Wars Republic Commando is Rainbow Six with clone troopers.
Take cover!
A streamlined interface makes managing your 4-clone squad fast and easy, and the Ragdoll physics engine means plenty of satisfying deaths. You'll encounter droids, Geonosians, and one very large Wookiee.
And I don't think he's in the mood to dance.
Finally, we have mercenaries. No, I didn't forget to put Star Wars in front of that. Mercenaries has nothing to do with Star Wars, and everything to do with blowing things up. All the buildings in the game can be destroyed. The ground can be cratered, and you can commandeer just about any vehicle you see. My tank. With fast action and tons of freeform mayhem, Mercenary should be the answer to Twitch gamers' prayers.
Up next, it just gets better. Chronicles of Riddick, EverQuest 2, and Adam makes a special friend.
Welcome back to Xplay E3 featuring hot, scary people.
Now, every year we find surprises, games that we weren't expecting to look so cool, so we wanted to wrap them all up in a little package just for you.
Now, we're starting up with Blood Rain 2. You may recall Blood Rain. Well, it's back, better, bloodier, and it's got her in it. And if he eviscerated me, I'd still be stoked. Stop it, you're making me bleed.
It's raining blood, y'all. Miss Rain is back and nastier than ever. Rain's hunting her vampire daddy and, of course, plowing through his minions like an international harvester separating blood and bone from body. Rain's enhanced acrobatics and combat skills detail gameplay like a dance macabre. Want to see the evil that lurks in the hearts of men? Cut him in half. The sun of EverQuest 2 is close to rising. The game and story will be completely overhauled, taking place in a post-apocalyptic Norath where the rules of early engagement will be clearer for first-timers. But as you can see, it's all about the environments. The game is gorgeous. Expanded classes, new adversaries, greater character detail, and never-ending quests to play evermore. Remember the movie Pitch Black? It was a relatively forgettable sci-fi speed bump featuring Vin Diesel as Riddick, the cyborg survivalist with a heart. Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher Bay follows our hero to prison, where he must shiv, hack, and brawl his way to freedom through groves of cranky adversaries. Thing is, it's a good game. Gunplay, physical combat, and stealth fit nicely within Butcher Bay's supermax aesthetic dread. Check how nicely the guy named for a fuel supply gets rendered. Warhammer 40k Dawn of War takes the franchise to new heights of RTS mayhem. Space Marines, Orcs, Chaos, and the Eldar throw down on one of the most eye-bling saturated combat stages we've seen in some time. Look for up to 100 units on screen at one time. Magic, mechs, tanks, lasers, and beasts confront each other on fields of fury. You can almost see flesh vaporizing into a crimson mist. Second Sight from Codemasters utilizes the highly visual ability of telekinesis. John Vanne's got a lot on his mind, and he'll use it, developing the skills to focus his naughty thoughts into a formidable weapon. THQ's got a first-person shooter with a twist, drawing inspiration from sci-fi novelist Stanislaw Lem's The Zone. Stalker takes place in the irradiated area around Russia's Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Adversaries include mystical booty hunters known as stalkers, and a menagerie of radiated bestiary endowed with varying degrees of combat abilities. The environments are painted in breathtaking day and night dystopic horror, a perfect backdrop for eye-knocking combat. Sam Fisher is creeping slowly down the hallway of your expectations. Splinter Cell 3 takes its trademark detail of light and shade to new heights of breath removal. Specularity on different textures, weather effects, and character detail enhance realism to disturbing levels of accuracy. Sam's developed some new skills for dealing out grim death for those opposing him, too. The real hero, of course, will be cooperative play. Enhanced team strategy takes on a heart-stopping immediacy. Choose your team wisely, or die trying.
I'm burning some calories.
Coming up, your brain will explode with joy. GoldenEye, Rogue Agent, Def Jam, Fight for New York, and more Lord of the Rings.
Hello and welcome back to Xplay at E3. We're here at EA's booth, which is one of the biggest
right, and Morgan, I'm doing EA's my thing. You go play with Titus or something like that, yeah. Okay, Morgan is right. EA has tons of games, and they're not just sports games. Check it.
The Medal of Honor franchise is teetering on the edge of obsolescence, but Pacific Assault's incredible physics could turn some heads. Dubbing all the scripted elements from prior games in the series doesn't hurt either. Yes, folks, the sequel to The Sims is finally on the way. The Sims 2 features a massive graphical overhaul and making babies. Raise your sim from a child, help it achieve its dreams, and watch it age. Ever think that the combination of rap and wrestling was just a little bit odd? Apparently, EA feels the same way. Def Jam Fight for New York is focused less on the squared circle and more on good old-fashioned street brawls between over 40 of hip-hop's finest. Tired of the war-torn plains of Battlefield 1942? Get your war on urban style in Battlefield 2. With a new graphics engine and modern armaments, this one's going to bring the turmoil of the Middle East to your PC.
Lock one, missile away.
EA also has a major movie game fetish.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy may have ended, but that hasn't stopped EA from creating another game. Play as good or evil in this strategy romp created by the same crew behind Command & Conquer Generals. Talk about the return of the king. GoldenEye Rogue Agent revives one of the most revered console shooters ever. Except this time, you play as the bad guys. Expect a multiplayer experience that's both shaken and stirred. Based on the upcoming movie, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban looks to expand on the Zelda-inspired gameplay from previous Potter games.
That Malfoy.
Yeah, EA has one hell of a lineup, but I know you guys want to see the sports. And since Morgan knows nothing about sports, I'm here to tell you. Sports time.
If you think the NASCAR lifestyle is all about coolers of beer and rednecks, think again. NASCAR 2005 concentrates on building a career in the sport. The world's most popular golf game is back. This time, it has even more customization options. Easy, Tiger. The focus in this year's Madden is defense. The new hit stick control places a premium on cleaning another player's clock. And don't forget, it will be on Xbox Live this year.
Yep, that's what E3 is all about.
Yep.
Bad decisions.
For more E3 coverage, you can go to our website, and we're going to be here all week, so keep watching Xplay. We're going to wrap it all up with our best of E3 special.
Think about it, you're going to be all excited about a game that you can't play maybe for like forever.
That's not nice.
No, it's not. I'm going to make a difference. I had to make it over here.
Today on this hype-laden Xplay, holy freaking crap! It's E3 2004, Jade Empire, Halo 2, Doom 3, and Resident Evil 4. Hug your television, it's game time!
Electronic Entertainment Expo is the game industry's annual Hajj, as we all convene here in LA to look at games we want to play now, but have to wait a little while to do so.
And we're going to start off at Xbox. It's a behemoth of a booth, and it's got a lot of new stuff, and also a lot of old stuff that needs to come out now.
Now. Okay, so we're going to get out Carol Ann and walk right into the light.
Ready?
The big announcement, not the surprising announcement, but the big announcement from Microsoft is that now you can play the entire EA catalog on Xbox Live. So we're here with David Hubbard. He's the general manager for Microsoft Xbox.
Oh, it's huge for us. I mean, now we finally have really great sports games. We can combine what Sega's bringing online with EA Sports. And then EA is going to go off and innovate in some crazy new ways that we don't even know about yet.
All right, this was Microsoft's other big surprise. It's called Forza Motorsport. It's pretty much a Gran Turismo killer. Given the fact that I don't know where Gran Turismo is, it's pretty exciting. Now, in the game, you get a car, you can trick it out, and you go on races. I never thought I'd be this excited to buy a game I bought 4 years ago, but I am. This is Conquer Live and Reloaded. Used to be called Live and Uncut. The graphics engine has completely been redone, and the game is gorgeous. This is Unreal Championship 2. This is not Unreal Tournament 2004. This is an entirely unique game. It's fast-paced, and it's definitely one of the most satisfying games I've played here on the floor. Okay, you know, when I think games, I really think of only one thing, and that's Jenny McCarthy. So, you like games?
Love them.
See, now, like, what's your favorite kind?
I'm really into the combat games.
All right, other than Halo 2, this is the one you guys will not stop bothering me about. This is Fable. And yes, Fable is coming out this year. This is Peter Molyneux's big RPG where you travel through a fantasy land and your actions will impact on how you turn out throughout the game and how people will react to you. This next game falls into the be really excited category. This is Jade Empire. This is set in kind of a fantasy medieval China, and the combat is martial arts and in real time. It's very fast-paced, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. November 9th is when Halo 2 comes out.
Absolutely, man. Halo 2, it's going to be the big Sorry.
Take 2. All right, this is it. This is Nirvana. This is where people are sitting down and playing Halo multiplayer. And it rocks. It's absolutely beautiful to look at. That's no surprise. But it has far more delicate physics, and when you shoot at the cars, parts will come off, damage will appear, and it will affect the ability for those Jeeps to be driven. We don't know much more about what types of games we're going to be able to play with this, but one thing becomes certain. I need to play this game now.
Know any games we can play?
Activision had a pretty impressive booth this year. Though, I don't approve of the booth babes. I mean, you boys ought to be ashamed of... Oh, hello, hottie. Oh, right, the games. Yeah. The story of Rome, Total War, picks up right after Alexander the Great's airless death. If you pay attention, you might even come away with a strange knowledge of the political struggles between 265 BC and 1580. The best part is that you can have up to 10,000 3D units on the screen at once. Then there's the expansion pack for Call of Duty, United Offensive. It will have 9 new multiplayer maps. The single player will have over 10 new missions and focuses on the Battle of the Bulge, the Battle of Kursk, and the invasion of Sicily. The old web slinger is back in Spider-Man 2. The swinging mechanics are cool. You can fight with your webs too, and you can swing your Spidey butt around New York City, saving the day all GTA style. I mean, that's what being Spider-Man is all about, isn't it? Activision also has a little action RPG based on the X-Men. You can build your team from 15 of your favorite mutants for combat or puzzle-solving missions.
And action!
From the creator of Black and White and Fable comes the movies. You run a Hollywood movie studio and must deal with money, writers, and of course, starlets. God, I wonder if Betty Ford will give me a bulk rate. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is based on the Half-Life 2 engine and brings us lots of blood and sex.
Wanna come play with me?
Blood, sex. It's only fitting that it takes place in a dark, gothic version of Los Angeles.
I hate LA, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I feel you, buddy. You're a fledgling vampire who must find a clan to join. So far, it looks like if nothing else, all the women will be mostly naked. And the men. And here's what you've all been waiting for, and waiting for. Doom 3 on the Xbox.
This is Namco's Taiko Drum Master, where you play taiko drums as instructed by a sushi roll who spits sperm out of his mouth.
Coming up, Silent Hill 4, the Nintendo DS, and somewhere, Glorious Dynam's head is exploding over Rumble Roses.
Welcome back to Xplay E3 2004.
Now, the biggest hardware announcements this year have all been about handhelds.
Now, we do have our N-Gauges and our Zodiac stuff, but there's two things we really want to show you. And we're standing here in Sony's booth, so guess what's next?
It's gaming's next dogfight.
Sony versus Nintendo in the Handheld Wars.
Sony's long-awaited introduction of a gaming handheld left many of us drooling for more, because there wasn't much. Look at them. They're drooling.
Well, this is it. The PSP, or the... This is what the final model is going to look like, although there are no games playable here on the show floor.
But it is good to get a look at the final product. The screen is huge. It has a 16:9 aspect ratio, and it takes up the entire model, and I have to say the resolution is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's really nice. On top of no games to play here, there are no games that have been officially announced for the PSP. It doesn't just play games. The PSP also plays media. They've been showing up a lot of music videos, mainly of those crappy Yell bands you kids like.
And of course, it wouldn't be a Sony product unless it had a proprietary format. You have to use these UMDs, or Universal Media Discs. I don't know how they can call them universal if they only work on Sony products, though.
Well, it's the universe of Sony.
Right.
Sony believes the PSP will be the Walkman of the 21st century. Other specs include 802.11 standard LAN, infrared, and a USB port. Release date? Right now, we've been told March 2005, and with about 89 publishers already on board to develop games, we can't wait. Wait, you're still not supposed to see that.
Can't talk about handhelds without mentioning Nintendo.
And the Game Boy Advance is the best-selling system of this generation, period. And trust me, Nintendo has no intention of taking its foot off the neck of the market. Take a look.
Even though competitors are breathing down their backs, Nintendo hasn't flinched. They dominate the handheld game market, and they know it. So they kicked out one hell of a 1-2 punch of their own.
So now it's the moment you've all been waiting for, the Nintendo DS.
And we're inside Nintendo's secret DS lair. It is a lair, and we are completely pumped at all the ideas behind this system. Check this out.
DS stands for dual screen. Both are 3 inches, and the bottom one is a touch screen that works with a stylus. I had a lot of fun with that feature.
It's also Wi-Fi capable, which will come in quite handy if you're playing Animal Crossing. Think about how many more people can be playing the game at the same time.
And of course, the DS will be able to play all the old GBA games. Yay! If Nintendo really does ship the DS to stores this fall, it'll be a good Christmas gift from Adam to Morgan. Hint, hint. Who will take the lion's share of the handheld market? We'll have to wait and see.
We're here at Konami, a company that knows there's nothing wrong with getting a little dirty.
And when Konami says it's ready to get dirty, it means it. Meet WWX Rumble Roses, an all-girl wrestling game that puts Trish Stratus and the rest of the WWE's women to shame. Developed by accomplished grappling game vets Ukes, Rumble Roses will have the gameplay to ensure that this is one grappler that's more than skin deep. Seems every developer is taking its shot at Gran Turismo's crown, and Konami is no different. Enthusiast Professional Racing is the next contender lining up at the starting grid. Like other Gran Turismo clones, the name of this racing game is Realism. Konami's most popular RPG series returns with Suikoden 4. Taking place on a vast ocean, there will be over 100 available party members to team up with. The gameplay is based on collecting runes that give your characters their powers. Survival horror. It's not just for Capcom anymore. Silent Hill 4, The Room, looks to be the creepiest one yet.
We dare you to play it in the dark.
If you're the claustrophobic type, Silent Hill 4 will drive you bonkers. The lead character is trapped inside his apartment and eventually discovers mysterious holes in his bathroom that lead to places no one wants to go. Silent Hill has always relied on the creep factor instead of falling back on cheap scares. Don't expect that to change with the 4th installment. From the creator of Castlevania comes Nano Breaker, one of the goriest games we've seen in quite a while. This sci-fi slasher owes more than a little inspiration to Devil May Cry. Use a morphable blade to dispense enemies and reel off combos in this futuristic adventure.
I'm here in the jungle. That can only mean one thing. Metal Gear Solid 3.
While Konami didn't distribute new footage of Metal Gear Solid 3 at E3, it did let us in on a few new details. In addition to Snake's elaborate camo system, he can take control of gun turrets. Snake can also become poisoned, and the only way to cure the ailment is to barf up the offending food. Look for much more on Metal Gear Solid 3 in the near future, including a brand new trailer.
Coming up, Driver 3, Full Spectrum Warrior, and grab your garters, Leisure Suit Larry lives.
Hello and welcome back to Xplay at E3.
Now, we've been showing you a lot of games by publisher. There's always these little gems that are scattered around the hall, and we want to put them together and show them to you.
I want to start with Destroy All Humans. You get to play as the aliens, so you have to come to Earth and suck out everyone's brain.
Which means I'm safe.
That's true.
So anyway, what we were able to glean from the movie they were rocking is it's a 50s, B-movie style sci-fi game.
Who the hell let that camera in here?
Moving right along. Thinking I might as well pull in a double feature. I ended up at Sammy's Studio's spooky, Dark Watch, screening room. The game focuses on this guy, a cowboy come vampire dude who's taken it upon himself to wipe out a bunch of unsavory undead types. He's got fancy silver bullets. Oh yeah, you need those. And he's gonna show us the proper technique for handling TNT. And who wouldn't want to know that? Thinking it was time for a little hands-on, I found myself at the Atari booth. Here, besides experiencing a readout of sorts, I was actually able to play a little of their upcoming Driver 3. The game is going to tap into the whole carjacking, bike riding, boat stealing, quick getaway vibe, including but not limited to cinematic jumps, bald-headed bad guys, and more crashes than Microsoft's Windows for Macs. And speaking of Windows, I found a playable copy of Atari's Sid Meier's Pirates at Games for Windows. Wannabe swashbucklers will want to be on the lookout for this one in order to get their sword fighting, treasure hunting, ship-to-ship battles on, peppered with some turn-of-the-century line dancing. Yeah. Hanging around THQ, we found people playing Full Spectrum Warrior. The game is going to be their nod towards complicated squad-based shooters. Now, as you probably know, I'm always willing to patriotically enlist my services into any virtual war is hell conflicts. I do this in the hopes that maybe someday future generations won't have to. The game looks great, but we need to keep the show on the road. Further fuzzy wandering revealed Majesco's latest, a little ditty known as Advent Rising. It's going to be the kind of game where you travel to exotic alien landscapes and make friends with the invaders using both hands. And a little bit of sniper action. Sweet. Do you have time for one more? Quickly then. Hustling back to THQ, it's worth it to point out that America's favorite smarmy bachelor is making a comeback in 3D. Highlights include hitting on mimes, or not, hacky sack, and an opportunity to try and lay down with the original farmer's daughter.
You know, I'm from a farm.
Nothing a six-pack of beer isn't gonna fix. So there you have it. This one, that one, this, that, and of course, Larry. But if you catch me talking to a television, go faster. Go ahead and put me down.
Coming up, Holy GameCube Batman, it's Resident Evil 4, Metroid Prime 2, and Link.
Hello and welcome back to Xplay at E3.
Now, everybody has new games, but Capcom has a killer lineup. We're talking Monster Hunters, Assassins, Gladiators, my dream jobs.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, Capcom's E3 lineup is drenched in more blood than Carrie on prom night, which is why we thought we'd kick things off with a game anyone can play without tossing their cookies. Action! Everyone's favorite geek-turned-superhero returns for another round of cel-shaded action in Beautiful Joe 2. This time around, Joe has a so-called Six machine that can transform into a variety of vehicles and weapons. And Joe's girlfriend Sylvia will be playable from the beginning of the game, although she might want to wear a longer skirt. Looking for a new job? Why not try a career in monster hunting? Monster Hunter, an impressive online action game for the PS2, allows you to hook up with up to 3 other players, locate rare whimsical beasts, and methodically hunt down and kill them. Wildlife conservationists will love it. One of the most intriguing original games at E3 was Shadow of Rome, an action game set in, where else? Ancient Rome. It features a gripping story and 2 modes of gameplay. Oh yeah, it's also really violent. You spend half the game hacking and slashing as a glowering gladiator, and the other half sneaking around as this guy who steals people's clothes, throws pots at soldiers, and likes dressing up as a lady. And speaking of violent yet oddly hypnotic, how about Killer 7? This cel-shaded shooter is so strange even we can't figure out what the hell is going on, except that this guy's laugh is really annoying. Apparently, you play as an assassin with 7 alter egos, each of whom use their own special skills to make people turn into blood piñatas. Okay, those games are good, but easily the most anticipated game has got to be Resident Evil 4. It's been revamped, redone, and you know how I always bitch about the other Resident Evils? I don't think that's happening this time. Yes, Capcom's Resident Evil 4 was the talk of E3. Not only does it feature a beautiful 3D graphics engine, but also has a new context-sensitive action button, 0 crappy camera angles, and shockingly, no more zombies. I mean, sure, these guys may shuffle around groaning, but they also know how to operate a chainsaw. Packed chock full of exploding heads and explosive action, RE4 is one of those titles that makes E3 the best damn game expo, period.
We're here at Nintendo, one of the forefathers of the industry.
Now, this is a pivotal year for the big N, and they're rolling out all those big franchises to carry the load.
But Nintendo's got a lot more than Mario and Star Fox. You can go do Pokemon. See ya.
What? Wait, Mark, wait, where are you going? Wait, I have to do Pokemon? Oh, man. Samus returns in Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. The bounty hunter is investigating yet another disturbance on a far-flung planet. When she finds it has been split into 2 parts, a dark side and a light side. Certain weapons are more effective on each half of the planet. You'll also have to manage your ammo this time around. Expect new beams, updated visors, and multiplayer.
Well, Nintendo didn't show a traditional Mario game this year, but instead we get Paper Mario 2, the sequel to the incredible Nintendo 64 RPG. There are no turn-based battles here, as the timing-based gameplay mechanics have returned. The way the visuals play off the paper theme is something to behold.
One of the more interesting games redefines the phrase jump to my beat. Donkey Kong Jungle Beat may look like a typical platform adventure, but you play it with the Donkey Konga drums. This gameplay mechanic was a big hit with showgoers and is surprisingly fun.
Fox McCloud returns in his first true space adventure since the N64 with Star Fox. Developed by Namco's Ace Combat team, pilot the R-Wing in full-on space battles or take up the war on foot using the Landmaster tank or a variety of handheld weapons.
One of the Nintendo games that impressed us the most is Pikmin 2. This time around, there's no time limit. And there are a few new Pikmin types to spice things up.
While we're talking about strange games, we might as well mention Geist. This game allows you to play as a ghost who can inhabit just about anything.
Well, finally, it looks like Nintendo is listening to its critics. They have several games that are breaking away from the sequelitis that has been plaguing this industry. Now the issue is Morgan and where she's gone. Surprise? Whatever could this surprise be? Oh, I see. Looks like Nintendo is finally starting to listen to us. We loved Wind Waker, but man, we love this so much more. But don't get too antsy. We won't see this realistic Zelda until 2005. See, he's all grown up now, so will you Wind Waker whiners please shut your yapper?
And Link is sexy. So from E3 2004, we came, we saw, it kicked our ass. But the magic and the pain are far from over.
No. Make sure you go to our website and tune in for our Best of E3 special. That's when we highlight the games that made us laugh with joy and cry uncontrollably for no provoked reason. I just need meds.
So from E3 2004 in Los Angeles, good night.
Today on Xplay's Best of E3 special, we round up the best games from E3 and compress them into a deliciously compact TV format for your viewing pleasure. Yum! The future begins now. It's game time.
Welcome to Xplay's Best of E3 2004 special.
That's why we look pretty.
This is where we show you the best games that you can't play yet.
All right, let's key you in on our exalted validation process. To be considered for an award, it must be here on the show floor, available to the public, and be in playable form.
So sit back and relax as we bring you the best of the best.
Hey.
Now, Xbox has a lot of games on the show floor this year. It's because a lot of them we saw last year. Also.
That includes the big one, which is Halo 2. Now, unfortunately, it's not in contention because it's behind closed doors.
Now, all this seasoning has led to some improvements. Let's take a look at the best of the Xbox.
Runner-up, Star Wars Republic Commando.
This is a good year for Star Wars, and Republic Commando is one of the better reasons that's so. The game feels distinctly hardcore with its intense action and ragdoll violence. Taking a cue from Knights of the Old Republic, the game should also benefit from not being so tied to the primary Star Wars storyline. Better yet, the more militaristic and darker tone should prove a welcome respite from the increasingly insipid movies. Add in the squad-based gameplay, and you have another example of the rebirth of Star Wars games as something actually worth playing.
Best Xbox game, Jade Empire.
Anything from the makers of Knights of the Old Republic would get us excited, but for BioWare to try something this different and make it look so good is worthy of the hysteria typically reserved for the opening of the Arsenio Hall show. Holding on to the character development from a traditional RPG, Jade Empire changes course by having all the combat in real time. Multiple schools of martial arts are at your disposal, and changing styles on the fly is essential to success among the many mythical foes that look so good. This mixture of depth and quick response satisfaction bundled up in one operatic tale of someone being angry at someone else is why this game has us tapping our chopsticks in restlessness.
That's got to feel good.
Online gaming has exploded at this year's E3, especially MMORPG.
And they're finally able to distinguish themselves. Let's take a look at the best online at E3.
Runner-up, EverQuest 2.
Never thought we'd hear ourselves say this, but we're excited about an EverQuest game. EverQuest 2 may have planted a listening device in my cube to overhear my incessant gripings, because this is what I'd actually like to play. Firstly, they thankfully abandoned the hardcore high fantasy setting for something a little more creative. More importantly, in the developers' lust to ensnare every carbon-based being with the desire for better, more muscle-bound lifestyles, the game is proving significantly more accessible. Moreover, it's the nature of the quest that holds the real promise. Rather than have the fight this, get that type of frothy adventure we're also used to, we may be seeing trials that will be more similar to something out of a single-player game. And that, my friends, can make the difference between a good massively multiplayer game and a regular MMORPG.
Best online game, Unreal Championship 2.
Now here's an online combat game that tries something really different. Unreal Championship 2 mixes traditional Unreal explosive weaponry with melee combat, and by Jove, it works. Plus, it looks so cool. A sense of strategy mixed with a nice mix of combatants could help make the console the place to be when blowing your buddies up.
Coming up, Best PS2 Game, Best Handheld, and Best Excuse to show this footage again.
Alright, we're kicking things off with the PS2. Now, typically in years past, we've always said how this is the oldest of the three consoles and it's beginning to show its age.
You know what? It's not true. Here's the best of the PS2.
Runner-up, Shadow of Rome.
Strange that the era of the vomitorium would have given us so few games, until now. The standout of the new sword and sandals craze is Shadow of Rome, a game that takes place and draws content from the time of Julius Caesar's murder. Look, history and fun. Now that's some good learning. While elements of the game seem familiar, what struck us is that in this new setting, the whole package seems fresh and intriguing. For one, men wear skirts. They don't have Brad Pitt's shapely posterior, but still, that's definitely not your PS2 standard. More importantly, it's the attention to the ostentation of ancient Rome that demonstrates the developer's commitment to making Shadow of Rome the Ben-Hur for the Kill Bill set.
Best PS2 Game, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
The Metal Gear Solid series has always achieved an innovation, and Snake Eater seems determined to follow suit. Now using outdoor settings, we have to contend with such elements as camouflage and hunting your dinner. Yep, that's a new one for the consoles as well. But Metal Gear Solid just isn't itself without that absurdist spirit that seems alive and well here. Now, as far as cutscenes go, we haven't seen too much, so we're praying to Quetzalcoatl that is merciful.
Alright, we're moving on to handheld, which is quite a big deal here at the show. Over there, that's the line for the PSP. Over here, this is the line for the DS. And it's like, what, we're an hour and a half back here? It's ridiculous.
But of course, nothing for the PSP is in contention because we haven't seen any games yet. But we did see a couple for the DS, and of course, there's always the GBA. Your wait for the best handheld game is over. Take a look.
Best Handheld, Nintendo DS.
Our response to Nintendo DS was a universal wow. This isn't just another system to play games that have already existed or already should have existed. This looks like a new approach to playing and developing games. It's the promise of this system that makes it a winner. The centerpiece of the system, the second screen, was primarily used as a map, but it was already clear that it's capable of a variety of uses. The use of the touchscreen impressed us with the way you can just get into the action. Playing Metroid Hunters proved to be a far more visceral experience than a normal first-person shooter. Add to that the wireless connectivity, which makes multiplayer a little more attractive than being hooked up to one another like the defiant nerds. Plus, it lets me send nasty notes to people nearby. Though it's the Wi-Fi capabilities that are truly exciting. Theoretically, we could be playing a handheld MMORPG with this baby. All that, plus Mario, makes the DS something truly new, and that's becoming all too uncommon.
Every year at E3, we see more and more sequels. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The developers think, if it ain't broke, why fix it? But we wanted to give some props to the developers who went out on a limb to create something original.
So our best original game is for a game that is not a sequel and it's not based on a comic book or a movie or a soda. This is the best that E3 had in originality.
Runner-up, the movies.
The movies is just plain original because it's not action or strategy and it isn't The Sims. Beyond that, the game is pure quirky fun, filled with the dark humor known from developer Peter Molyneux. I mean, you get to manage actors' substance abuse. That's pretty damn original. So is this. Plus, you do get to engage in the creative act of developing and creating a film, then marketing it and finding out if the infantile tastes of the general public get riled up about it. More or less, it's Railroad Tycoon about something we actually care about.
You're fired! Best original game, Mercenaries.
You over there! Mercenaries is easily the most black-hearted game to ever come out of the home of Sam and Max, LucasArts. Props to them to living true to the title. You actually have no allegiance to anything other than those dead presidents. The key to this game is mayhem. Take a tank, take a helicopter, take everybody out. Because you get to be a heartless bastard, just like you always dreamed. I'm calling in airstrikes. God, I love physics. Plus, with everything blowing up around you, you can truly take pride in the madness of your making. Hopefully not a training course for geopolitical sociopaths, this one lends a fresh touch to the stinking death of war.
Up next, Best GameCube Game, Best Multi-Platformer, and we feel badly for this guy.
Welcome back to Xplay's Best of E3 2004 special. Now we finally made it to Nintendo, and we're seeing a lot of old friends.
Like the return of Zelda, although that game is not in competition, it's only a trailer, there's nothing playable here. Nonetheless, you will feel the warm embrace of familiarity.
Oh, let's take a look.
Runner-up, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
Yeah, Metroid is really, really cool. But this, we just haven't seen before. For anyone planning to get the Donkey Konga game, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat will put that silly peripheral to further use. Since platformers are all about rhythm and timing, it only makes sense to use a rhythm device to control the game. It's easy to understand and get the hang of, but the opportunity for challenges are rife. Yeah, you might look like a jackass playing it, but hey, who needs image maintenance?
Best GameCube Game, Resident Evil 4.
Wow, is this really a Resident Evil game? It uses analog controls, it's fully 3D, it's fast-paced, it's terrific. Even with all the anticipation, nothing really prepared us for the massive overhaul our venerable brain-chewing game series underwent. Now immediately accessible and thoroughly enjoyable, this is a game to get excited about. Eschewing the overwrought and torturous storyline of the previous installments and using enemies with actual dexterity, The game promises a significantly more absorbing experience than ever before. Plus, it just looks good. The decaying atmosphere of the art direction is ideal for the backwoods Central European nightmare of the game. You know, it looks damn good. Chainsaw good. GameCube owners may want to save their breath. You're gonna need to take a lot of them when playing this puppy.
I sure love a winner.
Uh-huh.
Now, it's no secret that some of the best games out there, the publishers make them available on every platform.
They're very egalitarian.
I know they're really pretty.
Let's take a look at the best games available to everyone.
Runner-up, Star Wars Battlefront.
Yeah, Battlefield's fun, but how about with AT-ATs and lasers and Wookiees? This is Star Wars action as it should be. Large scale, frantic, mini explosions, no children. While the gameplay is quite familiar, this isn't just multiplayer mayhem. There's going to be a robust and sophisticated offline version, making this a well-rounded Star Wars experience that is squarely putting its emphasis on the best part of the Star Wars movies, the parts without the talking in them. This is truly a standout multi-platform title because, duh, you'd have to be way into being stupid not to have this get your blood pumping.
Best multi-platform game, GoldenEye Rogue Agent.
While it's only related to its acclaimed predecessor in name, GoldenEye Rogue Agent does have some impressive pedigrees. Using the original art director from the early Bond films and the costume designer for The Matrix, Rogue Agent is the best attempt yet to capture the feeling of Bond before Brosnan turned it into a cinematic, sharper image catalog. That the game is trying to capture that feeling by having you play the bad guy is almost too good to be true. The setup alone is worthy of acclaim, but the gameplay, especially the artificial intelligence, is setting up GoldenEye to be a must-play for anyone who can. And that means pretty much all of you.
I love SSX Tricky. I'm like a big SSX Tricky girl. I like SOCOM. SOCOM. Yeah, SOCOM's fun. SOCOM's a lot of fun. Somebody asked me the other day what game I would like to be in the most, like if I had to choose game to be in. And Resident Evil. Yeah. With all the hot women in gaming, it's about time that some of them start getting naked, right?
And I think they're all pretty sexy anyways. I mean, what's a little less? Come
Keep
to the
playing.
Playboy Mansion. Play with us.
Yeah. Then your fingers will really get sore.
Coming up, best PC game, best in show, and best loss of dignity.
Welcome back to Xplay's Best of E3 2004.
All right, now we're moving on to the best PC game. And what's really nice this year, not everything's a first-person shooter.
And it's not Half-Life 2. Let's take a look at the best of the PC.
Runner-up, Splinter Cell 3.
The most tightly wound stealth game just keeps getting better. Splinter Cell 3 piles on more moves, more pretty, and more shadowy tension than ever before. Honestly, we thought it couldn't be that new, but the real excitement, which we can't show you, is for the cooperative multiplayer. This is quite possibly one of the most significant leaps in online play we've seen. You just better play with a good friend. I don't like to be seduced by looks, but James Marsters and this game make me a sucker. This right here seals the deal.
No!
How? Well, it's only announced for the PC right now. Let's hope we all get a chance to revel in darkness.
Best PC game, Battle for Middle-earth.
What Splinter Cell may do for online, Battle for Middle-earth may do for the real-time strategy game. This game is jaw-dropping on many levels. First, it looks good. It looks like Middle-earth battles should look when you're safely perched on one of those nice eagle dudes. Better yet is the emotive quality of the forces. Instead of mindless automatons, they will react to bigger and stronger foes and fight individual enemies. The game takes the mechanics of real-time strategy and gives you the visual explosion to relish in your handiwork. This is quite possibly the beginning of the next era in real-time strategy games.
Way to go, winner. Now we're here. It's time. This is the moment. The best of E3.
There are so many strong games this year. There's really no clear winner like there was last year.
No, honestly, I mean, coming up with this took a lot of head scratching and that difficult thinking thing I can't do.
Here's the best E3 2004 has to offer.
Best of Show. Resident Evil 4.
What a difference 5 years makes. Once a series that did some things really well has necrotized into a game that appears to have made all the right changes to keep us surprised and scared in these, our jaded years of gaming. Where Resident Evil used awkward controls and restrictive gimmicks to heighten tension, RE4's analog controls and contact-sensitive buttons are designed to keep you in the action. And it's that action that's gonna keep me screaming like a little girl. Plus, exploding heads never look so good. In an era when rehashing tried and true formulas with prettier graphics is the name of the game, Resident Evil 4 has taken a bold and seemingly successful move in refashioning the game from the ground up. Now structuring Resident Evil 4 around a game that was originally made for the PlayStation, the gameplay is based on making the creepy subject matter come back to life. And boy, does it seem to do its job. The insecurity of your personal welfare that has always been the hallmark of the series is heightened with larger environments replete with swift avatars of homicidal mania. The sign of a great E3 game is one that has your fingers itching long after the show. Let's just say we already can feel the sweat in our palms when we turn off the lights and finally begin to scream again, just like we did the first time.
It's been a beautiful year with so many memories.
Many, many memories. Yeah. I'm here to tell you.
Well, they're memories.
Wish I didn't have a mind.
So from the show floor of E3 2004, good night.
Good night, sweet gamers.
On Xplay, it slices, it dices, it's Onimusha Blade Warriors, boxing beatdowns in Fight Night 2004, plus impossible cleavage, and Ben Affleck.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, we do. It's game time. Introducing 2 more uncomfortable moments in gaming. Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hello and welcome to this overwhelmingly exciting edition of Xplay.
Today, we have a new Onimusha game for the supernatural samurai fans.
A boxing game from EA Sports, the best damn sports game developers, period.
Plus, we have conga drums.
We have Ben Affleck.
And we have boobies.
So there's something for everyone.
But we begin the show with the latest spin-off of the cult Onimusha series.
Alongside Onimusha 3, starring Jean Reno, don't ask, Capcom is releasing an Onimusha version of Super Smash Bros. Here's a review of Onimusha Blade Warriors.
You join in too. Put your hands together.
You had fun playing Super Smash Bros. Watching Link whoop the Jesus out of Donkey Kong just completed your blissed out adoration of the Nintendo game universe. Want the level hopping, weapon to magic grabbing, slash and stab without the cutesy cuddly color form characters? Lick your blade for sharpness, fight fans, and prepare to render opponents into sashimi. Onimusha Blade Warriors is here. Now, the first thing Onimusha fans will notice is the watered-down graphics. When the in-game camera is far away, you'll feel like you're playing an older game. When it zooms in for the dust flying off the grinding teeth of battle, you'll notice that you don't see the dust from the grinding teeth of battle. Environments start out adequately, and dynamic elements like shattering buildings and falling bamboo add to the brutish and poetic delivery of grim death. Then the seppuku-like stab o' tedium sets in and, well, you might as well be jumping on and off the dumpsters behind the El Cajon McDonald's. You'll play both heroes and demons, soaking up souls like shots at a Southern Rock show. Unlike your Southern Rock counterpart, you will actually gain otherworldly strengths in fighting and magic use. Certain challenges will pit you against the clock in a kind of soul-sucking orgy for victory. Damn, that soul was nasty. Story mode is marginalized by brief cutscenes that simply waste your time as you listen to some chest-thumping sourpuss tell you that they're gonna knock your nads off.
The greatest swordsman of the demon world! Ready or not, here I come!
This will be kind of disappointing to fans of the series, who have come to appreciate the more involved cutscenes of previous versions of Onimusha. The Versus option allows you to pit many of the heroes of the Onimusha series against one another. A game like this shines in multiplayer, as you and 3 pals can whoop the memories or dadderies off of one another in a zingers and fresca sugar-crazed frenzy. Weapons range from traditional to bizarre. One moment you'll be throwing stars, and the next moment you'll be shooting the staple of all great samurai movies, the space-age withering death ray. Fight routines feel a bit like trying to use a straw in a jar of honey, detracting from a game which, by now, should embrace the fluidity of the genre. Let's back off the throttle for a minute and focus our Xplay scrutiny for a slow motion moment, shall we?
I will not hand over my precious human. He was cutting demons down like weeds.
Could there really be someone else with the same power I have?
Filthy humans must be silenced!
Onimusha Blade Warriors may appeal to die-hard fans, but we found its tedious backgrounds, sluggish motion, and unremarkable mechanics to be a dull blade. We give it a 2 out of 5.
You scum, start with your tricks!
Now, the reason Smash Bros. Is popular is because people love Nintendo's roster of characters. I mean, who wouldn't want to see Link fight Samus from Metroid?
And that's precisely why Blade Warriors doesn't work. The Onimusha lineup aren't icons like Donkey Kong or Mario. They're a bunch of random characters who already fought each other in all the previous Onimusha games.
So, if the laser firing and sword swinging is too over the top for you, maybe you'd like some realistic fighting.
Okay, well, nobody does sports like EA, and this year they got a new boxing game. Now, as many of you know, EA took a year off to fix their old boxing franchise, Knockout Kings.
Instead, they wound up completely revamping everything, including the control scheme, which just might change the way boxing games are played from here on out. Here's our review of Fight Night 2004. Boxing. The raw power. The pure use of human strength and dexterity. And the sudden loss of self-awareness when you drop to the mat. Like a dying ducky. Throughout gaming history, the sweet science just hasn't been. Most games have used a series of button combos that reduce the game to a frenzy of matching. Not so with Fight Night 2004. Why is there a blimp in the stadium? The controls of this game are the biggest innovation since the fatigue meter. All the standard punches are initiated by the right analog stick. This allows you to focus on strategy rather than memorization. And guess what? Boxing actually requires the use of your noggin rather than just your brute strength. Okay, in most cases. Now, while the new control style is a move in the right direction, it's not perfect. The game puts a lot of demand on your thumb. Not all of us are the Fonz. Hell, I'm not even Pinky Tuscadero. Though apparently I'm this guy when I indulge in ringside fantasies. Wait, hold on. This is a fantasy. What? When's their cornrows part of my fantasy? And I can't even win. I'm just not going to fantasize anymore. Obviously, the game comes with a creative player mode, and there are different modes. The primary one is career mode, and this is the one other area where the game falls a bit short, just like me.
The Grim Reaper with no mercy.
There's nothing wrong with it, but it just doesn't match the depth found in other EA Sports games. Management and customization options are too light, just like me. But the opponents are not. Each boxer boxes differently, and you have to learn their style and plan. Just throwing punches willy-nilly will get you nowhere but down. But even getting your ass handed to you looks good in this game. The animations are smooth, and knockouts just... Man, look at that. Fight Night 2004 isn't perfect, but it has the foundation to become as definitive a sports series as some other little titles from EA. And if you like boxing, you should already own it. A 4 out of 5. Ooh, yay, I'm a winner!
Now, up until now, Victoria's Boxers for the PS2 was the best boxing game, but I think we have a new heavyweight champion in Fight Night.
Plus, the knockouts, they just look so cool. Like that, what, yay. Unfortunately, there are some big-name boxers missing, like Mike Tyson, Oscar De La Hoya, Marvin Hagler, Larry Holmes, and George Foreman.
But you still get Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard.
It's pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
Stick around. Later in the show, we have scantily clad women who defy gravity.
Ratings going up, dignity going down.
Coming up, even our staff writer can play Donkey Konga. Their release date has been pushed back to the fourth quarter of 2008. Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We're like Duke Nukem forever.
Welcome back to Xplay.
You know, the Japanese make some crazy peripherals, like the Virtual Boy or the Power Glove.
Yes, they're wacky, and we usually hate them.
Until now, behold my congas.
Please never say that again. Here's our preview of Donkey Konga for the GameCube.
Here we go.
Yep, I got a package for Sessler. Yeah, that's me.
When we imported Donkey Konga from Japan, we never guessed we'd get a surprise bonus.
Monkey! Stop it, no! Stop, no dancing monkey.
We quickly found that Helper Monkey could be a valuable asset to the team.
Oh, stop that, you stupid! Oh, Frontalight!
Donkey Konga is Nintendo's first ever rhythm game. Well, kind of. The game was actually created by Namco with Nintendo's blessing. The concept is simple. As icons scroll across the screen, you hit the included Konga controller in time with the music. Interspersed between the drum beats are hand claps, though you can tap the side of the drums if you want. The music includes a few Nintendo classics to pound the drums to. And some not-so-classics like the DK rap from Donkey Kong 64. It also includes some of the worst J-pop you've ever heard. It made Helper Monkey angry. We would certainly like more Nintendo songs in the US version, and hopefully they'll replace the ear-splitting J-pop with something else. One word of caution, this game is extremely easy. Yes, it's that easy. As you complete songs, you're rewarded with coins that can be spent to replace the sounds of the conga drums. Donkey Konga also has a few mini-games to play. this homage to Donkey Kong Jr.
Donkey Kong.
Some of the most fun you can have is playing head-to-head battles. But I think Helper Monkey was cheating.
Hey, get out of here, stupid monkey! Cheating monkey!
Grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah!
While it's kind of simple, it's also incredibly addictive. Keep an eye out for Donkey Konga when it's released later this year.
Oh yeah!
Right now, we only have the Japanese version of Donkey Konga, but we're looking forward to a whole lot more rhythmic gaming as time goes on.
You know, I tried to get a real Helper Monkey, but apparently you need to be physically or mentally impaired to get one.
Yeah, and they wouldn't give you one. Why?
Oh.
Up next, Ben Affleck says what's on everyone's mind.
Hey, can you get me Doom 3? They built the pyramids in a shorter time than it takes to make Doom 3.
Ahora, Adam Sessler, Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay.
Now, sometimes Adam and I get to talk to real celebrities about gaming. And surprisingly, some of them actually know what they're talking about. Ben Affleck is one of them.
Morgan!
Hey, Ben. So, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, we're good. Thanks for being on the show.
Hey, can you get me Doom 3? What's the story with Doom 3? What's happening? I want it.
No one can get Doom 3. They keep on pushing it back. Everyone wants Doom 3. I want Doom 3.
I want Doom 3.
How long does it take? They built the pyramids in a shorter time than it takes to make Doom 3.
Now, I was going to ask you if you're looking forward to Doom 3 or Half-Life 2, but I guess I know your answer now.
I never liked Half-Life as much as I liked, you know, like, it's not in that level of game. I don't think it's as good as Unreal. I don't think it's as good as Quake 3. The original Quake was hot, you know. I mean, Halo's good, you know. I don't know. In terms of those first-person shooter games, though, I mean, Doom 2 was really that was the king. That got me completely addicted to it and got me into playing online and the whole thing. And I mean, I was playing, you know, online multiplayer Doom 2 with like the 14.4 modem, where you really had, you know, you could get like really, you know, single frame, turn, and then you'd be already dead before you turned around.
All right, but have you been playing Unreal Tournament 2K4?
Not much of that, actually. I haven't really gotten that into that. I kind of ended up moving more towards the like Warcraft. I got really into playing StarCraft on Battle.net, and I realized that once I had logged over 1,000 victories on the internet, I realized that I was officially a hopeless chump. And then when Warcraft 3 came out, that was kind of off and running to that. So then I've moved more into, I guess that's not like an RPG. It's kind of a mix, right? It's like kind of strategy, kind of combat kind of thing.
So, do you have a dream game, like a game that doesn't really exist, but you really would like to see it?
Yeah, the Star Trek holodeck game, where I just come in and it's just it's all your fantasies and all the good things. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we'll have to start working on that technology.
Yeah.
And what do you think of violence in video games these days? Do you think it's too much?
I don't think that's what causes kids to become alienated and screwed up. And no, I mean, I played as vicious and savage and violent games as you could possibly play from the time I was, you know, a really young kid, and you know, it only screwed me up this much. So no, you know, I think if you're prone to being you know, it maybe is like an outlet for a thing where if you're damaged and you have some problems already and you're kind of nuts, then maybe it's a thing you get obsessively into and it can kind of warp you. I think you got to balance your life, but I don't think it was like I never wanted to go out and I mean, you know, kill people. Although I would sometimes think like, you know, like when I would play Quake for hours and hours on end. When that first came out, I'd be like looking at people in the street and be like, if I had a rocket launcher, I could get him right now. But I never acted on it. You know what I mean?
Now, we've definitely all done that after playing GTA. You're driving around, you're getting some good ideas.
You're like, I could just pull over and steal that car and beat up that guy.
All right. So, which movie do you want to see be made into a video game?
You know what? Movies that get made into video games a lot of times don't work. Like, Enter the Matrix was kind of cool in its own way, but it's still just kind of like... And they did good stuff where they integrated the story into the movies, but it's always just kind of like... You know, you're Spider-Man and you have to rescue Mary Jane, and you're kind of like, well, yeah, or they're just trying to, and movies from video games are really bad. Like they were going to make a Doom movie for a while, and I was like, well, what's the story? You're a space marine and you kill mutants? I mean, there's not really a story there. They're two different forms of entertainment. One really is a lean-back thing, and one's a lean-forward thing, and it's hard to get them to both work together. Usually the best video games are ones that are original ideas that don't have anything to do with movies or anything else.
So when you play video games, you're looking for a more open-ended experience than you're looking for in a movie.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a more open-ended experience, and you know, I like games where you can build your character too. Like I like Diablo because you can just constantly pick up new items and get better and better and better and better. And you know, I was like a 35th level dude in Diablo, but then I got online. Then there's always the guy who's level 70 and. No fun. All right, I got to go into a live feed. Nice talking to you guys.
Thanks, Ben.
Well, I'm glad the live feed takes precedence over us.
See, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Affleck is a nerd, just like us.
A nerd with more power, money, and hair than us.
I have hair.
Coming up, these women have one thing in common: debilitating back pain. Spoonerisms are fun with Madam Setzler and Organ Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay.
We all know that sometimes ladies in games are generously proportioned.
Yeah, they have big boobs. Scary, oversized twin Zeppelins flying in the sky boobs. Here's a closer look at that. As if you needed one. They're huge.
Yes, they are.
We all know what happens when game designers get giddy and create their own dream women.
Don't know what I was thinking of, but when I thought a guy like you could fall in love.
Okay, so they're not that hot, but give them a break. It's the early 90s.
Want a party?
But things get really weird when the lonely boys of the glowing screen decide to be clothing designers. This is when fantasy and fashion sense collide in horrible, terrible ways.
Trust me. It's just that I'm a mysterious and sexy woman with a slightly lawless aura.
I don't know if I'm getting lawless from spandex and feathers, but that's cool. Whatever floats your boat, my little chickadee. And while we're on the subject of Crimson C2, I've gotta ask, what's the purpose of those things on her shoulders?
You're gonna make me cry.
Yeah, whatever. Then there's this lady. I don't really know how that happened. There's a boy out there who just shared his very special fetish.
Get going.
You know what would have kept you warmer than a scarf? A shirt? Now, the fighting games have always seemed to have a lot of lovely ladies.
Fight!
Taki sure is well endowed. I'm surprised they had spandex in feudal Japan. Hang on. See? You can see her belly button. Anyway, I think we can all agree that it's not exactly as good as armor, and she could probably benefit from a plate mail sports bra. And oh, Ivy, why, oh why did they dress you like that? No woman would think that shirt is a good idea.
You win!
See? She would have won if she had been wearing clothes. Hey, lady, I think you forgot a pant leg. And while somehow these things seem to work in video games, these costumes rarely look good in real life. And everyone loves Cammy, right? She fights in a mock turtleneck G-string. Well, I feel like I like her less and less these days.
I guess we'll be taking this.
And while Yuna used to be a charmer, now she just gives me the chills. The Sudeki girls are hotties, I know.
You will burn in the Inferno.
But somehow they just don't make the jump to real life. I mean, these ladies look better than most, but they still just look sort of silly.
At least they know how to party.
I guess they do, if you call that a party.
There's nothing that you can do to change the way I feel.
So, to conclude, good. I don't know if I needed that, but okay. Good. Ah, bad.
Oh.
Yes, I know. We swear she's older than 18.
Oh.
I'm not the one who told her to dress up like a maypole.
Oh.
The point is, the ladies in these games need clothes. I mean, doesn't it get cold? Oh, snap out of it, Adam. It's not like you haven't seen it before.
But when you put them all together, it makes me feel dirty.
If you really want to feel dirty, read some viewer mail.
Today's email is from Nejda. He writes, I have searched the internet to see if Half-Life 2 was coming out on the Xbox. Some sites say yes, others say no. I'm confused.
Oh.
Can you please tell me if it's coming to the Xbox? Oh, Half-Life 2, what a tangled web you weave.
Yes.
Now, Half-Life 2, we thought was coming out last year on the PC.
Right.
It didn't.
No.
We like to think it's coming out this year on the PC.
We do.
But I don't think it is.
We'll
now,
see.
And then we also are hoping it's going to come out on the Xbox because they mentioned they would work on one.
Right, but of course now Valve is focused on getting the PC version out because that's taking them long enough. So who knows when we'll get to see an Xbox version. But you know what? We'll probably find out more at E3.
Yeah, at the rate this is going, I'm thinking it may not make this Xbox.
You're thinking that?
I'm thinking that.
All right, you're a little bit less optimistic than I am.
If you like to mull this over with other people who share your same problem, then come to our website at techtv.com/Xplay.
We also have a Mo blog there. We take pictures and send them to the website so you can see what we're doing all the time. Whose idea was that?
A bad idea.
Good night.
Why?
Today on Xplay, steroidal fun in ESPN Major League Baseball. Is that a pretty dude or a handsome lady in Bujingai? And we do the Monster Mash with Van Helsing. Scary kids, it's game time. Run for your lives! It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Yeah, I'm here. Better run.
Flee in terror. Hello and welcome to Xplay.
On today's show, we have the Van Helsing game.
More Fantasy Star Online. You like that?
A Japanese game based on a real-life superstar.
And we review the last Major League Baseball sim released this year. And we'll let you know which one of the big four you should buy.
And last but not least, because zombie-like hordes of people around the world are obsessed with it, Yu-Gi-Oh! For the first time, it's on the Xbox.
Yes. However, we begin with a game based on the new Van Helsing movie. Sure, games based on movies usually suck, but this one looks and plays an awful lot like Devil May Cry, and everyone liked that. Here's our preview of Van Helsing. In Van Helsing, you play, well, Van Helsing. Yet another hero to save us from the things that go bump in the night. Here's a little plot sum for you. During the late 19th century, famed monster hunter Dr. Gabriel Van Helsing heads to none other than Transylvania to battle Count Dracula, the Wolfman, and Frankenstein's monster.
My curse is to vanquish evil.
In the game, apparently, it's heaven's desire that you tangle with supernatural threats, granting them salvation in the form of a well-placed bullet. Well, if you can see who or what you're shooting at. The game starts in Paris during a raging battle with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Follow the twisted plotline, which tracks Dr. Van Helsing as he searches for clues regarding his mysterious past.
But if you pass this test of faith, he will help you rediscover your past.
Intense encounters with notorious baddies will be your reward. There are two distinct play variables in the game. During certain scenarios, you'll manage an inventory, solve puzzles, and leap around looking for hotspots and clues. The other half are showdowns with respawning foes like skeletons and gargoyles, who fall to earth and shatter if struck just right. Slaughter several baddies in sequence, and instant kill moves become available as a special bonus. Skirmishes with awe-inspiring bosses are all lengthy and difficult, and each involves a particular pattern memorization. Pitted against undead assailants and demons, these battles should severely tax anybody's skill behind the controller. Butchering demons isn't just entertaining, but profitable to boot. Glyphs retrieved from fallen foes are found by destroying scenery, yes, more barrels and crates, function as money in the game. Between each of the missions, you can spend your earnings on extra ammunition, health replenishment, and more powers. Exploring twisting alleyways, rumbling statues, and snowy outdoor landscapes, players must hunt down and kill evildoers at every turn. Ooh, twin ghosts. Scary. Creepy confrontations are the game's specialty, and it likely won't disappoint. chances are viewers will be pleasantly surprised by just how much atmosphere is in the setting. Borrowing heavily from the movie, the console conversion of the motion picture should score points for general spookiness.
There is nothing ladylike about her.
Will Van Helsing be the chart-topping terror its publisher hopes? We'll know for sure when the game ships this spring.
Sure, we hear the movie's worse than Jiggly, but the game has promise. Promise which we could easily rend to bits when we review it later this year.
Ah, the rending. We usually don't do any of it when it comes to Phantasy Star Online. Every time a new installment in the Phantasy Star saga is released, gamers the world over play it for months and months.
Now, the first Phantasy Star Online was an incredibly accessible online action RPG released on the Dreamcast.
And it was really the first title to popularize online gaming on the consoles. So with all this rich history and much beloved gameplay, what did the developers do when it came time to release the third installment?
Why, turn it into a card battle game, of course.
Yeah, it sounds stupid to us too. Here's our review of Phantasy Star Online 3, Card Revolution. God, it hurts to say that. Phantasy Star Online returns for a third installment, and this time, it's a card game? Card battling games are overtaking World War II as the most overused cliche in the gaming world. Yeah, hi, Japan? Yeah, I'm calling about all those card battling games you've been making recently. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! Anyway, Phantasy Star, right. Turns out that the inhabitants of Ragol have managed to use some weird technology to trap the essences of monsters and weapons in playing cards. The technology is called Compressed Alternate Reality Design, which makes the handy acronym CARD. Isn't that convenient? PSO3 is pretty light on setup. Just choose either heroic hunters or villainous arcs and get to shuffling. A series of missions and quests are available on the world map, and as a commander in the card ranks, it's your job to send the main characters, or deck leaders, out into the field to do battle. You can talk to them in the lobby beforehand, but they're all fairly cracked. Right. It's a card game and a civics course rolled into one. The deck leader is like the king in chess. If they die, you lose. That's where the cards come in.
Draw.
Hunters have weapon cards they equip to themselves. Arcs have monster cards they summon to do their bidding. The idea is to outmaneuver your opponent and kill them with cunning and clever card combat combos. Sound like fun? Not so fast. In fact, not fast at all. PSO3 moves painfully slow most of the time. Half the time you're just waiting around for someone to do something. However, the real deal killer here is the dice.
Start dice.
That's right. Not only do you have to draw randomly from your deck of cards, you have to roll dice at the beginning of every turn to determine if you can even use the cards in your hand. At the end of the match, you are rated on performance and you score some extra cards. Then you go back and play again. The real appeal of the game is online, of course, where you will often find people with literally thousands of games played. Dude, that's a lot of time spent waiting for other players' turns to end. PSO3 is almost a great game. There's a lot of strategy goodness to be had when the dice aren't getting in the way, but so much chance is involved that it often feels like you're relying on luck more than skill. A 3 out of 5. So basically, they took everything good about Phantasy Star Online and destroyed it. So thanks a lot, developers. Thanks for letting the Phantasy Star dream die.
So, Morgan, I liked your technique for dialing Japan.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, I know. Oh. Hello? Commercial break?
Coming up, dude looks like a lady in Bujinkai. They entered the Matrix and didn't like it. And Adam Zessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay. Yeah, we did.
We have a brand new game from Japan that was designed by the creators of Trigun and Cowboy Bebop.
It's working its way over to the States, but until it gets here, we have a sneak peek at the Japanese version.
Here's our preview of Bujingai, the Forsaken City. Uh-oh, it's the 23rd century and the Earth is being invaded by demons. Enter Lao Wang Yu to save the world in Bujingai. The distinctive look was designed in part by the creators of Cowboy Bebop and Trigun, and Lao's sword-swinging moves and aerial stunts are inspired by Hong Kong martial arts films. Lao does have some pretty nice moves, like walking on walls, gliding in the air, and some nice tricksy sword work.
It's time to play Bujin Guy or Bujin Girl.
Let's look at the evidence. I do believe Lao is wearing lipstick and eyeliner, which would say woman. But the cloud haircut and big sword scream girly boy. Still can't decide? I'll give you a minute. Bujingai seems at first a simple hack and slasher, but you can interrupt the basic attack with the triangle button and follow it up with a number of different attacks, like hitting demons into the air, or kicking them while sounding like an idiot. You also try to rack up hits for combo points. Now, Lao is not just a sword-wielding man-woman. He/she is also magic. Lao can unleash different projectile or spin attacks by channeling inner energy.
Bujin Guy or Bujin Girl.
Is that an Adam's apple or just a prominent trachea? And the clothes are pretty androgynous. She/he's definitely not as pretty as this nice lady. But dude, that can't be a guy. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Lao is based on an actual Japanese pop star. Other welcome features include a lock-on targeting system and a role-playing aspect of leveling up attacks. Bujingai has a sense of style that's sadly absent from many hack-and-slash titles, and the effortless control rivals the best in the genre.
Bujin Guy or Bujin Girl.
Have you all made your wagers? Lao is a man!
Yeah!
He's modeled after real-life recording artist Gakt Kamui, the Japanese equivalent of Boy George. Yes, his name is Gakt. G-A-C-K-T. Is Bujingai one for the Gakt Kamui fangirl, or boy, legion? Or are there enough stylish moves for the American hack-and-slasher? And will Lao's enigmatic gender send gamers into apoplectic fits of vague discomfort? Find out when we review the final version of Bujingai soon.
Okay, it's a dude, but his name is Gakt? Gakt?
Yes, Gakt Kamui.
I don't know, well, Gakt is a pretty man, and that's an asset everywhere but prison.
You know, I actually think Bujingai will do well here, since the androgynous fellows of the Final Fantasy series are very popular in the States. But in retrospect, I don't think any gamers are threatened by gender-bending people, nor should they be. And now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Amen. I wear a skirt on this show on a regular basis, and am entirely confident in my masculinity, and only sighted people are troubled by that.
Up next, that's not pine tar, that's steroids in ESPN Major League Baseball. Now, childproof for your family's protection, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
And I'm not worried about the children. Welcome back to Xplay.
Now it's finally time to review the last of this year's baseball sims.
Yes, we've seen the good.
EA's MVP Baseball 2004.
The pretty good.
999 Sports MLB 2005.
And the not so good.
All-Star Baseball 2005.
Now we finally have the last baseball sim of the season. Will it be better than EA's MVP Baseball? Here's a review of ESPN Major League Baseball.
Burns is back at the warning track at the wall. It's gone!
It's baseball season, which means thousands of fans go into their local stadium to watch two guys play catch 80 frickin' times. It, however, also means gamers get a whole new lot of great games. Today, we take a look at Sega's new release, ESPN Major League Baseball. The most notable improvement in ESPN is the pitching system. Feeling the heat from the pesky upstart known as MVP baseball, Sega has dropped the cursor-based system in favor of a more natural timing-based interface.
First pitch, a slider in there, 0-1.
In addition, Sega has added the ability to pitch and hit from a first-person perspective.
Swings, it misses it.
Whether this is a, quote, improvement, end quote, is debatable. The only person that could hit a homer from this angle, Sammy Sosa, after an innocent tour of a bottling plant. Though we like the new pitching system as a whole, it is more difficult. Players must aim their pitches blind using the analog controller's vibration as feedback. Any rumble means the pitch is targeted out of the strike zone.
Strike one.
That's how you mix things up out there.
You can, of course, boost the effect by combining metal, water, and electrical socket. See our website for details. If you are familiar with last year's version, you know what to expect in this one. A deep lineup of game modes and a boatload of options and tweaks. As a rookie GM, you are ultimately judged on how well you complete a laundry list of long and short-term objectives. Make it happen, or pick up your last paycheck.
Now timeout is called, and we're going to have a visit to the mound.
Despite the numerous modes and options, there are some things missing. For starters, a vendor mode giving gamers a chance to lease a concession stand. Also missing is a Roid-On option, giving select players the ability to remain at full strength for an entire season.
This one's in there, and let's see how far he'll push it.
Where is he? Giants fans? Despair. As anticipated, there is a big piece missing, namely Barry Bonds. Gamers can create their own Barry Bonds, but what a hassle. I mean, at some point, you might as well just go outside and play the damn game for real. Overall, Sega has delivered an otherwise impressive baseball package that would have rated higher if it weren't for some stiff competition.
Now a swing and a ball hit foul.
In order to reclaim the top spot in the rotation, the developer should focus on further improving the batter-pitcher interface and fielding system. From the booth, for the Xplay team, I'm Adam Sessler, giving ESPN Major League Baseball a 3 out of 5.
Struck him out as well.
So it turns out EA's MVP Baseball is the best of the baseball sims.
What's remarkable, however, is how unexpectedly good 989 Sports MLB 2005 turned out to be. We've given developers 989 a lot of crap on this show, but we're actually very impressed by this year's edition of their game.
Good job. And if EA weren't such a juggernaut, we probably, I thought I would never say this, be recommending you pick up a 989 Sports game this year.
Now, of course, if you want arcade-style baseball, you'll be wanting to wait for our review of MLB Slugfest. It's the baseball game where players punch each other and burst into flames.
Just like in real life.
Coming up, children rejoice, adults weep. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Destiny. Never give up, never surrender. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That's uplifting. I mean, unless you suck. Welcome back to Xplay. We've come to the moment that the nerdiest among you have been waiting for.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, once again, it's time to engage in heated battle with a deck of playing cards.
It's like bridge for people who aren't old.
Well, guess what, Yu-Gi-Oh fans? For the first time ever, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh game for the Xbox.
I know. Try to contain your excitement.
Oh, yes, this is our review of Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Destiny.
It's a card-crazy world, game fans. Cards that tell your future. Cards that remove money from your future. Naughty cards, greeting cards, business cards, and most notably for this review, monster cards. Deal me in, Yu-Gi-Oh! What, no explosions? No airborne appendages? The character-driven, plot-oriented action of the animated series seems to have left its wallet in El Segundo when it comes to lending any excitement to Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Destiny for the Xbox. You can play a computer opponent, enter a campaign to achieve card-slinging greatness, or deal in a pal in multiplayer option as you'd expect. What's not present is any Xbox Live support, which could have opened the table up to global competition. Fans of Yu-Gi-Oh! Won't be disappointed when it comes to the card artwork and monster background info. Animations and battle option could have used a scotch more dynamic action. As the most exciting visual element of the game, it doesn't exactly illustrate monster fight and mayhem very well now, does it? Dawn of Destiny misses an opportunity to exploit the card gaming genre into something more visually appealing than the Coral Gables Ladies Bridge Cotillion. The robot opponent can be quite chatty.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Robot. That's not a good enough argument to sway the majority into thinking of this as a spectator sport.
Strategy is left intact, and your deck can potentially take hours to assemble.
Ancient primal drums beat out the rhythms of impending conflict. The crimson glue that binds man, beast, and magician flows from screaming mouths as might clashes with destiny on the fields of despair. And then
it's back to the deck for some new cards.
Awesome.
The game can be a decent platform for learning the mechanics of Yu-Gi-Oh! Card gaming, which the developer hopes will drive you to the card store for a long, obsessive life of collecting all the bric-a-brac and gewgaws associated with the franchise. At the end of the anime rainbow, though, Yu-Gi-Oh! Games are for die-hard fans of the genre, and this incarnation won't do much to propel the idea any further than that core group. This is the only collectible card gaming experience on the Xbox, but with few visual enhancements and dull gameplay, we can only fold. We give it a 2 out of 5.
That's a shocker.
Please, please, please don't make any more card battle games. You already killed Phantasy Star Online by making it a card battle game. Don't make us suffer any further.
Okay, well, Morgan and I don't like card battle games.
No, we don't.
We do recognize that many of you do, and that's why we continue to torture ourselves by playing them on your behalf.
You monsters!
How about some viewer mail?
Fine, whatever. Just as long as it isn't about card battles.
It's not. Today's email is actually rather special.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Now, a while ago, we did a preview of MLB Slugfest, and one of the in-game ads is for the Wiener Nut.
Okay, now what I wanted to know is, what the hell is a Wiener Nut?
Well, today's viewer mail brings answers, not questions. It's from Randy Stocky, who is the master programmer, probably a few quotes there, at Midway Games. He worked on MLB Slugfest, and he writes, as creator of the Wiener Nut, I will answer your question of what a Wiener Nut is. It is a hot dog in the shape of a donut. When you cook it, the hole in the middle becomes a reservoir for cheese, mustard, relish, or onions. For a flavorful bite, yum. Randy, you got too much time in your hands.
And yet the Wiener Nut does sound delicious.
It actually does. I mean, because I like meaty treats.
Yes, but it'd have to have a really small hole, otherwise the condiments would just go right through the middle.
Well, it could also maybe have like holes inside the hole, so you can like put in like a little bit of relish, a little bit of mustard.
It had a flat part on the bottom, and then it had more of a divot than a hole.
You guys, what do you think a Wiener Nut should really look like? Write us at the show.
TechTV.com/Xplay. You can find message boards there, or you can email us.
Wiener Nuts.
Good night.
Today on Xplay, hot mech-on-mech action in Steel Battalion Line of Contact. Spine-snapping fun in Siphon Filter. And family entertainment in McFarlane's Evil Prophecy. It's game time. We've slashed their wardrobe budget and passed the savings on to you. It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
It explains a lot, doesn't it?
Like this sting right
here.
Hello and welcome to Xplay.
On today's show, we have Mech Warriors.
An explosive new Bomberman game.
A Japanese RPG full of demons and questionable content.
Todd McFarlane's latest foray into video games.
And later in the show, the newest Siphon Filter game. This time it's on the PS2, and whether you're a fan of the series or you just like online gaming, you will want to see our review.
But we begin with the sequel to 2002's Steel Battalion.
In case you missed the first Steel Battalion, it had what was both the coolest and the nerdiest peripheral in video game history.
If you don't know what we're talking about, you will soon. Here's a review of Steel Battalion, Line of Contact.
In 2002, insane mech fans with overstuffed wallets shelled out $200 for Steel Battalion and its absurd controller. Now, Steel Battalion Line of Contact gives you a reason to pull that twin-stick beast out of the closet. Online play.
Hi, Adam.
Ah, when'd you come here? Where'd you get that?
I got it today.
Your buttons are blue. Second edition, loser!
I don't know. I think green buttons are so predictable. I mean, you look at a giant robot and you're like, yeah, green buttons in there, no doubt. But blue buttons, blue is unexpected. Blue is a shade you don't expect when you climb into a giant robot. I mean, it's unique in its blueness.
Change places.
Change places now! Armed with cool blue buttons, it's time to tackle the Xbox Live hordes. Line of Contact is online only and cannot be played without the Steel Battalion controller. That said, there's a surprisingly active community of players out there. For practice, Free Battle lets you play in various types of conquest and battle royale games. Here you can experiment with different mechs to find a vertical tank, or VT, that's right for you. Lighter mechs can be trampled by the heavy hitters. But skillful piloting can make all the difference against even the most heavily armored behemoth. Remember to check your 6, though. Watch out for those long-range mortars, too. When you've gained some confidence, you can hit campaign mode, where wins and losses count towards a virtual war that plays out over the course of several real-life weeks. There are several nice touches in Line of Contact, especially the ability to use custom logos on the VT. Here we have absolute proof that Hello Kitty is paid. Still, while the first game had a wide variety of missions, Line of Contact is pretty much just killing the other players over and over. The excitement wears off rapidly after the 40th deathmatch. Even worse, simply maintaining connection can be a problem. If more than 6 people are in a game, chances are it'll disconnect everyone instead of starting up. Since a lot of the maps are designed with 10 players in mind, this leads to serious balance problems. If you manage to find a group with superior connection speeds, things are relatively smooth. Otherwise, you're in for some severe lag. Oh! Steel Battalion Line of Contact should have been a Mech Junkie's dream game, and occasionally something totally awesome happens. Boom! Even flat on my back, I am lethal! But the repetition and the technical problems are just unforgivable in a game that essentially costs $300 to play. We give it a 2 out of 5.
So is the Hello Kitty mech yours?
I wish. Wow. Listen, this game is expensive. It's also buggy.
And if a girl sees you playing it, it's detrimental to your sex life.
But if you have the money to burn, it's also a unique gaming experience.
So on lonely nights, why not curl up with a giant gaming peripheral and a steaming cup of hot death? I certainly do.
I thought it was a steaming cup of gin.
No, gin is for babies. Keeps them quiet.
I always thought bourbon worked better.
Oh, enough parenting tips that open us up to lawsuits. Our next game is the latest installment in the long-running Bomberman series.
And it only costs $20, which means impoverished gamers who couldn't afford Steel Battalion can actually play it.
As though that were any consolation.
Here's our review of Bomberman Jetters.
It's hard not to love a little guy with a TV for a head who enjoys making things blow up. Bomberman, the bold-headed wonder, has been around a long time, and it's interesting to see how little things have changed since the original Bomberman game.
Ready? Start!
As a follow-up to the GameCube's Bomberman Generations, Bomberman Jetters is definitely not taking any chances in breaking the mold of the earlier titles.
White Bomber, you only have to carry on until we get there.
But hey, if it ain't broke, why fix it? But hey, if you're not fixing it, what's the point of even making another game? In this latest incarnation, the Hige Hige bandits are planning to crash an artificial comet into the home of all good little Bombermen, Planet Bomberman.
There's an emergency assignment. Investigate immediately.
On our way there now.
Like it matters what the plot is. The single-player adventure gameplay boils down to running around, throwing bombs, blowing up bad guys, and finding power-ups. Visually, Jetters looks identical to Generations, which is now about 2 years old. The cel-shaded graphics are still amusing and vibrant, but the action simply isn't as impressive looking as other action-adventure games. The audio, however, is actually painful. The music is simplistic as well, and the sound effects mainly consist of, well, exploding bombs and weird springy noises. The core of Bomberman that endears it to players is still the multiplayer. Without a doubt, the one-screen, old-school four-way action is still as fun as it was back in '89. Oh yeah! Although it has added several game mode variations, including this kitty litter-looking stage. Die-hard Bomberman fans might appreciate this more of the same approach, but overall, it seems clear that Hudson Soft is really running out of ideas for their aging bomb-crazy hero. We give Bomberman Jetters a 2 out of 5. Kaboom!
Oh, how aptly titled you are, Bomberman.
So that game wasn't very good, but stay with us because later we have Siphon Filter, the Omega Strain.
Plus horny demons. And I'm not talking about Adam.
Why?
Coming up, meeting special new friends in Nocturne. Backed by contractual obligation, it's Adam Zetzler and Morgan Webb.
No comment. Welcome back to Xplay, the show that keeps two professional nerds off unemployment.
I resent the implication that I'm a nerd. But, I actually really need to go charge the batteries in my lightsaber real quick. Okay?
Well, you know what? Just hold your Jedi powers. Want to introduce the next game? Darth Morgan?
Fine. It's a long-running RPG series in Japan set in post-apocalyptic Tokyo.
Wow, post-apocalyptic Tokyo!
Yeah.
Again! Hello, has anyone heard of Akira?
Well, okay, anyway, the latest installment in this series is headed to the US of A. Here's our preview of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
What?
Fans of epic anime classics like Akira and The Legend of the Overfiend, rejoice! Your game has arrived. These films envision the world's future as a dystopic battleground, where the comfort of our reality belches skyward in an orgiastic chaos of demonic warfare. And now, with the domestic release of Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, it's your turn to put the falling world into the place of your choosing. Megami Tensei roughly translates into True Goddess Reincarnation. The series has been a wildly popular RPG in Japan, reaching back to the original NES gaming system. The game blends the occult with Eastern and Western religious symbology, something sure to snit the brow of the conservative right. But who cares? They're not playing, you are. And as far as we can see, these elements contribute to a fascinating level of gaming depth. A curious group of aging hip folk have called forth the doom days known as the Conception. I don't think this little dude is the father. That's a stinger. Anyway, the Conception, as we all know from Biology 101, is followed by gestation. And this game, fan, is where you come in. With the world up in the air, it will be your job to align yourself with demons to decide the new world's outcome. There are no clear-cut good and evil choices here. You'll discover a more subtly shifting paradigm of viewpoints that directly affect the outcome of the game or future of the world. In true anime style, our world is placed in the questionable hands of a gaggle of disenfranchised hipsters who cell phone and rumor you towards clues for progress. After you finish with the brothers and sisters of mercy here, the real challenge of the game begins as you negotiate alliances and agreements with demons, creating strategic partnerships to confront greater evil to come. There are over 100 demons to fight and customize throughout the game, so polish your noggin for some strategic planning. Besides garnering powers and elements from team members, you'll also play upon your own little internal demon known as the Magatama. These are parasitic insects that respond to your performance and alter your power and appearance as you progress throughout the game. Though Nocturne is a turn-based fighting system, there's so much more involved in the game's mechanics. The artwork is beautiful and the story changes in fascinating directions. We'll be looking forward to its release in fall 2004.
Well, at least it isn't tentacle porn.
You have to admire our restraint with regard to the Conception jokes. For once, I feel like we chose the less obvious and less crass road with regard to the prurient material.
Yeah, and then we showed a demon with a giant horn in its crotch.
Touché.
Coming up, somehow we're not surprised that McFarlane's Evil Prophecy has a chainsaw. Because we're on a budget. It's Adam Zetzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay. Later in the show, we have the highly anticipated new Siphon Filter game. But first, we have a little something from Todd McFarlane.
McFarlane, the creator of Spawn, was not content with making millions in the comic book industry, so he decided to design his own line of collectible toys.
And lo, the fanboys did buyeth them! One figure to play with and one to keepeth in the package so that they might reselleth it for a profit on eBay.
Now he's made a game based on the action figures. Of course, we all know how those Spawn games turned out.
They sucked. Sorry, something in my throat. They sucked. Anyway, here's our preview of McFarlane's Evil Prophecy.
So here's one. What does Frankenstein's monster, Dracula, the Wolfman, assorted zombies, the Mummy, and toy maker Todd McFarlane have in common? If you said plans for frightening women,
just kill her and get her done with. Matter of fact, good riddance.
Well, that's probably not too far from the truth. But the answer we're looking for is they've all turned up in the most recent version of Todd McFarlane's Evil Prophecy. Yep, the comic book artist who created Spawn foresees a bad moon rising. The kind of moon that brings out werewolves, zombies, and perhaps even more terrifying, the dreaded Fishmen. Vile, slippery creatures from the deep that combine the worst half of fish with the worst half of man-folk. Sure, it's a very specific prophecy, but he should know. Todd created it himself based on his Monsters action figure series. We're predicting a whole lot of button mashing. And maybe even a few calluses. Yep, I foresee there's probably going to be blisters. So, stop me if you've heard this one. A barrel-chested pirate with a peg leg and a voodoo shaman run into a blonde at the lair of a mad scientist. Actually, I'm not sure how the rest of that joke should go, but after some decidedly unfunny dialogue, the foursome sets out to give the rising evil forces a good old-fashioned beatdown. Each character will have several different combo attacks that they can use to smack around the assorted minions of darkness. And using the directional pad, you'll be able to switch to any different member of the team on the fly, even if it is only for some much-needed variety. Every once in a while, you have to backtrack or run an errand to find boards to lay across a chasm, but so far this seems more a small annoyance than a puzzle. Luckily, your fiend-fighting fisticuffs will gradually improve with repeated use. Correction, lots of repeated use. Additionally, you'll be able to attack with a weapon, be it pistols, or simply Sendino's voodoo boomerang of doom. And occasionally, your team may stumble across a box of flamethrowers. Or the ever-useful chainsaw. But mostly, well, I think you're getting the idea. Plus, the developer promises to show us a bit more depth with cooperative attacks and a relationship between the various magical elements before the game ships. We'll see if all the button mashing can come together into a solid game when the prophecy is supposed to be fulfilled, sometime this summer. Watch out for the full review. If you dare.
Here's my Evil Prophecy. The game's not going to be very good.
Of course, a lot of things could change for the better between now and the release date, and we'll be sure to give you our honest opinion when McFarlane's latest comes out.
And how can it not be a winner? It has the Fishman.
Coming up, Gabe Logan reveals his thoughts about Xplay in Siphon Filter, the Omega Strain.
This threat is growing.
Who let the nerds out? Why, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb, that's who.
Again, I object to being categorized as a nerd.
So did you get this new batteries in your lightsaber yet?
Yes.
Welcome back to Xplay.
Now we've come to the moment you've all been waiting for, Siphon Filter.
This is, of course, the fourth Siphon Filter game, but it's the first one made for the PS2.
And with a new online component, this installment promises to take the franchise to strange new places.
Here's a review of Siphon Filter, the Omega Strain.
Master counter-terrorist Gabe Logan returns in the latest installment of Sony's venerated Siphon Filter series. Siphon Filter, the Omega Strain. And frankly, with the way he rambles, even we can't figure out why.
Mara. He needs her. Trust her is using her.
But why?
I don't know yet. But if we follow the trail of corpses, we'll find Mara. Once we find her, we'll find him.
Gabe is now head of his own agency, still tracking the pesky all-consuming virus that first appeared in the original Siphon Filter.
This threat is growing. We're the only ones who have a chance to stop it.
Yeah, we got it now, Gabe.
Thanks.
You'll play a grunt quickly rising through the ranks, earning commendations and serious firepower. You'll be blasting and sneaking through 18 levels. You'll also die like a ballerina. You begin by following the directions of your rather irritable new boss.
Remember, let me do the talking.
I'm just trying to explain the plot.
You're running out of time. Pick up the pace.
Okay. The options for character creation are impressive, as you can see by my hunky Sessler clone. Buns of steel, I tell you. Dashing through a militarized zone in record time isn't the only way to win the game. Using basic skills in the course of play, combat, sharpshooting and the like, result in better skills and new weapons to use them with. Oh, thank God the police are here. Ow, no.
Whoops.
It's the multiple approaches that make Siphon Filter fun. You can use stealth one time and non-stop offense the next. Is your back supposed to bend like that? Combine the game's notable difficulty with a high learning curve, and there's some frustration as well. But the rewards are worth the effort. Only by completing a difficult and esoteric set of objectives can you actually wipe out the Omega Strain. Wait, perform autopsy? I'm not really qualified to do that. Thank God this guy's already dead. Surprisingly, this is the series' debut on the PS2, and a long development cycle has given the game a distinctive look. The characters are detailed in huge set pieces like a giant subway crash pepper the levels, creating instantly memorable experiences. Whoa. For future reference, running directly into the fire is a bad idea. While the character interludes are designed only for solo play, most missions can be tackled alone or with an online crew of up to 3 people. And that we wanted to show you some online play, as of our taping date, we couldn't get any footage.
I know what you want, but it's not always about what you want, is it, Mihai?
I guess not. Of course, the game is more difficult solo. I mean, really difficult. Even without the attraction of online play, the Omega Strain would be a winner thanks to its tough, smart missions and huge reward system. It's so difficult, it's kind of beautiful. Siphon Filter's appeal is contagious. We give the Omega Strain a 4 out of 5.
Now, in the online missions, full voice chat is supported, though it does not always work flawlessly.
But since Siphon Filter's reward system, which gives you new weapons and medals, is often key to mission completion times, the multiplayer advantage is huge.
In fact, nailing 100% game completion can only be done by playing online, though about 80% can be covered alone by a skilled player.
And as you can see by the montage of our avatars getting blown up in the game, we aren't exactly skilled yet.
And I probably never will be. Now, normally right now we'd open up some viewer mail, but a lot of the time we get questions about technical terms. We aren't qualified to answer them.
So to explain one of these terms, we went straight to one of our top experts.
Filtering is used to make 2D textures look better in 3D space. There are 3 main types of filtering. Bilinear filtering approximates texture gaps by sampling the color of the 4 adjacent texels. Trilinear filtering expands upon bilinear filtering by averaging a second bitmap level into the interpolation. Anisotropic filtering offers a more accurate way of depicting oblique angled textures. The most hardware-intensive of the 3, anisotropic filtering, is a non-square interpolation method, taking information from multiple texels on one side and fewer on the other. Roar.
Oh God!
It's all very clear to me now.
Agreed.
For more information on any of the games you saw today, please visit our website.
techtv.com/xplay.
There's many good things there.
Yes, you can see Adam getting beat up by a lot of things. We have outtakes there. We also have full reviews. of any of the games that you saw on today's site, or if you're curious about any other game, you can go to our website and look up in our archives.
Except for like chess, that's not there. Or
We
checkers,
give chess a
or
5.
Chinese checkers. That's
Good
not
night.
there. Today on Xplay, we've got trailers. C-Link ride a pretty pony. Uggle giant bunny women in Final Fantasy XII. And check out the sexy singles of Resident Evil 4. Yummy!
It's game time.
Hey, that's my line! Culturally relevant as hee-haw, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hello, and welcome to Xplay's Rest and Relaxation episode.
We just got back from E3, the biggest video game event in the world, and we're worn out. So today, we ask that you find a happy place within yourself as we bring you trailers of the biggest upcoming games the industry has to offer.
So light a scented candle, put some lavender in your bathtub, and crank up the Enya CD, because today is all about video game zen.
So whether you're living in a townhouse
Or a double wide trailer with a Skinner sticker on the septic tank.
we've got something for you, like the soothing gurgle of Doom 3,
Blood Rain 2.
Silent Hill 4,
And even some games that aren't sequels.
like Final Fantasy 12. But we start the show off with one of the biggest surprises of E3.
Link. He got hot. Like Orlando Bloom in a stupid hat hot. Here's the new and impossibly pretty Legend of Zelda. Aw, Link got a pony.
Yes, he did. And the horse-based combat is one of the major innovations in this game.
Horses are pretty.
This marks another departure from the unique look of Wind Waker and a return to the style used in Ocarina of Time.
And it has ponies.
Yes, and while it's no Barbie horse adventure, the new Zelda is one of the most highly anticipated games in Nintendo's lineup.
Sure, Zelda won't be released until 2005, but this next game comes out very soon, and it's full of magical metal horses.
Called Cars. Here's Driver 3.
My name is Mucho miles are dealing. Second-hand and body lotion cars you bring me. No money, no respect. We'll see how much you like it when we break your legs. I said, hang on, wait on. Call up the Alsatian, I got a solution. You need a car wash, I'll pay my debts off. Mucho, what do you say? I'm just a boy from the city. I'll take you down to the city. I got 24 hours, one used car and $4 to find. Yeah, I'm just a boy from the city. I'll take you down to the city. I'm just a boy from the city. I'll take you down to the city.
You know, it's looking a lot like GTA this time around because you can play on foot and shoot people. So relaxing.
Of course, if seeing sequel after knockoff is getting old, you can always play our next game.
Here's our first look at the uniquely weird Under the Skin.
That was odd.
It was odd, but there's actually an entire Resident Evil themed level in Under the Skin.
And speaking of that game, later in the show we have the full-length Resident Evil 4 trailer. That's right, the game we voted best of E3 2004. So don't leave us, please.
Coming up, fear, loathing, and giant baby heads. Tighten your girdle and fire your shotgun in the air. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay's Rest and Relaxation episode, where we show you trailers of upcoming games because we're too cheap to produce new content.
Now, of course, there's also a huge clamoring demand to see these games, and we have never been ones to disappoint our fans.
Except in all those other episodes.
Well, fortunately, disappointment is nothing new to Doom 3 fans.
In the time it's taken for this game to be released, many gamers have married, divorced, given birth to children, built vast corporate empires, and waited for Half-Life 2 to come out.
Now, the folks at id swear up and down that it'll be out later this year. And you know what? We'll believe it when we see it. Here's the latest look at Doom 3.
Love that frame rate.
Can't Space Marines go anywhere without encountering hostile alien forces? Maybe they're going to the wrong planet. They should try Endor. The Ewoks are annoying, but at least they don't, like, spit acid.
Enough about the Ewoks. Here's Blood Rain 2.
My, well, she certainly isn't shy.
Left that little vampire and her lack of modesty. Oh, bless her.
Now, in case you were feeling turned on by that, here's a trailer for Silent Hill 4 that'll crush your libido, you horny little bastards.
Nine Inch Nails, someone stole your video and put giant baby heads in it. No.
Oh, don't let that impressive Silent Hill 4 trailer bum you out, because later we have nihilistic zombies in Resident Evil 4.
And that's totally upbeat.
They're great.
Up next, we have questions for Square Enix. Okay, that's one of them. More fun than rolling an iron hoop with a stick. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
But it's close. Welcome back to Xplay, the show where we give you newborn game trailers and then make fun of them.
So sit back and relax, because we have games from Square, the people who brought us Final Fantasy, and who know how to take us to magical worlds.
And populate them with really annoying characters, like the guy in this trailer for Star Ocean.
You know what? We don't know who the hell that guy is either, but I'm betting the Final Fantasy fans will love him.
Almost as much as we love Max. Here's Front Mission 4.
Or it could be a trap.
Switching to emergency jump.
Follow two heroes in two distinct storylines. Customize Vanzers, command forces, and combine maneuvers on the field of battle.
Come on, come on. Who wants to die first?
Oh God, not her again.
Sir, the enemy is headed towards you at incredible speed.
There's not enough time for the other units to arrive.
You cannot stop them by yourself, Lieutenant Brennan. Fall back.
It looks like the Durango are on their way here. It seems that they and I are destined to meet. Unravel a dark conspiracy that threatens to ignite a global war. Damn it! The chain of command's gone to hell! Let no one leave here alive, including the governor.
You know, it's great to know that Siegfried and Roy are piloting Max now.
You know, hey, lady with the blonde hair, pick an accent. Anyway, this is the first Front Mission game for the PS2, and boy, is some fanboy out there excited. This guy with 40 Gundam models on your desk? I'm talking to you.
And it wouldn't be Square Enix without a new Final
Fantasy 12. Don't go away. When we come back, we have the full-length trailer of the game we voted Best of E3. And here's a hint, it doesn't have giant bunny women in it.
Oh, shucks.
In a moment, zombies, just like Mom used to make them in Resident Evil 4. Two people who know how to beat a dead horse. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay's Rest and Relaxation Special, where we show you the previews of the biggest upcoming games in the industry. Because we're too tired from E3 to do anything else.
And I'm taking a nap. But that's after now, because we come at last to the holy grail of E3, the game that has everybody talking.
The game that won our Best of E3 award.
The game that finally has no bad camera angles.
Yay!
Resident Evil 4.
"6 years have passed since that horrendous incident. I received special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Coño, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. Who are these people? Vayan por detrás. Small world, eh? Well, you know.
Don't worry. She's cool.
There's supposed to be some kind of obvious symptom before you turn into one of them anyway.
You all right?
I'm fine. Just leave me alone. Leon!
Okay, it's game time.
Resident Evil 4.
Wow. Their disembodied voice could totally beat up our disembodied voice.
They've completely revolutionized this title. New controls, new graphics, new engine. It's pretty.
And for more information, visit our website, g4techtv.com/xplay.
So I'm kind of like a zombie with good skin, right?
Yes. Doesn't Adam look pretty in his mask?
Yeah.
Next it's going to get hard and crusty.
What?
Yeah, and then you can't talk that much.
But then I'm not relaxing if I can't
plan. But I am.
Oh.
It's
transforming.
Today on Xplay, admire unique new species and then kill them in Monster Hunter. Tanks go boom in Desert Rats versus Africa Corps. And this date goes badly in Star Ocean 3. Whatever floats your boat, it's game time. Now, with less profanity than Glengarry Glen Ross, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
You know, all train carpet smell vaguely. Anyway.
Hello and welcome to Xplay, the show that routinely features ninjas, World War II, and vicious monsters.
Monsters like me.
Yes. Today's show has all three of them space.
We have a new RPG from the people who brought us Final Fantasy.
A World War II strategy game that doesn't take place in Germany.
A Samurai Slash Fest.
And a new online game that has people in Japan completely addicted. Monster Hunter.
I wonder what they hunted at.
I don't know.
Plus, later in the show, the sequel to Pro Race Driver and Yoshi from Screensavers will be here to show us his elaborate racing simulator.
But we begin with the show with a new role-playing game from Square Enix, a.k.a. the Final Fantasy people.
It's the first time the Star Ocean series has been on the PlayStation 2.
I know you're excited. Here's our preview of Star Ocean 3 for the PS2.
If there's one thing we can say about Square Enix, it's that they know games. Specifically, big, sprawling RPG games. And they're no stranger to cutesy either. That said, I'd like to direct your attention towards their latest big, sprawling, cutesy RPG title, Star Ocean Till the End of Time.
This here's Lord Norton's turf, so beat it or else.
At first glance, it looks to be the kind of game you might get if the nerdy birdies from the Anime Expo, Gen Con, the Star Trek convention all got together and made their perfect game. And who wouldn't want to play that? The game will take us far in the future, where man has colonized the deepest reaches of space and freely roams the stars. But life among the stars isn't all sunny alien beaches, even though that's where we meet our hero Fate, Line God, and his oh-so-perky cousin Sophia. So, even though we're at the onset of an interstellar war, Fate spends his days playing video games, chumming around with circus freaks, and getting hit on by the occasional big-eyed hottie.
How would you like to come up to my room for a little drinky?
But before you can say wham bam thank you blue-haired guy, their resort comes under attack from mysterious forces. After a couple of escapes and crash landings, Fate ends up separated from the ones he loves.
So this is Vanguard 3.
So who are the attackers and what do they want? The answer to these questions will lead Fate on an epic, multi-planet spanning quest, during which he'll meet all sorts of interesting characters, kill all sorts of interesting aliens, and maybe even find out a little bit about himself.
Here we go, guys. Get a move on.
Take 'em on.
Battles are frantic, real-time affairs. Every character has a number of long-range and short-range attacks available to them, in addition to the usual spells, items, and attack techniques. When you're not directly controlling a character, the game's AI will take over, fighting according to the general guidelines you set. It should also be noted that this is the director's cut of the original game released a year ago in Japan. So, in addition to expanding the already enormous quest with new areas and, oh, so lengthy cutscenes, the game adds a few other new features, including a versus fighting mode and some of the longest dramatic pauses ever found in a video game.
Jeez.
Just kidding.
Basically, Star Ocean is set to please any RPG or anime fan worth his or her weight in full. Throughout this summer, this is definitely one game to keep an eye on.
Okay, I guess I'll get some sleep.
What's up with all the S&M whipping? I mean, the game was all like cute and whatever, and then did an Al Pacino and Cruiser thing.
Yeah, well, the Square people, they kind of like to make their characters suffer. Aerith dies in Final Fantasy VII, Squall gets stabbed with an icicle in 8. There's the whole Titus thing in 10.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But if cuddly Japanese teens being beaten isn't your cup of tea, but it's a tasty cup, I gotta say, you should try playing a World War II strategy game. Why not play it, huh?
There are already, so many of them, like Commandos and Silent Storm.
Yeah, but this one, it takes place in Africa.
Well, that's dramatically different.
Come on, this is our review of Desert Rat versus Africa Corps.
Any news about the teammates?
World War II is no stranger to the various video gaming arenas.
Bloody waste of talent.
That said, I guess it was only a matter of time before we'd see a game based on the conflict in Northern Africa. And presto! Desert Rats vs. Africa Corps fits that bill. Unfortunately, the game is a mixed bag of reasonably satisfying gameplay, peppered with an absolutely ridiculous storyline. So, stop me if you've heard this one. A French legionnaire, an English POW, and a tough-as-nails GI run into a Nazi they used to compete with in the Olympics on their way to catch a ride from a token love interest. Actually, I'm not exactly sure where I was going with that one. Suffice to say, however, that is the not too well thought out premise behind Desert Rats vs. Africa Corps.
No, left, hard left, you idiot, before we...
So, all poorly voiced melodramatic cutscenes aside,
You all right?
Desert Rats is a tactical combat game that includes 2 story-driven campaigns, one each for the Axis and Allied sides of the historical conflict in Africa. Each side has a huge array of units and support items like tanks, transport vehicles, artillery, and bunkers. Plus, the graphic design on all of the units remains impressive even on close inspections. The 2 campaigns are tied together by the relationship between the opposing commanders, who appear as special hero units during the actual game. Most missions are slow crawls through enemy territory, pitting your mobile forces against thoroughly entrenched enemies. But more often than not, the objective satisfying climactic battle is going to be a pitched tank encounter. Now, as rapid and confusing as infantry combat can be, tank battles are a slow and ponderous affair. This nod towards realism is understandable, but the resulting gameplay leaves something to be desired. The combination of slowness, minimal mission briefing, and unforgiving difficulty means that you may have to play each scenario at least twice. Once simply to get the lay of the land, and again to see your enemy driven before you and to hear the lamentations of their women.
Units are under attack.
As a purely tactical combat game, Desert Rats vs. Africa Corps offers a wide variety of units and strategies, but this is counterbalanced by the unforgiving difficulty and somewhat monotonous battles. And did I mention the terrible storyline?
Bloody waste of talent.
Still, we give Desert Rats vs. Africa Corps a passable 3 out of 5.
Let's
Okay, you want a good World War II game? Then stick to the first-person shooters. Call of Duty, Return to Castle Wolfenstein. You know, that one has zombie Nazis, so you can double your evil, like the Olsen twins.
Yes. Now, not surprisingly, it turns out that the best real-time strategy games are based on fictional worlds, like Warcraft 3 and Command & Conquer.
And if you are an RTS fan, you only have to hold out a couple more months, because this year we'll see the release of 3 huge real-time strategy games.
Yes, the epic Lord of the Rings game, Battle for Middle-earth.
Activision's Rome, Total War.
And Warhammer 40K, Dawn of War.
So, start saving your money now.
Now, don't move away from the bright glow of your TV, because later in the show, we have Monster Hunter.
Coming up, Way of the Samurai 2. Dying with dignity is optional. Still featuring higher production value than most community theater, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
The key word there is most. Welcome back to Xplay, the only show that provides your daily serving of Japanese feudal warfare.
Yes, we have the sequel to 2002's Way of the Samurai.
So there'll be lots of hacking, slashing, and gushing of blood.
Here's our preview of Way of the Samurai 2.
Picture this. Edo, Japan, over 200 years ago. You are Ronin, a masterless samurai in a 10-day odyssey in the small town of Amahara. Welcome to Way of the Samurai 2. Scheming officials and ambitious underworld leaders are in the market for hired help.
I think you could help me with a job I need done.
Q, your arrival.
Have you ever thought of working for the magistrate's office?
As the newest sword slinger in town, you must actively seek out relationships with non-player characters. There's going to be a festival here at Amahara Shrine on the 26th. I love festivals. Small tasks like running errands for needy civilians and saving victims from heartless thugs create relationships that have a lasting impact upon the plot's progression, for better or worse. The open-ended nature is perhaps one of this title's strongest attributes. Navigation is simple using this town map, which is divided into sections such as the inn, the shrine, the gate, and town outskirts. Each represent a location one can visit and explore. Stopping by certain locales helps to move the overall plot forward, plus you're free to roam around town at any time. Now if I could only jump over this stupid box! Arrgh! With 400 special moves, including kicks, punches, swipes, jabs, and jumping attacks, engaging in combat with alone or multiple adversaries is more than a necessary evil, it's a pleasure. Ha! Take that! And that! Try and teach me karate! Why, you... During melees, informational windows will sporadically pop up to introduce even more abilities. These new abilities are great as long as you're not stuck fighting a pillar or a wall.
Ooh.
In this preview copy, the voice work can be, well, entertaining.
You must be quite strong to stand up to him.
I guess voice work might be overstating it a little. While the cutscenes have talking,
you must be a spy.
Most of the in-game conversations consist of a bunch of reading with grunts and groans thrown in for good measure.
Ooh.
Hopefully this is something that can be fixed before the final package ships. Steeped in Asian culture, Way of the Samurai 2 could find a welcome home with admiring Westerners. Whether it'll prove a most honorable or shamefully disgraceful release won't be known for certain until summer.
I like how you stab someone in the game and then you have to do the 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi count where the blood just kind of sprays out of them. That's good times.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Now run to the bathroom really fast because when we come back, we have a new online game everyone is talking about.
And later, Yoshi from Screensavers will be here with his giant racing sim.
Yeah.
Up next, everybody loves to run the 100-yard dash in Monster Hunter. Once again, I reckon it's Old Man Sessler and Ma Webb.
Hi! Welcome back to Xplay. Later in the show, we have Pilker Race Driver 2 and Yoshi's crazy racing sim rig. It looks like a mech, but first, we have a game many of you will be playing for months to come.
It's from Capcom. It's called Monster Hunter, and it's an online action RPG that many of our friends in Japan have already spent hundreds of hours playing.
We have friends in Japan.
I might. You might know.
It looks to be as addictive as Phantasy Star Online, and it has really big swords. Here's our preview of Monster Hunter.
Friends.
Capcom's success with Resident Evil Outbreak has gone to its head. Beyond a token sequel, which is in the works, the company is prepping a completely original yet like-minded cooperative online gaming experience for release this fall. Dubbed Monster Hunter, the title will charge hobbyists with the unsavory task of stalking and slaying mythical beasts. One thing that's apparent is that after this product debuts, you'll never look at safaris the same way again. First, choose a character. 10 total heroes are offered, split into 5 groups based on the weapons they carry. Each pair touts a particular sidearm, with available selections including a large sword, hammer, one-handed sword, lance, or bowgun. Armament matters. The swords are better for beginners since they are swift and easily employed. By comparison, a lance offers you a longer reach and more powerful charge attacks, yet often proves unwieldy in close quarters brawls. The lance is also quite popular amongst the ladies. As missions start, you're unceremoniously dumped into a sprawling landscape and given little direction concerning accomplishing your designated duties. A mini-map complete with zoom functions lets you get a quick fix on targets' locations and current mindset. The straightforward approach isn't always the wisest. Placing pits, deadfalls, and booby traps is essential to capturing or exterminating your quarry. The general setup should promote scenarios where one party member serves as bait or shimmies into position while allies distract rampaging horrors. When it comes time to choose who amongst your friends shall serve as bait, you'll once again be reminded of how important it is to be popular. With this new game, much virtual bloodshed will surely ensue. Broadband-equipped enthusiasts can log in and tune out as they try and trump one another by completing missions the fastest or coming up with the sharpest strategies. Alternately, Lone Rangers can fly solo and swipe a few trophies of their own. If online killing is your passion, keep a lookout for the title in September.
Monster Hunter will come out later this year, and we'll be sure to bring you our full review when it does.
Until then, watch G4 Tech TV this week to see The Road to G4ia, the award show for gamers presented by EB Games and Jeep.
It premieres this Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Now don't leave us. We have racing madness up next.
Up next, this is what happens when Adam drives in Toka Race Driver 2. Once again, 2 people still waiting for Godot, Adam Zessler and Morgan Webb.
Next time I'll bring rope. We're back, and in a moment, we'll have Yoshi from Screensavers on the show.
But right now, we review the follow-up to 2002's popular Pro Race Driver, which was most notable for its story mode. Now it's got a new name and a new story. Sort of. Here's our review of Toka Race Driver 2.
Why, oh why, am I always assigned these racing games when I can barely drive a real car? Oops, no problem, I can handle it. Yikes, I hope I can make it to the pit.
That's the end of the line, son. You've torpled the car.
The preceding scenario is likely to be your first experience with Toka Race Driver 2.
Nice race.
No, thank you.
The story is back, though it's a touch less melodramatic.
Hey, Scotty, how about you park your mouth and let your pal here make up his mind?
And along with it is a free race mode that's fun for the gearheads, and the obligatory Xbox Live support.
Excellent driving, lad. Keep it up.
But first, let's talk about career mode. Here you play an up-and-coming race driver, who, with the help of your surly but lovable Scottish mechanic...
You're out there to win races, son. You'll play bumper cars like a Wayne.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Jeez.
You enter into various championships, race the bejesus out of your cars, and hope you do well enough to move on to the next challenge. What's most impressive about all this is the number of different racing styles you'll encounter. By and large, the variety in the races is a solid strength in this game, and there are a lot of races to play through. We're talking upwards of 50 tracks from all over the world.
Good hunting, son. We still need to win 70,000.
Even though you need to complete events in a linear fashion, the challenges are doable if you bother to learn how to drive well. And if you'd rather be a bullying roadhog, you can do that too. Your car will take damage if you drive too aggressively, and this will affect how your vehicle handles.
Your gearbox must have taken a knock.
If you're wondering how you go about managing your career in career mode, the answer is you don't.
Remember, this championship's all about getting on the podium.
You don't tweak your car, you don't save up your winnings to buy better parts. Hell, you don't even run a qualifying lap. If you want to mess around with any of that stuff, you have to do it in free race mode. Here you can choose a race, set your preferences, and go. Wow, check out those graphics. The shadows, the reflections. Very impressive for... Okay, better keep my eyes on the road. With exceptionally solid driving physics, full-on damage model, aggressive but no insane AI, and live support, this game packs a wallop. In fact, it's safe to say that if you're reasonably interested in racing games, any kind of racing game, you'll find something to like here. We give Toka Race Driver 2 a 4 out of 5.
Well, you're doing all right, son.
So, if you like playing racing games, but you want a more immersive experience, Yoshi from the Screensavers is here to show off his crazy racing simulator.
I feel immersed.
This is crazy. What did you do?
Well, you know, I'm kind of obsessed with racing, so
Yeah.
I wanted a real racing seat with a welded tube steel chassis, you know, surround sound, like surround monitors.
I have to say, the seat is rumbling.
I got a
under me.
400-watt transducer mounted to the seat.
That'll
in
do
addition
it.
to the 2,400 watts.
I just
worth of
sit on the
sound.
dryer. Anyway,
Well, you know, everyone's got to have their own fun.
Back here we have, obviously we have a PC right there. What's the rest of the stuff?
Well, that's my home theater amp. Which is a Denon amp. This is the amp that goes to the transducer on the seat. Computer, of course, Athlon 64, the Matrox video card, so I can get the three-way gaming action, get the surround going.
How long did it take you to put this thing together?
It took me about a solid week.
It's a week, yeah, and that's for you. So for normal people, I
had to learn how to weld at the same time. So.
Oh yeah, sure. Just pick that up on the side. That's a good idea then.
Well, I did it so I could learn how to weld.
So I mean, Morgan, is it cool?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's very cool. You know what the scariest part is? Crashing, because you really see everything coming towards you. So I'm trying not to do that.
And when it's mounted on this nice stand, it kind of rocks, and so you get that motion set. You don't get
really
motion sick, do you?
I hope not.
Do you have like a catheter that you can pee into if you want to simulate like the Indy 500?
That's coming with my NASCAR endurance suit. So.
Okay, so this is NASCAR right here that Morgan's playing.
This is NASCAR 2003.
What other games? Can any racing game play on this?
Yeah,
or?
I played Toka 2 on it.
Okay.
I played F1 2002. I like the NASCAR game because of the mods that are available for it, or ones out like the Trans Am series. And
Have you even considered if there are any other games out there that might be applicable to the 3-screen setup? I guess you only have the steering wheel there, so they would have.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that new Xbox game with the 3 monitors.
Right. Steel Battalion would probably work very nicely. Okay, so you've got everyone all excited out there. They're like, I want to do this. What's the ballpark figure how much this would have to run you?
Well, it depends upon how extreme you're going to go with the speakers and monitors.
You gotta have
this
the
one was about 30
speakers.
grand. So.
About 30 grand.
Yeah, you could probably do it for closer to 9 or 10 though.
Wow. If
You
I
have to
stayed at
skip
home and
on
worked
the
on stuff,
speakers.
maybe I could save up that kind of money instead of, we're not going to go in there.
Well, that's just how we game over there. Monitors,
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, thank you very much, Yoshi. You've been, and now some of these tips are available. I believe they are available on our website.
On the website.
G4TechTV.com/Xplay.
Yes.
All right. Say goodbye, Morgan, who's having more fun than I am right now.
I'm gonna try and crash it.
This is like,
now slide to that
blowing
corner.
on me makes me snot.
Today on Xplay, what's that itching, burning sensation? Why, Unreal 2, The Awakening. Plus, tactful negotiations in Tales of Symphonia. And jaded 20-somethings weep with nostalgic joy over our Transformers review. Who's my Autobot? It's game time. Bringing a Pollyanna-like optimism to basic cable, it's Adam Zessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome to this excellent episode of Xplay.
See, we use the word excellent because we're optimistic or deluded.
On today's show, one of our favorite Game Boy Advance games ever has made it to the GameCube.
Plus, we have Unreal 2 for the Xbox.
It's about time.
And a first-person shooter that's trying to give Halo a run for its money, because Halo 2 still hasn't come out.
Nope. Plus, an amazing new RPG will have the purists out there clapping with joy.
Notice, I'm not clapping.
Yeah. And last but not least, a Transformers game that's actually good. Prepare to have a nerdgasm.
Now, nerdgasms are when you spontaneously throw your Yu-Gi-Oh cards into the air. Try it now.
But we begin the show with a WarioWare for the GameCube.
The original WarioWare for the Game Boy Advance was one of the best and most addictive games to hit Nintendo's little portable. So how does it hold up on the big screen? Here's a review of WarioWare Incorporated Mega Party.
We'll give you one guess. What game is this? Need a hint? Yeah, it's WarioWare Mega Party games for the GameCube. What other game could be this strange? We absolutely love the Game Boy Advance version of WarioWare. It's simple yet addictive and a perfect game for handhelds. So what gives with the GameCube version? Well, for starters, if you plan on playing by yourself, you're going to be disappointed. The single-player mode is nothing more than a run of more than 200 of the same mini-games found in the GBA version, played one after another. Luckily, all our favorites have returned. They're there, baby. All the mini-games have been organized by categories, like sports. There's no crying in baseball. Sci-fi. Where are the brakes? Even all the Nintendo mini-games have been organized into one space. Hadouken! And then there's the category we like the most, strange. What the hell is that? All the boss fights from the GBA version have also returned, including our favorite, Punch-Out! Another point of contention is the visuals. Hey, these are the same exact graphics as the GBA version, and they didn't even manage to fill up the entire screen. The saving grace of WarioWare Mega Party games is the multiplayer modes. This game was clearly designed with parties in mind. The most simple multiplayer option is players taking turns until there's one player left standing. Another is you playing a version of a hot potato, where the person playing minigames when the balloon explodes is eliminated. But the most fun to be had in this game is where 3 players use their characters to block the screen while the 4th player tries to complete minigames. It's as erratic and frantic as a monkey with an Etch-a-Sketch. Get out of the way. Oh! With no new minigames, 16-bit graphics, and a ridiculously simple single-player mode, it's hard to recommend WarioWare Mega Party games as a purchase. But if you're looking for a rental for your next living room throwdown, the multiplayer is about as addictive as it gets. We give Wario and his wares a 3 out of 5.
Will someone just give the girl with the drippy nose a Kleenex?
If anything, WarioWare loses its appeal when it transitions to the GameCube. On the GBA, the simple graphics and the 40-second mini-games are really perfect for the portable gaming experience.
Yeah, on the GameCube, now you're in one place, you're more focused, and you want a slightly more immersive experience. So if you like the game, buy it for the GBA.
Moving on,
okay.
We have an RPG that's big in Japan, so I'm sure to love it.
Yes, this is the latest installment in Japan's popular Tales series. And at the moment, it's a GameCube exclusive. Now, why are we excited about it? Watch our preview of Tales of Symphonia to find out.
All the purists out there have been drooling over this one for months now. All the cynics can just leave the room right now. Tales of Symphonia is a return to the happy-go-lucky adventure stories that once defined RPGs. This is the requisite young hero, the unfortunately named Lloyd Irving.
Lloyd Irving, wake up!
Not to be confused with Irving Lloyd of Bayshore, New York, the master of silicone submarine repairs.
Irving Lloyd, wake up!
Our hero is a mouthy rascal raised by a dwarf. He also happens to be an accomplished, self-taught swordsman.
Not bad, am I?
Possibly due to a deep-seated insecurity caused by the name Lloyd Irving. His best friend is a brainy elf magician, and his sweetheart is a Christ figure in training. Tales of Symphonia is a pillar of fantasy multiculturalism. Almost immediately, our gang encounters the Desians, an army of wicked half-elves bent on world domination. Not only that, but their main objective seems to be killing Colette, the aforementioned Christ figure.
I won't let you Desians get away with anything!
You know the rest. The brave, selfless youngsters set off against unbeatable odds to save the world, learn the meaning of love and friendship, and exchange half-translated witticisms in dubbed cutscenes.
Morgan.
Yeah, hi.
You know, you kind of are lapsing into cynicism right here.
Well, I can't help it. Everything's so cute and cuddly and colorful, and I just want to kill.
Then how about you talk about combat?
Oh, killing! Yay!
Whenever you run into one of these amorphous yet threatening blobs, you'll have to fight with a group of monsters. Like the other games in the Tales series, Tales of Symphonia's combat is real-time. You control Lloyd much like a character in a fighting game, doing combos and special moves to defeat your enemies.
You're going down!
You don't have control over your allies, but you can set their strategies in battle, and they'll take care of themselves. If you have friends over who don't want to sit around watching you play an RPG, they can grab a controller and play as one of the other characters in the fights.
Yeah, I knew that. I just forgot.
As you progress, you'll meet a whole gaggle of allies and enemies, some of whom don't quite have the whole intimidating villain thing down.
Listen up, inferior beings. I am Forcistus.
Well, not that Lloyd is the brightest bunny in the forest either.
I took out the ones that saw my face, and the rest of them are still back up on the cliff.
What about the other dozen who saw your blindingly red drummer boy outfit? Speaking of bunnies, there are plenty of aggressive little lops to whack with your swords. In fact, Lloyd and crew really seem to have it out for woodland creatures in general. Wow, you guys sure showed those mushrooms who's boss. If you're looking for an old-school adventure that packs a little more action than usual, Tales of Symphonia is due out this summer.
Keep working on it, okay?
Lloyd Irving, 2 first names, both of them dorky.
Yes, and this game has spanking and vicious attack bunnies. It's gonna go over great with the Goodnight Moon crowd.
Well, we'll be sure to mock Lloyd Irving more when Tales is released later this year.
And if Japanese RPGs aren't your thing, fear not. For later, we have one of the holy grails of nerddom, the Transformers. Robots in disguise.
For everyone who always dreamed their Honda Civic was really a Decepticon.
Mine is a Decepticon. How can you explain why it just disappeared one day and never came back?
Auto theft?
How to explain the broken glass?
Coming up, death, mayhem, and bafflement in Unreal 2 for the Xbox. Still illegal in Georgia. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Yeah, there's no hope there. Welcome back to Xplay.
You know, Xplay's been around for a while, and if the fans have learned anything, it's that I really, really like Unreal.
And that I have a drinking problem.
But now, the gospel of Unreal, the first-person shooter for the PC, in which you can frag with your foes and rain fire upon your enemies, has arrived at the Xbox. Rejoice!
You may not want to rejoice just yet.
Really? Why?
Yeah, I'll show you in the review. This is Unreal 2, The Awakening.
No, he's locked in. I'm looking. He's in the ceiling. Up there. Get him!
Unreal 2 is one of those games where you get to travel to distant planets and whack anything that crosses your path. Mostly this means you're taking out big mutant aliens. But here and there you may stumble across a flying lizard or a perky space bunny. Hi, cuteness. We're gonna let Ted Nugent sort him out. Still, as Xbox Carnage goes, Unreal 2 does deliver a sci-fi symphony of blastable badasses. Now, aside from distinguishing yourself from the killing, you have to wear the considerable shoes of John Dalton, a rough and tumble, no-nonsense ex-Marine assigned to patrol the armpit end of the galaxy as a marshal for the Terran Colonial Authority. Try saying that 10 times fast. The story, though, is far from original, as John moves across a variety of worlds to retrieve ancient alien artifacts before other factions of both humans and creepy aliens can get to them. Yeah, that's a new one. Helping you along is a gruff alcoholic weapons master, an insanely hot underdressed yet oddly cold second-in-command babe, plus there's this confusingly weird watery alien pilot.
I am very confusing.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, and there's an awful lot of jibber-jab in this game. So much so that you might find yourself screaming at your Xbox to just...
So damn sorry. 3 of them linked by shortwave.
Shut up!
Go to hell, Dalton.
Anyway, the levels often feel expansive, which is a good thing, but the path John must take is almost always totally straightforward. And despite the focus on a heavy dosage of story, there's little in the way of truly inspired game design.
Anytime you're ready, Ida.
I'm working on it.
Still, the assorted weaponry can be quite pleasing. Here, pull my finger, big guy. Smell you later. Seriously though, the biggest addition to the Xbox version is definitely the multiplayer action. Split-screen cooperative mode adds a nice layer of team play. And online players will find plenty of that team and free-for-all blasting action that PC gamers have been reveling in for years. Bottom line, if you already own the PC version of Unreal 2, then there is absolutely no reason to check out the Xbox version. The console port is inferior in every way, especially now that the multiplayer upgrade is available on the PC as well. Unreal 2 isn't a terrible shooter. It looks reasonably good and is generally fun to play, but we can only afford it a middle-of-the-road 3 out of 5.
Yeah, the one thing Unreal 2 The Awakening has going for it is the Xbox Live support.
But frankly, after seeing the new Unreal Championship 2 Leandri conflict for the Xbox City 3, I have but one thing to say. Oh my god, save your money for that one because it rocks. It has melee weapons and it has campaign and it has tournament roads. You can like jump off the walls.
This isn't going to end.
Really
It's just going to break.
Ooh, it has new weapons too. I wonder if they have lightsabers. I don't think they do, but I hope they do, but not the double one.
Up next, a game called Breed. FCC regulations prevent me from joking about it. Taking one for the team, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show where we play bad games so you don't have to.
Later, we have the new Transformers game, but right now, we have a game with a ridiculous title. Breed.
Breed. It's a first-person shooter, and we're just going to wait 5 seconds while you and your friends make all the obvious jokes about it. Great. Now that we have that out of the way, we can all sit back and review Breed.
I'm thinking about humping.
Breed was supposed to be a Halo killer. And it looks fun. I mean, it's got all the elements of fun.
Preparing to bail out.
Nice environments, lots of weapons, tons of enemies. But for some reason, I'm not having fun. There is a notable dearth of fun here. Although I guarantee you will be in stitches during the menu screen.
Like a father, I stand here before you, the children I was incapable of having.
Huh. They got pills for that now, buddy. You train with a guy who has a strange fixation on your ass.
Get your ass up there. Now put your back into it, or I'm gonna kick your ass. Extract my boot from your ass.
Is he coming on to me? If you're wondering why it looks all weird, it's supposed to be virtual reality. Anyway, if your ass makes it through training, you get to play the game. The maps are large, and there are turrets and vehicles you can man. Though I never really got the hang of the jetpack. I kind of wanted a louder kaboom for that. You can also pick up and use the Breed weaponry. And you're not by yourself. You have a team, each member with different skills.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
You can switch between them too. Though, oh my god, they are useless. Let's just switch over to my next player. Why are you just standing in the water?
My head hurts.
I can't believe you drowned. Who knew a 4-foot lake could be such a killer? Maybe the Breed put it here on purpose. To be fair, when they're not committing suicide, your buddies can be decent shots. Hey, thanks. But I figure that's mostly because the enemies are even dumber. They also use guns that are like glowing beacons for my impending carnage. Now, we could forgive a lot of this if there was some kick-ass multiplayer. Instead, there's only deathmatch and team deathmatch. No one wanted to play with me, which is understandable. And anyway, I spent more time restarting the game than actually playing. Crashy, crashy. On paper, Breed has everything going for it, yet somehow, they still made it suck. Xplay gives Breed a 2 out of 5.
Who knew 4 feet of water could be so darn deadly?
That's why when I'm hunting down vicious aliens, I wear water wings. Yeah, they're inflatable and they're orange. They make me a very easy target. But at least my corpse floats.
Coming up, a car is nice, but wouldn't it be better if they transformed into something you really needed? Like a girlfriend? In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by 2 separate yet equally important groups, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb. These are their stories.
Yeah, I think we all knew a spin-off entitled Law & Order Xplay was inevitable.
Though it would barely beat out CSI Ultima Online.
Welcome back to Xplay. We've arrived at the moment so many of you have been waiting for.
Me apologizing for giving Ghostmaster a 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And the Transformers game.
Yes, the Transformers. The only cartoon from the 80s to briefly feature the voice of Orson Welles.
We don't understand it either.
Now, the Transformers are back on the PS2, and the wave of nostalgia is washing over us like a Bud Light at a White Snake concert. Here's our review of Transformers.
Where you go? I'm not sure, but I'll show him.
Sometimes the best advice a boy can get,
remember, running away leads nowhere.
Is from a Volkswagen that can turn into a 20-foot gleaming contraption of common sense. Many people have dreamed, during an exceptionally long beating at the hands of the local bully, that our own personal robot might show up and hand out a stinging drink of painful vengeance. Many 20-somethings will remember the Transformers television series. For those who don't, you're in luck. This game, based on the Transformers Armada series, is far better than simple nostalgia. Optimus Prime, Red Alert, and Hot Shot will be your weapons of choice as you marinate the competition with liberal amounts of highly visual weapon systems. Environments are both lush and kinetic, providing ample room to roam. The size of some of the environments makes your signature conversion into a petrol-guzzling power wagon a nice way to circumvent levels. Jumping ravines and hang gliding capabilities keeps getting around interesting and less like a long trip with family. So it's you and your Autobot pals against the evil Decepticons. What all the hubbub is, bub, is that you're both out to collect these tiny tinsel-strength titans known as the Minicons. Minicons augment your bot's ballistic bravado. Lasers, speed bursts, sniper weapons, and a plethora of spectacular missile systems are incredibly satisfying when waves of combatants buzzkill your path to victory. Before you confidently hit the dance floor encrusted in Minicon bling, however, realize another attribute of the game is an advanced difficulty factor, especially when throwing down with level-ending bosses. These boss battles are not easy. Their attacks come in sheeting waves of hot lasers, missiles, and the ability to just pick you up for a ragdoll ass-beating. Ouch! Ouch! Ow! Robotic movement like jumping, scaling, and walking were more closely related to what navigating a giant robot might be like, rather than the fluid motion of human characters. The welcome addition of many save points keeps frustration chained to the nuts and bolts strewn floor of the boss battles, ouch, ow, rather than the endless repetition of starting over. Some of the voice acting is carried over from the TV series.
Go back and stop Cyclonus.
And general combat audio is satisfying. There doesn't seem to be that much that distinguishes robots from each other during combat besides their different car types. It is fun running over opponents as the Semi, though. The game difficulty is steep even on the novice setting, but that is always a challenge to rise to. Strategy in Minicon combinations and interesting kinetic environments cause us to deliver these bots a 4 out of 5.
Yay! It's actually a good Transformers game. No more crappy Beast Wars for the N64.
See, there's still magic in the world.
Oh, magic that usually fizzles out when we read viewer mail. But today's email was just entertaining. Kind of like Adam when he's trying to play with the iToy.
I don't try to play, I just suffer. Today's email is from the Cellar Dweller from Perth, Australia. He's foreign. He writes, just wanted to let you know how excited I was to see Legacy of Kain listed as one of your sleeper hits the other week. I've got all the dialogue from the series dubbed to tape, so I can listen to it when I am driving to work, usually at full volume with all my windows down. I get some really odd looks when Vorodor exclaims, ha ha ha, call your dogs, they can feast on your corpses. Priceless. No, I don't have a girlfriend.
See? Magical.
You know, I should get the dialogue from Shenmue dubbed from my car. Then I can drive around with it saying, hey, do you know where any sailors are? You guys sailors, do you know a place where I can find sailors at?
Maybe you'd meet a nice girl that way.
Hey, wanna wrestle?
If you're looking for sailors, go to the pier. Or you can visit our website, g4techtv.com/xplay.
Are there sailors there?
Maybe. I don't know.
There might be sailors hanging out on the website.
There could
Do they
be.
have the internet on a boat?
I think it's more likely that you're going to find ninjas there.
Yes, a lot of ninjas do go to the website. So if you want to know about ninjas or games with ninjas, you can read our reviews and all that kind of stuff.
Can I kick your ass at Soul Calibur
Yes, please. I don't even know why I tried. I'm just gonna spank me.
Yeah, I
It won't
know.
be like a fun spank.
I know.
Today on Xplay, we went to E3 and all we got were a bunch of games you can't play yet. Until you can, we'll show you how to occupy your time with action, horror, and romance.
You got a great butt.
Smooth, man. It's game time. Please welcome two people who finally dropped the restraining orders against each other, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hello, and welcome to this cruel and unusual episode of Xplay. Now, we went to E3 and got to see huge games that you won't be able to play for months and months.
Yes, today we will be dangling delicious new games just out of your grasp.
I have a preview of Sly Cooper 2. Just gonna dangle it. Oh, he's like a kitten with a ball of string.
Pretty.
But Adam and I are not heartless. No matter what the people on the message board say, we'll show you what to play while you're waiting for new games like Splinter Cell 3, Battlefield 2, and Final Fantasy 12.
Did we really need 12 of them?
You know, somewhere a man dressed as Yuna is nodding.
But let us begin with one of the most exciting games we saw this year's E3. Ubisoft Splinter Cell 3.
Yes, this time around, Sam Fisher can pull people over railings, rip through walls, and do the splits in a way that makes Chippendale dancers blush.
Of course, you can't play it now, but here's a little something to tide you over. Our review of Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow.
Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow may sound like the result of slinging a handful of magnetic poetry at a fridge, but in reality, it's the title of Sam Fisher's latest special ops adventure.
The NSA just called me. We have a problem in East Timor.
What kind of problem?
A big one.
You have a lot more latitude to do what you like in Pandora Tomorrow. The levels are often designed to allow you multiple ways to complete your objectives. Of course, Sam's still not much of a gunfighter, so being sneaky is always preferable to a stand-up shootout.
Maybe I've got a use for this storage device I pulled off the gorilla I killed.
Thanks. How'd you hide it from your guard?
Just wash your hands when you're done with it.
The gameplay is pretty much unchanged, although Sam has gained a few new tricks. He can hang and shoot from pipes. He's got a quick dash to get across exposed doorways, and he can shift his weight in a split jump to reach nearby ledges. Man, that hurts just looking at it. And the enemies still loudly proclaim whether or not they saw you.
Who's there? Probably my imagination.
When hiring sentries, I think the ability to rationalize suspicious noises as hallucinations would probably not be on the list of qualifications.
There's nothing here.
The challenge level is still high, and one slip-up will get you beat down faster than an ass grabber at an Indigo Girls concert.
Damn it, Fisher. We weren't supposed to have any casualties. The mission's over.
But by far, the most exciting addition is the brand new multiplayer mode.
But this time, you're not alone.
In multiplayer, two teams are pitted against each other. On one side are the spies of ShadowNet, who behave just like Sam Fisher does in the single-player mode. The mercenaries of Argus are stuck in first-person shooter viewpoints, and it's their job to stop the ShadowNet spies from disarming the bioweapons planted around the map. Perhaps the coolest part is when a spy grabs a mercenary, the spy can talk to her prey using the Xbox Live headset.
Hi, Adam.
Hi, Morgan.
Did you know that in 1962, a fit of uncontrollable contagious laughter in Tanganyika resulted in several people literally laughing themselves to death?
No, I didn't.
While the mercs are armed to the teeth, their lack of peripheral vision means that the spies can easily sneak up on them. If the spies play their cards right, that is. Various gadgets and traps can detect the spies, and the mercs have special vision modes designed to pick up movement and the use of the spies' night vision goggles. Plus, every time you start hacking, the mercs are alerted. The spies have many gadgets, but their guns only shoot taser bullets. Of course, sometimes that's enough.
Hey, Adam.
Hello, Morgan.
Did you know that a bullet to your arm or leg can kill you if the shock of the projectile's entry is transmitted through the liquid in your body, damaging multiple internal organs?
No, I did not.
I need information.
I don't speak English.
I'd be willing to bet your neck that you do.
If you can tear yourself away from the multiplayer long enough to return to Sam Fisher's missions, you'll find a more challenging and typically gorgeous game that will definitely satisfy Splinter Cell fans. It's every bit as good as the first game.
Douglas, it's been a while.
Fisher? My God, man, you're getting old.
But to get the most out of Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow, you have to hit the multiplayer. This is the reason you'll be playing Pandora tomorrow for months to come. We give it a 5 out of 5. One more time.
Adam.
Morgan.
Did you know the entry wound of a shot?
Oh, just knock me out.
Huzzah!
I love this game.
At the moment, Splinter Cell 3 is a PC exclusive, but like Sam Fisher's other adventures, it's bound to wind up in the Xbox and PS2 eventually. But by far, the most exciting thing about 3 is the new co-op play.
Now, I got to take a long look at this one at E3, and the player interactions are amazing. You have to use each other to, like, climb up walls. You can hold their legs, make them type on keyboard. I bet you can hug in the game as well.
Oh, that'd be very cute. Now you, come closer to the TV, because later in the show, we have Metal Gear, Battlefield, and Final Fantasy.
And there's nothing final about it.
Coming up, because there's nothing more fun than a land war in Asia, it's Battlefield Vietnam. Go, go, Gadget co-hosts, it's Adam Zessler and Morgan West.
Welcome back to Xplay's Can't Hardly Wait episode.
No, we didn't go out and name an episode after a mediocre Jennifer Love Hewitt movie because we thought it was cute. We did it because we're lazy.
Yes, today we're showing you a tantalizing glimpse of big games that have yet to be released, and then showing you what you should be playing until they come out.
Yes, and the first-person shooter fans are eagerly awaiting the release of Battlefield 2. Now, it's set in a modern era, has new weapons, and features a new graphics engine.
Plus, a new ranking system that unlocks weaponry. But, of course, it won't come out until 2005.
Nope.
So, until then, why not enjoy the most recent installment of Battlefield, which is set in Vietnam?
Awkward.
I wouldn't say nothing. If it weren't for war, where would we get our game ideas? The Battlefield series marches into the steaming jungles in Battlefield Vietnam. Apparently, EA doesn't know that you should never get involved in a land war in Asia. At least they didn't go in against a Sicilian when death was on the line. This is essentially the same game as Battlefield 1942, with minor tweaks and more trees. There's been a heavy visual upgrade, as you can see. Foliage and other types of jungle-related cover are key components to Battlefield Vietnam. You won't be charging enemy positions so much as crawling towards them on your belly. When you reach a flag, a timer now tells you how long it will be until you capture it. Vietnam being a more modern war than WWII, you get tons of new vehicles to play with. The most notable addition to the game is the assortment of helicopters. The whirly-birds can be used for troop transport and airlifting, but mostly I just play right at the Valkyries and attack anything that moves. All the vehicles have radios in them that can be used to blast classic rock tunes for all to hear as you drive past. This is awesome and adds immensely to the game's atmosphere. Real Viet Cong probably didn't headbang to the Bobby Fuller 4, but they should have. Strangely, vehicles almost seem to be a handicap in Battlefield Vietnam. You're usually better off on foot with some of the ridiculously overpowered infantry weapons. Yes, balance is a bit of an issue in this game. The American heavy assault class is pretty much death incarnate. That M60 machine gun is practically a rapid-fire sniper rifle. The minor balance issues certainly don't ruin the game. Battlefield Vietnam is a great multiplayer combat game, but more balanced weaponry would have put it on par with its predecessor. As usual in Battlefield, the single-player game is pointless. The AI is so brain-dead, you don't play against them so much as just toy with them. Morgan, I can bust that tank with 3 rockets.
Adam, I can bust that tank with 2 rockets.
I can bust that tank with 1 rocket.
Bust that tank.
Battlefield Vietnam is not a gritty game version of the Deer Hunter. It's a nice, sanitized T-rated romp through one of America's most troubling moments. And that's sort of disconcerting.
Stand down, soldier! You are a menace!
Still, for heated online jungle warfare, it has no equal. We give it a 4 out of 5.
Well, I always like my first-person shooters with a healthy dose of what were they thinking?
Vietnam. You know?
Yeah.
The kids love it.
And they also love Final Fantasy, which is coming up next.
Oh, Final Fantasy, that's my Vietnam. Stock.
Up next, can't wait for Final Fantasy 12? Yep, we don't have that problem either. Once again, proof that basic cable standards are slipping. Adam Zessler and Morgan Webb.
Slipping fast.
Welcome back to Xplay's Can't Hardly Wait special.
Ooh.
We're showing you the games that will rock your world in 2005. And then we're showing you what to play until they come out.
And what episode of Xplay would be complete without a Final Fantasy game?
I am assuming that's a sarcastic rhetorical question. A sad one.
Square announced Final Fantasy 12 at E3. And from what we can tell, well, the cutscenes look good.
Yippee! But of course, some of you can't wait until 2005 for this RPG to steal 40 irreplaceable hours of your life away.
That's why we have Final Fantasy 11 Online,
Which can steal thousands of hours of your life away right now.
Here's our review.
I'm clashing your head. Final Fantasy XI marks a major departure for the Final Fantasy series. After 10 single-player RPGs, Square Enix has struck out into the massively multiplayer realm. After slogging my way through the clumsy interface, I'm ready to create my character. Let's see. Okay, not into this cutesy-wootsy Monchi-Chi thing. I'll go with a hot cat girl. Yeah, that's normal. The world of Vana'diel is pretty standard fantasy. It's formerly pure, but now it's under siege by some kind of evil. Only you and thousands of other players can save the place from the rampaging hordes of orcs and other monsters. Like this evil sheep. What? You've never seen evil sheep before? They're bad. Oh, sorry. Most of your time in Final Fantasy XI is spent killing things to gain experience, which will then let you level up, so you can kill bigger things for more experience and level up some more. For instance, you can kill these bunnies easily. Leveling up in bunny slaughter seems like a great idea, until you run into a bunny that can kick your ass just by thinking about it. There's no warning. You just die horribly at the hands of Uber Bunny and earn a nice experience penalty. Then you go out, and just as you get back to where you were before, here comes the murder machine with the motor in its nose again.
Ah! Morgan!
Yes?
Ah! You do this.
Okay.
I'll just switch over to my white mage guy. Off we go. Okay, Adam isn't totally off base here. Final Fantasy XI's interface is awkward at first, and you do run into the occasional Uber rabbit. However, there's plenty of good stuff too. It's certainly one of the prettiest massively multiplayer games around. The environments are incredibly detailed, and just wandering aimlessly is a treat. The character selection is slightly limited in the number of faces you can choose, so expect to see a lot of identical people around. Thankfully, the jobs and abilities you can earn are anything but limited. You start out with a main job, like warrior, white mage, that kind of thing. Later, you can add on a sub-job, which lets you earn the abilities of another class. Final Fantasy XI encourages you to experiment with this. Switching jobs carries no penalty, and the game even rewards you for it eventually. You'll also notice a lot of Japanese players around. Final Fantasy XI has been online for a while in Japan. Not only is the game stable and smooth, but most people are experienced and really nice and helpful. See, if Adam would actually talk to people, he might enjoy this more. If you're not into the massively multiplayer thing, Final Fantasy XI probably isn't gonna change your mind. But fans of this kind of game will find a lot to love here. Chalk up Final Fantasy XI as a 4 out of 5, bunnies and all.
Well, I just lost 3 minutes of my life.
Adam hates this series because it takes its mythology seriously and gives millions of gamers a sense of emotional resonance.
No, I've had more resonance watching an episode of Magnum P.I.
Ignore him and stay with us, because up next we have Metal Gear.
Oh, great, more 5-hour cutscene.
Up next, Solid Snake has a firm command of the obvious.
Hey, you're that ninja.
Objects in your television may appear closer than they really are. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay's Can't Hardly Wait special.
Yes, we went to E3 and saw games so good they made grown men weep. And by grown men, I sort of mean Adam.
And that's because I was pepper sprayed by a booth babe. You know, she thought I was a regular fanboy. She didn't see my press credentials. That's what she said.
Good times. Hideo Kojima's latest Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater was a big hit at this year's E3.
This time around, Solid Snake uses camouflage. He eats snakes and has a lush forest environment to play around in.
Yes. Of course, you don't get to play it now. No, that would be too easy. Instead, why not enjoy the remake of the game that launched 1,000 stealth titles, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. Fanboys and girls, rejoice! Solid Snake is back in Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, a remake of the original Metal Gear Solid for the PS1. Yay! Yippee! That's right, everyone's favorite stealth superstar is back for more sneaking, shooting, and hiding corpses in a locker. And he got away with the ladies.
You got a great butt.
Don't stare at me like that.
I got her.
For those who missed the first Metal Gear Solid, no worries. It's recreated, for the most part verbatim, in Twin Snakes. The most significant improvement is the game's total graphic overhaul. Basically, it's as if they ripped MGS out of its original engine and dumped it into Metal Gear Solid 2's. And it looks great. Hands down, the change with the most far-reaching implications is the ability to fire your weapon from a first-person viewpoint. Just like in Metal Gear Solid 2, popping a guard with a tranq gun will instantly drop him. Isn't that cool how he just passes out? I bet it would even work on these cute mice. Wrong ammo. Couldn't leave any witnesses. Anyway, the game's only shortcomings are the same advances that make it so cool. While it's great to be able to bust shots with such precision, it comes at a price. Challenge. Since it's a lot easier to drop guards now, you won't really be stressing about getting spotted. And if you've got decent aim, you can drop a whole squad with a few well-aimed shots. Sure, doing this is fun and exciting. It just makes the overall experience focus a bit less on stealth. Though, frankly, subtlety isn't really Snake's strong point to begin with.
Hey, you're that ninja.
Duh, Einstein.
Who are you?
It says Rob Paulson right there on the screen. Metal Gear creator Hideo Kojima gives us a whacked-out narrative full of weird moments. Like this masochistic ninja. Otacon peeing his pants.
Oh, what next?
And these cool Easter eggs. Bad GameCube. The downside is that if lengthy, overindulgent cutscenes bore you, Twin Snakes might make you want to bang your head against the floor.
Hey, you're that ninja.
But enough about the downside. Let's look at how much fun playing this game is. I could do this all day.
I'm alive.
There's nothing Freudian to see here. Or here. Or here. Or here. Nothing at all. Why does he have stars coming out of his... Never mind. Metal Gear Solid was hailed as a masterpiece with good reason, and the slick visual presentation of the revised version only serves to make it relevant to the modern market. We give Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes a 4 out of 5. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to take Snake to the bathroom.
Of course, a lot of people have been speculating that the Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 3 is actually Big Boss.
Now, Kojima isn't talking, and if he was talking, it would be in Japanese, and we couldn't understand it. But, you know, that's just one of the mysteries in this game.
The other one is how feeding Snake is going to play out over the course of the game. Now, you have to hunt down animals and eat them, but you can also throw them on your enemies. And we're all curious to see how that works out.
I love throwing animals at people, especially since we've heard that Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, that's going to also have a component where you have to feed your character. maybe you have to run over your food with a car, like a chicken or a badger.
What's up with the action titles? They're getting all simmy.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. But how about viewer mail? You know, sometimes they ask us practical questions as opposed to just telling me how ugly my shirts are.
Which is the case with today's email. It was written by Big Kid 557 from Chandler, Arizona. Big Kid writes, I was watching Best of E3 2004 and I was wondering if the Nintendo DS will have the same format for game cartridges as the GBA SP.
The answer is yes and no.
Now you're just confusing them. The good news is that the DS will be backwards compatible so you can play Game Boy Advance games on it. But it will have a second slot for the DS cartridges.
Yes, now that may not be enough for you and you're like, I need to know more.
And we have more.
Yes, we do. If you want more on the DS or anything else that doesn't involve reproduction, then go to our website, g4techtv.com/xplay.
I figure we have something about reproduction on our website.
Yeah, but it's probably not informative or instructive.
No.
You should just stay in your health class in high school.
Right.
Well, assuming that that's informative and instructive.
Well, speaking of informative and instructive, do you want to play Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen 316?
Yes, I do. Well, look at that. I have a PS1 controller. I won't be able to have all those analog functions that I was expecting to have with Mary-Kate and Ashley.
It's probably going to be hard to, like, move them around and make them dance.
This is 316, right?
Drive cars.
They have, like...
Today on Xplay, we follow Snake from the 8-bit era to Metal Gear Solid 3. Join us for guns, highly pressurized blood, and naked Raiden as we go Metal Gear crazy. Nice hat! It's game time! Stealth, speed, agility. Expect none of these things from Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Xplay.
Morgan is sporting the G.I. Jane look because today's episode is all about Metal Gear Solid, Hideo Kojima's legendary stealth action series.
Yes, and Adam is clearly camouflaged as a big nerd.
Look, my room is covered with old clothes. When I lay down, I blend in.
Well, we're here because we have exclusive footage of the new Metal Gear Solid 3.
MGS3 was one of the biggest PlayStation 2 games unveiled at this year's E3, which is why we're so happy to have the extended trailer on our show.
But not only do we have tons of Metal Gear Solid 3 footage, we also have one of our most requested Xplay segments ever. That's right, Naked Raiden is back.
My eyes already hurt.
But we kick things off with a look back at Metal Gear. What it was, what it is, what it shall be.
That's really deep, coming from someone who's trying to blend into a black set with green camouflage. Ooh, yeah, you're really smart.
A long time ago, in the primordial mists of the 8-bit era, a drowsy sentry uttered 3 immortal words that launched a mega franchise. From this humble beginning, Solid Snake would eventually become one of the most recognized characters in gaming. To capitalize on the game's success in America, Konami pumped out Snake's Revenge, one of the worst sequels ever. Instead of a stealth game, Snake's Revenge was a top-down Contra. Today, it is not considered part of the official timeline. This is the real Metal Gear 2. It was released only in Japan and only for the MSX, a relatively obscure personal computer. You can see just by looking that many of the features we're now familiar with first appeared here, like the radar in the corner. Solid Snake would feel asleep for the next 8 years until returning on the PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid's epic storyline and unprecedented 3D visuals blew everyone away. Okay, it hasn't aged that well, but in 1998 it was amazing. For those who'd like to experience Snake's coming of 3D age without the jagged polygon jitters, Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes is a top-notch remake of the original MGS with state-of-the-art graphics and heavily tweaked gameplay. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty raised the bar even higher for the tactical espionage action genre. The visuals were massively upgraded, and Snake had all kinds of fun new abilities. Yeah, Raiden was kind of hard to get used to, and the story got a little wonky at times.
The lale-lule-lo.
But cutscenes can be skipped, and we've learned to love that blonde, girly man in our own way. More on that later.
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Now, of course, the older Metal Gear games look completely dated now, but at the time, well, it was 1987. Back then, we thought the Miami Sound Machine and Debbie Gibson were good.
Bad times.
Yeah.
But the advances made when Metal Gear Solid 2 was released in 2001 have been eclipsed by the gorgeous new graphics and gameplay featured in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Ooh. Now, you use camouflage, you kill and eat food to survive, and the whole thing takes place in the 60s.
That was an era when the Andy Griffith Show was considered edgy television because it had a drunk guy in it.
Here's our look at part 1 of the trailer for Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater.
これがアメリカ政府によるものではないという証拠がいるのです。失敗すれば再び世界大戦が始まります。
俺たちは伝えなければならない。俺たちの愚かで切ない歴史を。それらを伝えるためにデジタルという魔法がある。未来を作ることと過去を語り伝えることは同じなのだ。こちらスネーク。待たせたな。今回のミッションはスニーキングミッションだ。それが隠密部隊フォックスの特殊任務。ホワイトハウスにある人物から連絡が来る。フルシチョからジョンソン大統領へのトライ。スネーク、どうやらそこはキューバよりもホットらしいな。これが記録に残る世界初のヘイロー効果になる。鳥になっている。ソ連のある科学者が西側への亡命をし、なぜ亡命を？自分が設計開発したものが恐ろしくなったらしい。で、その兵器とは特殊な核兵器の一種らしい。君の任務はソ連国内の産地チェルノヤルスクに単独潜入。祖国の安全を確保、西側へ奪還する。いいかスネーク、君が失敗すればそれは全面核戦争の始まりを意味する。分かった。それではスネークイーター作戦を開始する。
Oh, did we mention it was all in Japanese and doesn't make any sense?
Gotta love those 5-hour cutscenes, but what the hell does live-in treatment mean?
Maybe Snake's in rehab. We'll find out when we come back.
Coming up, trick shooting when our Metal Gear 3 preview continues. Now with hidden Easter eggs, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to this special edition of Xplay.
Now we're looking at exclusive footage of Metal Gear Solid 3, the new game from legendary creator Hideo Kojima.
We've come to part 2 of our trailer, and this time we get to see a lot more of Snake in action. Enjoy.
僕ら貴様スペツナズの山猫部隊ソコロフは渡さんさっさと立ち去れ
山猫は獲物を逃さない
なんだと
グルーの種とはいえ同志を撃つのは気持ちがいいものではないな。
Wow, the bad guys in this game fill up like highly pressurized blood that sprays out in a whimsical pattern.
Yes, they're like blood pinatas. It's so pretty.
Of course, longtime Metal Gear fans will recognize a young revolver Ocelot from that trailer.
Yes, which begs the following question. If Ocelot, who looks a lot like David Crosby in the contemporary Metal Gear games, is a young man in MGS3, then who the hell is that guy playing Snake?
Some people think it's Big Boss from Metal Gear Solid 1. Do we have answers for you? Probably not.
No.
But stick around anyway. Please.
Up next, more Snake. More weapons and more of me saying more. I feel asleep. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay's special Metal Gear Solid 3 preview.
Yes, Metal Gear has returned, and this time around, Snake can utilize some lovely new weapons. You'll see all that and more in the third part of our sneak peek at Metal Gear Solid 3.
survive to live redundant?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As you can see, Snake is actually able to climb up into those turret guns and shift into first-person view, which that's a new one for the series.
It's cool. Now don't go away, because when we come back, we have more Metal Gear 3 and one of the weirdest moments in Metal Gear history, Naked Raiden.
Coming up, a brand new villain and the cartwheel that launched 1,000 protests. Lulling you into a false sense of security, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That's when we strike. Welcome back to Xplay's Look at Metal Gear Solid.
Now, we've been showing you new footage from Metal Gear Solid 3, and we've come to the best part, the villains.
So stealthily creep up to the screen of your television as we unveil the final part of our Metal Gear Solid 3 sneak preview.
Miro.
単独作戦行動が可能な核搭載戦車。
あれが完成し、皆さん手に取る。この冷戦は終わる。そして始まるだろう。本当の恐怖の時代が。
世界大戦か。
画期的な移動核ミサイルシステム。この技術は歩兵と兵器をつなぐ歯車になる。まさに金属の歯車。
メタルギア。
どんな命令にも従う。それが軍人よ。
正直疲れた。科学者いつも利用される。
やっと会えましたね。伝説のボス。
これは戦争だ。冷戦という名の情報合戦だ。
私は任務のためなら人を好きになれる。あなたのこと。
何を見た？何を知れば亡命を考える？
宇宙を見
た。アメリカで生まれ育った。
人も国も環境だから時代で変わる。
どうして亡命を？
私は亡命を考えたことなどいつともだ。この国が好きだ。この土地を愛しておる。
ようこそ我が国我が国。
So I'm going to assume the bald guy with the scar is evil.
Yeah.
Not that being bald automatically means you're evil or anything.
No, of course not. Now, there's so much we still want to know about the plot of this game. Like, who's Snake? Who are the women in the trailer? Why does Kojima keep making 30-minute cutscenes?
And while we can't answer those questions now, we can give you this. A look at one of the most disturbing moments in Metal Gear history.
Xplay presents Uncomfortable Moments in Gaming. Today's story, Naked Raiden.
The year, 2001. The game, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. Fanboys across the globe jumped at the chance to once again play manly Metal Gear badass Solid Snake.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
While he manages to pack a little something for the ladies, Snake virtually bleeds testosterone. So imagine the fanboy's surprise when less than halfway through the game, Snake disappears, and players found themselves controlling effeminate girly ninja Raiden.
Damn it.
Ooh, look at his flowing hair, and he can do cartwheels. Yippee!
Raiden, get out of here.
My thoughts exactly. Then, near the end of Sons of Liberty, Raiden is captured and wakes up naked in the hands of the enemy. Whoa, 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 whoa! Stop the camera!
What should we do with him?
We'll use him like you suggested.
While the development team does an admirable job of hiding his unmentionables, eventually Raiden frees himself, leading to one of the most disturbing gameplay segments in PlayStation history. We present it to you here in all its horror. Oh, Lord. I'm really uncomfortable with this. Oh man, this is one of the least dignified things I've ever seen.
No, don't go in there! Oh, God, don't slow it down!
Well, you get the point. Eventually, Snake finds Raiden some clothes.
Snake!
They both go on to win the game, but by then, the damage is done. Millions of male Metal Gear fans will forever have the image of naked Raiden doing cartwheels seared into their memories. Female fans have had their revenge for DOA Beach Volleyball, Final Fantasy X2, Side Girls, and pretty much every other game ever made.
Well, let's just hope there's more gratuitous male nudity in Metal Gear 3.
Yeah, but I hope the guy still keeps his monocle, because that... No, I really didn't mean that. You know, this just really reminds me a lot of all those dreams that I've had, where, like, I wake up, I'm in school, I have no clothes on.
You do cartwheels.
Well, it turns into a stealth mission, because I've got to get away from everybody because I'm naked.
Right.
I don't fight
you don't
with
think
my leg going up like this.
Gonna run away from you at that point?
I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
That's just frightening. Well, anyway, there's our Metal Gear Solid 3 tribute. We can't wait to play the game, neither can you. I'm telling you that.
Yes, he tells the truth. Good night.
Today on Xplay, humans taste delicious in Resident Evil Outbreak. Dick Van Dick is back in Galactic Wrestling. And we hear more crabby game music.
When we get sunburned, we put on lotion.
Sing along, it's game time. When life gives you lemons, why not make Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb?
We taste like horseradish.
Hello and welcome to Xplay, the show where the dead rise and walk the earth.
Yes, on today's show, we have zombies.
Yes, alien wrestlers.
Violent arcade-style baseball.
Games for cheap bastards, like Adam.
And back by unpopular demand, more bad video game music.
But we begin with a review of the first Resident Evil game to take Capcom's zombie franchise online.
Here's a review of Resident Evil Outbreak for the PS2.
Since Resident Evil was announced as exclusive to the GameCube, PS2 fans have had to sit on the sidelines and watch as jubilant cubers behead zombie after blood-encrusted zombie. But the wait is finally over. Well, kind of. Resident Evil Outbreak is the first new Resident Evil game for the PS2 that doesn't use a light gun. But if you're looking for the traditional Resident Evil experience, this certainly isn't it.
Where's your mind at? What? Damn it.
Sure, they're single player, but you're really just playing through a series of missions that aren't particularly related to each other. Even when playing by yourself, you have a posse of computer players to go zombie bashing with.
Help me, please! Thanks!
But the big feature that will surely lure Resident Evil fans to try Outbreak is online play for up to 4 players. That's right, Outbreak is the first game in the series to take the zombie hunting online.
Warning you.
While this may sound like a great idea, the execution will leave you wishing the undead would just stay dead. Begin by choosing from one of several characters, each character having a different special attack. The atrocious auto-aim provides for some frustrating moments. No, not that guy! Once the game is launched, it's a race between you and the other 3 players to get any weapons lying around. If you're not quick enough, you're going to end up facing off against the undead with an iron pole, or worse. Even if you do manage to snag a gun, don't expect a walk in the park. The areas are overrun with zombies, and as you kill them, more keep showing up. It only takes a few bites before you die. Hey, what's going on there? And while the tank-like controls haven't changed, the constantly shifting camera angles won't do you any favors. Once down, you have a short period of time before you turn into a zombie yourself and start hunting down the other players. However, mutating into a flesh-eating menace can be stopped using herbs or first aid sprays. It can also be stopped by having a teammate help you up off the ground.
Please help!
But this brings up the biggest problem with Resident Evil Outbreak: communication. Instead of using a headset to tell other players where you are, you're forced to use a list of pre-recorded statements like these.
Somebody help. Somebody help. Help me, damn it.
I honestly don't blame anyone for not wanting to help me.
Help me, damn it.
If you get separated from the group and die, your chances of survival are slim. Which wouldn't be that big a deal if you weren't forced to wander off alone looking for a weapon at the beginning of each mission. Ultimately, Resident Evil Outbreak is broken. What are you doing? It may satiate Resident Evil fans who bought a PlayStation 2, but as an online game or even a standalone Resident Evil game, it falls way short for a 2 out of 5.
Not that we suggest buying this game, but if you're a die-hard Resident Evil fan and you want to play Outbreak, we highly recommend you buy the Sony hard drive.
It shortens the load times, and without the hard drive, they are slower than a zombie shuffling through the line at the DMV. Because zombies need ID too. You know, my name is
I see. Now, of course, if you want a fighting game that moves so fast it makes you feel like you have ADD, why not play our next title?
Here's a review of Galactic Wrestling featuring Ultimate Muscle.
Tick tock, tick tock. Saddle up, fight fans. It's time for Xplay to slip its collective raisins and raisinets into a tight pair of unitards.
Listen, I got more moves than any of you pile-driving wishies put together.
Galactic Wrestling has shed its previously cel-shaded look in favor of more realistic gift or gore. The I could have only dreamed this after ingesting a large exotic meal with strange relatives quality of the game remains intact. Your favorite wrestling wayfarers are back in action. Check out Japanese study and randomness, Wally Tuscan and Sunshine. Wally Tuscan is kind of a ninja walrus. Nothing really out of the ordinary until you discover that his country of origin is Ireland. Ireland! Sunshine is made of sand. Looks like yellow Legos is from Florida. Sure, why not? And both Groupie Ball has 2 bullet holes in them of differing caliber. And of course, that guy's so slick they gave him 3 names. Dick, Dick, Van Dick, containing the wild woollen fury of the tiny deer thing he's named after. Dick seems to have a way with getting beat. It's called Galactic Wrestling. This implies that they can achieve feats we can only imagine occur on other planets with less gravity and larger forms of steroid use. Your abused digitry will be put to the test as you constantly try and anticipate your opponent's next move, and then punch, block, and counter your way out of it. There's a variety of moves all wrestlers share that usually involve cracking limbs or chiropractic spine adjustment. Tossing opponents into ropes allows you to wallop them as they plummet towards you. The game gets more satisfying as you develop a unique character's in-ring special moves, like Kano's Corrupt Katana. I like face dancing. The game's intensity builds to the greatest moment of Ultimate Muscle when your character jumps to their secret weapon move. Sit back and bask in your tiny dude's moment of glory. Battle Royales are, of course, on the menu, along with some other quality multiplayer options. One of the more random modes is the Mask Hunt, where you and a partner beat down the competition and then have the humiliating honor of removing the defeated's mask, though you don't really get to see what's behind it. Some of the controls, especially those containing ultimate moves, seem inconsistent, and come on, with characters like this, a story mode could have added a lot. We love the random weirdness of the included population and the acrobatic wackiness of it all. And so we give Galactic Wrestling with Ultimate Muscle a 3 out of 5.
You know, some people say wrestling has homoerotic undertones, but I don't believe it. Those guys are sitting on each other's faces because it's their job.
Just like it's my job to tell you to stay with us, because later we have more of the worst music ever.
Yay.
La la.
Coming up, what's America's pastime without violence? It's Enemy Slugfest loaded. It's Public Enemy number 48, Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay.
We've seen a lot of overly sanitized arcade-style sports games from Midway this year.
That's because the NFL and the NHL told them to tone down the violence in their games or lose the license.
But not so with Major League Baseball. Nope. They said, punching, fighting, and players exploding into flame. Where can we sign up?
Here's our review of Midway's MLB Slugfest loaded.
Where?
Here.
Like a reoccurring case of jock itch, Midway's MLB Slugfest series is back to fester under your skin with a case of infectious gameplay and a scorching list of over-the-top features.
Gets under it, right field.
If you've missed out on previous versions, Slugfest is the rare baseball game where swinging the bat takes a back seat to swinging your fists. Ouch! You got him right in the...
Ball pops loose!
This installment retains everything the adrenaline-boosted series is known for and juices it up with a surprisingly robust franchise mode and engaging online component. Oh yes, there'll be beanballs in Beantown, sucker punches in Seattle, fires in Frisco, and trick pitches in Tampa.
Swinging at a pitch like that, it's almost saying, I don't care.
Now in its third iteration, Slugfest's core gameplay has undergone a few tweaks in some areas, but closely follows in the cleats of its predecessors.
And he is tagged out.
Swings are responsive and feel rock solid.
This one has a chance, and it's gone!
Which is important because you'll often be reacting to pitches traveling at speeds eclipsing 100 miles per hour.
Nice move to avoid the buzz job there.
The pitching game has improved considerably, offering players more interaction and strategy options than ever before. In addition to beanballs, which will diminish a hit batter's ability.
And he's taking it like a man.
Players can periodically throw trick pitches with colorful names such as Mr. Snappy and Orbit. What the hell was that pitch? Players can use turbo to help them reach a pop fly or use turbo on a throw to pick off runners. On the base paths, players can literally smack an infielder so he drops the ball.
Snow, heading for third.
Allowing a window of opportunity to advance an extra base. Fortunately, the on-screen action moves at a blistering pace, with colorful visuals, impressive animations, and eye-popping embellishments such as motion trails,
soft line drive,
super jumps, and pitches that defy physics.
Strike three.
The depth of features isn't quite up to the competition's, but come on, you get to burst into flame and beat the crap out of people. Really, what more do you want? Xplay gives it a 4 out of 5.
I haven't seen a good pacing like that since I was in junior high. Actually, I didn't really see it then either.
Slugfest, though not a sim, is still one of the best baseball games out there. And since it was the last of the year's big MLB games to come out, it also has the most up-to-date roster.
Of course, maybe it's too pricey for you, in which case you should stick around because we have more inexpensive games.
And more of the worst video game music ever when Xplay returns.
Sing, sing.
Up next, more games for cheap bastards. Dancing the dance of the Seven Veils, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
I'm not gonna dance.
You only have like 3 veils on. Yeah.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that brings you the best in budget gaming.
Yes, if you're too much of a tightwad to shell out $50 for a new game, we've got some more bargains for you.
Every one of these games we're about to show you are not only excellent, they're also under $20. That's less than you pay for a latte and a scone at Starbucks.
Here's our second installment of games for cheap bastards.
Hey, you! You know who you are! That lovable miser that's still playing the Tetris world that came with your Xbox! Free the moths from thine purse, noble tightwad! It's Xplay to the rescue with another compelling episode of Games for Cheap Bastards!
Hey, little spender. We heart you and you'll heart this roundup of games for the cheap SOB in all of us. We loved Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc, a shiny, happy romp through sticky, sweet realms bursting with classic platforming mechanics. Drop the denizens of dubious deeds with furious kicks and curvaceous punches. The action never naps here, cheapskates, as Hoodlum Havoc serves up piping hot plates of variety. Flying, gliding, climbing, and powered up booty whipping fed up tedium like a Paris Hilton French kissing booth. So much joy, so little jingle. Pick it up for under $20. You're so cheap, you have to blow up your prom date.
Quit flirting and get back to work.
And speaking of dates, our next sweetly priced pick is a hero from the past. Aliens vs. Predator 2 may be an older title, but the fear generated within its odious atmospheres is still state-of-the-art. You can almost catch a whiff of the acrid odor of acid-soaked metal. Squishy meat sounds taunt you from the darkness, far-off screams, garbled radio transmission, and the unearthly screeching death of a million pissed-off aliens assault your every sense. Every element of this game moves at the heart-stopping speed of fear, as your flashlight reveals yet another phantasmagoric horror. Be the Space Marine, be the Predator, be the Alien, be the cheap bastard. All for the as-seen-on-TV price of under $20. Holy heaps of hobbits, Batman. The Lord of the Rings 2 Towers is under 20 bucks. That's right, Ring fans. The furry-footed fellers are back and cheaper than ever. Too cheap to fly to New Zealand? No problem. 2 Towers will take you there for next to niente, providing you're willing to sit in the cheap seats with the Nazgul and the Cave Trolls. This slasher is worth its weight in orc meat. Vertiginous adventure, powerful magic, elves and arrows, and more beautifully rendered realms than you can shake a staff at. You want it all, and you want it cheap. You got it. Play the whole damn group. Lead the fellowship through the expansive plains of Rohan and onto the blood-red stones of Helm's Deep. All to the sinfully sweet tune of under 20 bucks. If serving up grim death ain't your cup of joe, how about gaining access to some of the snootiest lawns in the world? The big game with the little holes and the tiny balls is now accessible to all in Tiger Woods 2004 for the PC. The courses sidle up to breathless gaming depth as you tee up to this title. It's an EA title, so you know the beats are pumping on the normally stoic greens. Want in? Skip the review board and go directly to the first tee, golf fan. Price of admission under 20 bucks. There you go, you cheap bastards. Another heaping helping of cheap-ass gaming. Now get your tight ass out to the backyard and dig up that $20 bill your grandmama gave you and get your game on.
I would just like to once again plug Aliens vs. Predator 2. We featured it in our Halloween special. You know, that was back last year, and it's still one of the scariest games I've ever played.
And that's almost as scary as Mary-Kate and Ashley's Magical Mystery Mall. That one creeps me out.
Shoe shopping level, that was terrifying.
Now, for something a little less freaky, catch The Road to G4ia, premiering this Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on G4 Tech TV.
G4ia, the award show for gamers, is presented by EB Games and Jeep. And you can watch it later this week. But now, stick around, because you have more bad game music coming up.
La, 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 la,
nah, it's actually not as bad as this.
Coming up, worst music ever! Hell hath no fury like Adam Sessler and Morgan West.
Fair and accurate. Welcome back to this atonal episode of Xplay.
We once again skimmed the bottom of the gaming barrel to bring you the worst video game music ever.
Back by popular demand, here is the horror of song.
And now, Xplay presents Uncomfortable Moments in Gaming. Today's story, the horror of song.
Cornet is my name and I'm a puppeteer too.
The last time Xplay looked at bad music in video games, we were treated to the crapulent warblings of Rhapsody, a musical RPG. The only video game to feature lyrics about lotion.
When we get sunburned, we put on lotion.
Today, we examine 3 other horrible musical moments, including what is perhaps the worst song in gaming history. But we begin with the Japanese version of Galactic Wrestling featuring Ultimate Muscle.
Go! Go! Muscle!
Yes, this lovely tune was wisely excised from the US version of the game, but there's something oddly compelling about this upbeat ditty playing over scantily clad men violently beating each other. Did they have to drag backup singers into this? It's clear to us that the violence in this game is a direct result of the opening song. Frankly, I feel like punching my TV now. Which is why we'll shift gears and look at 1999's Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. You play a boy, desperately trying to defeat a great evil. His girlfriend Luna's singing.
In your dreams, love is the plot, carried on wings of hope.
Oh shoot, I just remembered. We better go meet Luna to practice singing.
All the practice in the world won't help, especially once the theme song kicks in.
Let rise the dreams of your heart.
Instead of letting rise the dreams of your heart, why not beat your head against a wall until the ringing in your ears drowns out her singing? Quick, jump off the cliff, end your suffering.
Well,
But the worst song, if you can even call it a song, the one that causes a painful, itching, burning sensation, is found in Sammy's 7th Samurai 20XX. Not only did they take Akira Kurosawa's classic film and turn it into a futuristic robot-killing hack and slash where all the ninjas have inexplicably exposed midriffs.
Well, this is just great.
They decided that this tale of honor, tragic loss, and timeless heroism needed a musical number. And this is what they came up with.
Yo, Mew! What's up, Kai? Yeah, I'm glad we waited. Right, I think that these guys have finally made it. They requested that it's hoping to be. Yo, the one that Agent sent us to see.
It's like watching a train wreck dressed in brightly colored spandex.
Let's show these guys that we are the best. Look at this. Who's not showing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wasn't there supposed to be 2 more lives?
I can count the number of games to feature flamboyant roller skating, beatboxing ninjas on one finger. My middle one.
Nah, scratch that. Enough of this flow.
Thank God. I never thought I'd say this, but this game actually makes Rhapsody look good. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yeah, la la.
Yes, you really have a gift when it comes to singing.
I know, don't I?
Yes.
I mean, she's so kind. I mean, you guys see my inner talents as well.
One day I'm gonna do it. I want to be in Cats, man.
The rapping on that was awful, but when they rapped it proper, the rapper, I thought it was great. But that's because he was a flat dog.
You have to wonder, and if you are responsible for this game, please let us know. At what point do they say, you know, we need rapping in here, and we need roller skate rapping, and we need them to rap so badly that, you know, it's I want to pull my eardrums out and pee on them.
But maybe they do it with a sense of irony, like it's supposed to be really, because then they start writing on the
this is
wall.
irony here. The rapping somewhere in like this post-irony phase where it's impossible because your head's compressing like at the end of Raiders.
Well,
or something.
they kind of did terrible things with the whole 7 Samurai thing, so I guess they might as well
like,
just put rapping in it.
Broke and everything. All right, if you'd like to learn more about the show, or about any of the games you saw today, or how to avoid ever having to hear music like that, visit our website, g4techtv.com/Xplay. We're going to wipe our mental slates right here.
Mission with me?
I would rather escort mission than ever hear that again.
Today on Xplay, overreacting in Codename Panzers.
My God,
Driving like a drunken celebrity in Rally Sport Challenge 2. And is Ghost Recon Jungle Storm a train wreck? Place your bets. It's game time. Two people who passed the Dutchie from the left-hand side, Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
I know what you guys think, but Dutchie it's actually a Jamaican cooking pot.
Yes, it's a Jamaican cooking pot.
Hello and welcome to Xplay. On today's show, we have squad-based shooters.
Yeah, it's a new one.
Action RPG that plays like Diablo.
Oh, that's the 10th or 11th Diablo clone this year.
World War II tank game.
5th or 6th, one of those.
Rally racing game.
Oh, I think we've already played 3 others this month.
Okay, but this is the best reviewed rally racing game ever on this show.
Oh, well, in that case, ignore my skepticism, embrace optimism, and let's throw in another game where you get points for driving into things and destroying them.
Like David Hasselhoff, especially if you don't buy his excuse that the car was driving itself.
Now, in fact, while we're at it, let's kick the show off with a new squad-based shooter for the PlayStation 2. Here's a review of Ghost Recon Jungle Storm.
Gather round the console, PS2 fans. It's seance time. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon has reappeared, and it's up to us to find out whether this spook's got guts or just a lot of smoke and mirrors. Jungle Storm brings Clancy's spectral tough guys in to fight Cuban-backed narco-terrorists who are trying to topple Colombia's government. The first scary thing we notice about the game is the frighteningly bad graphics. Shiver with terror as you pass through the flat 2D foliage. You'll command 2 teams in the field through a variety of mission types, including every soldier's dream burden, the simpering hostage escort mission. There's usually 4 objectives within a given mission, including one that shows you are God's little postman of decency. Peasants, we have freed you from the oppressive bonds of the narco-terrorists. Soon, your new leader, Walmart, will be here. Until then, you gather up some giggling greens. You mix us up some margaritas. Your team's fairly astute, and setting up strategic flanking moves and pincher tactics can be rewarding. And your face-painted hitmen will take out enemies on sight. In tight spots, however, your team can be slow to react, and as far as your opponents are concerned, AI can stand for artificial idiot, as this guy proves. What, you didn't see me? Of course, the most fun tactic to employ is the kill the guy from far away technique.
Kill confirmed.
That's one way to get someone's mind off drugs. Ooh, look, pre-Columbian art. Hey, NATO soldier hostage guy, it's not so cool to use the pre-Columbian art as a bathroom. You done? Okay, let's go. Jeez. A predictable arsenal accompanies your trooper on his crusades of freedom, including night vision, so popular with the in-crowd.
Yo.
Look, the peasants are in the church praying. You guys might want to try another god. This one's made you into poor people. Online play offers a nice variety of cooperative play, as well as deathmatch and a kind of cat-and-mouse mode.
I hear something.
Poor graphics make human hunting difficult as you try and distinguish between pulsing pixels and the bobbing heads of the bad guys. I know this house, don't I? Of course, it's a house where video game characters live. No food, no plugs, no consoles. Completing your tropical vacation, Jungle Storm comes bundled with 8 missions from the Island Thunder expansion pack. As you'd expect from Tom Clancy, the story moves along nicely, and we liked the variety of online multiplayer modes. But there's really very little innovation here, folks. And come on, there's really no excuse for graphics like this. We give it a 2 out of 5. Look at these dudes. Wasted. Don't you guys know not to get high from your own supply?
Possibly the worst graphics I've ever seen on the PS2. That is saying a lot.
You know, it's supposed to look like Ghost Recon on the PC, not King's Quest from the 80s. Oh, and by the way, I was as disturbed by that night vision video as you were. I'm never leaving the intern's webcam on at night again.
Well, you know, even Paris Hilton looks like a startled lemur in infrared. A naughty lemur, but anyway, there's no excuse for this game looking so crappy. Bad Ubisoft. Bad. No Rayman.
Oh, and did we mention Jungle Storm is also coming out on the N-Gage? Oh yes, N-Gage fans, all both of you. Brace yourselves for some high-quality gaming right there. Now, let's turn to something slightly more exciting, a game called Sacred.
No, it's not a Bible game where you have to collect potato chips with the image of the Virgin Mary on them. It's a point-and-click action RPG for the PC.
Oh.
Here's a review of Sacred. If there's one thing I've learned from years of playing video games, it's this. If you're an evil necromancer, go find some minions who could screw up your ghastly experiments. Take this poor sap. All he wants to do is summon a giant flesh-devouring demon. You know, to have around the house in case some Jehovah's Witnesses show up. It's all going swell until Slick here messes up the protection spell. And now... that's where you come in. Time to point and click your way to ensure the world is safe for inappropriate fantasy apostrophe usage. Yep. Sacred is yet another Diablo clone. Now, while I wouldn't say this is the one to rule them all, they have added enough spin to keep it fresh, or real, or the shizzle, or whatever you kids are saying these days.
Don't wait for the Grim Reaper. I'm going to mow you down.
Just don't say that. You can play as one of the regular fantasy menagerie. Big guy with strength, fey person with magic, pointy ears guy. There's one neat addition, the Vampiress. By day, she's a mild-mannered knight. But after the sunset, she's a blood-sucking hellspawn. That's like my ex-girlfriends, except for the daytime part. The game has the main quest to save the world, but in addition, there's like hundreds of hapless dupes who need your assistance, and you can spend hours bothering yourself with the travails of their ineptitude. And all of this takes place on a huge map. We're talking Al Roker if the stables come out huge. And also like Al, there are no load screens. Plus you can ride horses. Horses are pretty. Nay. But there are some problems. For one thing, a number of side quests are either flaky or just plain broken. Quest locations won't show up on the map, or completed quests won't register as complete. There are other problems too. At one point, we couldn't get on our horse. There are also some areas where they forgot to type in the dialogue text for some of the characters. It just doesn't matter though. It's only essential.
Even with the bugs, the game is still playable enough. It's nice and familiar, but it's just nowhere near as good as what it's based on. Like the WNBA. Please don't hurt me. 3 out of 5.
You know those WNBA girls could come after you and kick your ass, right?
That's why we're keeping it on the down low.
Oh.
On the upside, you can link combo moves in Sacred. More or less, you have 2 buttons you can pick, and you pick 3 moves you like, and put them together. You hit that one button, and go whang, bang, boom, and it's actually one of the neatest innovations in the entire game.
Now, the downside is that no matter which character you choose, the game pretty much plays the same.
Now, don't go away. Later, we have rally racing and much, much more.
How much more? Can you be more specific?
No.
Up next, codename Panzers.
My God,
I never get tired of hearing that.
My God,
Surrender your badge and your light gun. It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show where World War II never ends. It just keeps getting rehashed in an endless series of games.
Now, admittedly, we've seen several World War II real-time strategy games. There's Commandos, Desert Rats versus Africa Corps, and Silent Storm. Now, we have another one.
And it's surprisingly funny. Notice I said surprisingly and not intentionally. Here's our review of codename Panzers.
Oh boy, another World War II real-time strategy title. These days, a game company without one of these is like a Hollywood studio without a comic book movie. Or a comic book convention without a bunch of smelly geeks. Okay, that was a little brutal.
Medic, I'm here!
Actually, that was a little brutal.
My God, I'm hit!
At first glance, codename Panzer stays within the expected parameters of similar games. Set in the European theater, you can lead Allied, Russian, or German forces through a series of interconnected missions.
They've got their sights on us!
You can tell who is who by the exaggerated accents.
We're under fire!
I've always loved the Scottish accent, but for some bizarre reason, it seems more satisfying to massacre unsuspecting troops while screaming in German. Sauerkraut, Sweetenburger! Achtung!
Wir sind schwer verwundet!
Each mission comprises a series of goals ranging from delivering intelligence to holding the line in a key town, or just blowing crap up. Nicely animated cutscenes punctuate the intermission goals without distracting too much from the gameplay. Is it just me, or are video game characters getting uglier?
What are your orders, Commander?
To accomplish mission goals, players have a limited but sufficient range of commands to work with.
Attack them!
Units can be ordered to move and attack directly, or given attitudes and guidelines under which to operate.
We need an order soon.
Okay, that's a little too much attitude. Rather than generic damage, weapons have more realistic uses. For example, who is going to win this battle of tanks versus some dudes in the grass? That's right, you guessed it. Tanks.
My God, I'm hit!
Of course, there are anti-tank units and mortar units available too. This game is sort of similar to rock, paper, and scissors. Rather than destroying structures, infantry units ordered to attack a building will enter and engage in a firefight with occupying forces. Upon entry, the roof fades to reveal the internal layout. At this early stage, with full campaigns and multiplayer modes still to come, the most impressive part of codename Panzers is in the graphics and sound. Unit animation, especially the vehicles and heavy guns, is detailed and engaging. And will you take a look at these beautiful trees? Oh my God, no! Not the trees! Oh, you are a cruel man, Adolf! So far, the attention to detail is impressive, and the single-player sections of the game already feel polished and gripping. If the complete scenarios, multiplayer game, and story arcs are delivered as promised, codename Panzers will come close to that admirable goal.
My God, I'm hit!
I do love the sound of a Scottish man screaming.
Oddly enough, Silent Storm, the other World War II strategy game we liked, was equally hilarious, if only because characters in it kept yelling things in a Scottish accent like, "Make flowers, ignore your grave."
Cutting. Basically, if you want to give your World War II real-time strategy game redeeming qualities, we recommend pretty trees and Scottish accents, since it seems like the gameplay is always going to be boring.
See, tanks in these games don't look like crushing waves of fascist oppression. They look tiny and cute, like maybe they're driven by adorable mice.
Mice chased by Nazis. Wait, wasn't there a comic book about this?
Yes, and I want a Pulitzer Prize.
Well, the more you read, the more you know. Now, how about a commercial for Ditech or for condoms?
Sounds great!
Up next, Destruction Derby Arenas. And you thought your commute was rough. Two people who didn't get whacked on The Sopranos, Adam Setzler and Morgan West.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show where hopes and dreams go to die.
And careers. Don't forget careers.
That's right.
Yes, so far in the show, we've seen fantasy, war, and a Tom Clancy game, because that man knows how to cash in.
Now we bring you something truly extraordinary.
A driving game.
Let me revise that. Now we bring you something truly ordinary.
Well, actually, you try and blow stuff up with your car. There are giant pillars that flip your vehicle upside down, and other drivers try and kill you.
Basically an ordinary commute in Los Angeles.
Yeah, pretty much. Here's our review of Destruction Derby Arenas.
Xplay, Xplay, Xplay. Ready for some car crunching, clutch burning, finger twitching insanity? So are we.
And that's just what you get with Destruction Derby Arenas and a little more. The Destruction Derby franchise was one of the first ever games for the original PlayStation. Like a bologna sandwich inside a 1978 Chevy stepside in the summertime, it hasn't aged well. There are two distinctive gameplay types. You can try and take the checkered flag, or enter the rock'em sock'em world of demolition derbies.
I wouldn't bet against Set in this race.
The racing isn't going to keep Gran Turismo fans up at night, but where arcade racing is concerned, it gets the job done. Too bad it's about as deep as Jessica Simpson.
Shortcuts, shortcuts, shortcuts. We don't need no stinking shortcuts.
The courses have a variety of pathways that can cut valuable seconds off your lap time. But more importantly, you can create your own shortcuts simply by blowing through the destructible objects scattered about. Crossing the finish line at the top of the standings is only half the battle. To unlock new drivers, cars, and courses, you'll also have to make sure you create as much havoc as possible. Causing accidents or other random acts of aggression will give you points that can be used to advance to the next circuit. There are plenty of power-ups littering each course that can give you the edge just when you need it. Some give you speed boosts, while others can be used for offensive maneuvers. There are even TNT switches that will cause parts of the track to crash down on other cars. At the end of each circuit, you'll enter the Destruction Bowl, a massive destruction derby where anything goes! In addition to knocking around the 20 cars in each match, the arena becomes an obstacle all on its own.
Who cares about racing? Bring on the crashes, crashes, crashes!
And this is one game that has plenty of those.
I wouldn't bet against Set in this race. It's mindless. It's shallow. It's the same.
Destruction Derby Arenas isn't that much different than the game that launched with the original PlayStation back in 1995. Makes that with some of the worst art we've ever seen, and Destruction Derby Arena skids to a 3
out of 5!
Well, as we discovered, you can win the game without crashing into anything. But you do get more points by blowing things up.
Now, of course, the best feature of this game is the online play. You can go online, run over other people, and until Rockstar releases an online version of Grand Theft Auto, yeah, you can take out your road rage on others.
Now, don't go away. We have an excellent rally racing game coming up.
Yay!
We do.
Up next, best rally sports game ever. Not like there are a lot of them or anything. Don't believe any urban legends you hear about Adam Setzler and Morgan West.
For example, I wasn't born in Canada.
And I'm not a horrible dresser on my home planet.
Nice socks. We have finally come to the moment some of you have been waiting for. Others of you have been thinking, why the hell should I care about a rally sport game? Or, what is a rally sport game?
It's where you drive really fast in all kinds of weather on all kinds of terrain. In other words, the Nick Nolte method.
Now, of course, we already reviewed and liked Colin McRae Rally this year, but Rally Sport Challenge is by far the most accessible rally sport game we've gotten our hands on. And it strikes the perfect balance between sim and arcade-style racing.
Here's a review of Rally Sport Challenge.
Every now and then, we fire up a new game and find ourselves having all kinds of fun. Rally Sport Challenge 2 is one of them. The game looks, sounds, and feels better than any other racer available. We think it's simply the best rally game and perhaps the champion racer on the market. I'm serious. Okay, I know we aren't always this positive, but this is a great game. In real life, rally racing is a niche market. It demands specific skills to navigate ever-changing surface conditions on dodgy roads. Fortunately, for gamers, Rally Sport Challenge 2 synthesizes all scenery and physics in a way that allows us all to get a taste. Even using the game controller, drivers can feel when their cars slip out from underneath them. Sure, in real life at these speeds, we would hit the wall and fold up like an accordion. That is, of course, why we avoid real life every chance we get. 5 race varieties keep freshness locked. Hill climbs show the most scenery on treacherously winding mountain roads, while the parallel tracks of a crossover course make for fantastic head-to-head matchups. Ice racing shows us specific aspects of the mind-blowing physics engine. 105 events, more than 40 vehicles, and 90 courses add up to enough content to keep the most distracted drivers' eyes on the road. The depth of this game doesn't stop there. The interaction between machine and road has never been captured in more detail. From race to race, tuning the performance of your car is both incredibly important and very simple. Tweak steering response for better performance on ice, adjust suspension, and shift the power balance to get more groove on gravel. The only thing you can't change is what you have for breakfast, an option we expect to see in the next edition. In the face of overwhelming excellence, we almost never find demo-quality games that play as good as they look. Set a few friends in front of Rally Sport Challenge 2 on the widescreen with the digital sound crashing, and they'll immediately be hooked. Hey, I'm wary about being positive. Nonetheless, I gotta give this one a 4 out of 5.
Now, this game looks great, and driving fans will probably want to pick it up, if only because the cars look beautiful even when they get damaged.
Yes, did we mention how refreshing it is to see a licensed car game that actually shows damage? I'm tired of driving into walls without sustaining a scratch. Gran Turismo, I'm thinking of you. I'm also thinking of a pony.
Oh. Well, on an unrelated note, we have viewer mail.
And today's viewer mail asks a serious, extremely specific question. It's from Chris in Massachusetts. He writes, if you were in a game store that only had 2 games left, and they were Doom 3 and Half-Life 2, and all you had was enough money to pay for one game, and you couldn't go to the bank to get money because someone would take them, and you didn't want to wait for a restock, which one would you get?
That is a very specific question. Okay. Now, if they both leave the shipping yard at the same time.
Okay, and the wind's blowing 50 miles per hour northeast.
Right, and one is a Mack truck, it's an 18-wheeler.
And there are 2 elves copulating on the roadside.
That would be distracting, that's true.
Right, that would bring us back down.
Right.
I think I see. Are you getting that?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
need more calculations.
Well, and one more, and we add that.
All right.
I got Halo 2.
Halo 2.
Halo 2. Yes. It's Halo 2. Now, if you have a different way of doing your kind of math, well, then go to our message boards. And you can find that at GeForceTechTV.com.
Yeah, so
/Xplay.
Can tell us if you want Doom 3, Half-Life 2, or Halo 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking Doom 3 or Halo 2. You know, I really just want to just rise and clank, up your arsenal.
Yes, that's all you want.
It's familiar, it's
soft. But you're the platformer
anyway,
guy.
That's me. Go jump. We'll see you later.
Jump where? Good night.
Today on Xplay, shooting, dragging, and dancing in Hitman Contracts, suspending your disbelief in Rivet King, and fun with explosives in Serious Sam.
Sweet. Now I get to blow stuff up.
Sweet. Now I get to say it's game time. Please welcome 2 people often mistaken for fast-running zombies, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Okay, Mistaken for homeless people, yes. Zombies, no.
Welcome to Xplay. On today's show, we have a new Hitman game.
And Serious Sam blows up the GameCube and pretty much everything else.
Plus, the Summer Olympics come to a console near you because I know everyone is dying to play a rhythmic gymnastics sim.
I love ribbons. And on top of that, the best expansion pack ever. It only sounds boring.
Here's a hint. It's for Rise of Nations. Tiny people building even more vast empires while continuing to be cute by virtue of their tininess.
Ooh. And last but not least, our long-awaited review of Ribbon.
Oh, you think you know Frog Golf, but you don't know one thing.
But we kick the show off with one of the most in stealth gaming.
Yes, after Solid Snake and Sam Fisher, Hitman, Eidos's creepy assassin, is probably the biggest. Unless you play on normal difficulty, then he just kills everything.
Here's a review of Hitman Contracts. No, Agent 47, the Hitman series brawl protagonist, isn't drunk. He's been shot. And as he lies sprawled at death's door, he flashes back on some of his grittier assignments. Like this one, where he infiltrates a raid dressed as a meat packer. Who's that random naked guy? That's pretty much the premise of Hitman Contracts, the latest blood-soaked installment in the Hitman series. I'm guessing that operation wasn't a success. This time, depending on what difficulty level you play, the experience you get will be quite different. On a normal difficulty setting, since the enemy AI is dumber than dirt, there isn't anything deterring you from running and gunning your way to targets. Did we mention this game was violent? See, that was probably overkill.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouch. Ah. Oh.
And so was that. And that. Anyway, you're also extremely hard to kill in normal mode. Wait, I can get shot 20 times but I can't fall 10 feet without dying? On the higher difficulty settings, however, you'll need to rely on sneakiness to get by. Yeah, I'm pretty stealthy. And the price you pay for being sloppy is much higher. Enemy shots will do much more damage, and mobs of enemies rushing at you with assault rifles drawn will tend to have more serious consequences. Although they still dance like zombies. Hello, ladies. Why is there a dead horse at this party? Provided you're not playing on the default difficulty setting, to bypass many of the guards posted throughout the game's missions, you'll have to master the use of disguises, including this sexy radiation suit. Although I'm not sure why the goths don't notice a milkman wandering around their party. While disguised, you're far from impervious to detection. And to be honest, the manner in which the guards discover you sometimes feels rather arbitrary. Is it because I'm wearing white after Labor Day? But the rest of the time, you'll be inching closer and closer to your targets. Oh yeah, did I mention this game is really gross? Thank God that turkey fell where it did. Of course, the best part of the game may be the ragdoll physics. Look, he did the splits. And why not kill a man and then use him to mop up his own blood? I could do this all day. And though there are still a few weird glitches... Whoa, 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 where did that guy come from? This is definitely one for the fans of the series. If you like Hitman 2, you'll probably enjoy the way Contracts expands on the mythology surrounding the series' cold-blooded protagonist. If not, there are a lot of similar games that do the stealth action thing just as well. We give Hitman Contracts a 3 out of 5.
Okay, they totally got the rave at the meatpacking plant idea from the first Blade movie. But what's up with the dead horse?
Well, maybe it's a tribute to Salvador Dali or Luis Buñuel's Un Chien Andalou, or maybe it represents the dead horse they're beating with this series.
Well, let's move on to something far less ghastly. A game where you kill millions of life forms.
Yes! The first Serious Sam game came out on the PC way back in 2001. People love the swarming enemies, the non-stop action, sky-high mortality rate.
Now this first-person shooter has splattered its way out of the GameCube, and Nintendo's little console hasn't seen this much carnage since, well, ever. Here's a review of Serious Sam Next Encounter for the GameCube.
In Serious Sam Next Encounter, you play a guy named Sam who shoots lots and lots and lots of things. And while the game certainly doesn't seem as fresh from the laundry as the original Serious Sam, it's still really fun to do this. This time, you're in ancient Rome to defeat the evil minions of the alien Mental. Not that they really give that much attention to the storyline. The cutscenes are short, sort of confusing, and pointless.
Alright. Beat me up.
Which is fine. You don't play Serious Sam for the voice acting.
You kill my babies!
But you gotta love driving around like a maniac. Since the levels are chock full of secret areas and power-ups, you'll never lack for something to do between waves. Now, if you're bored, you can always search the grounds for ammo, armor, and other important crap.
Sweet! Now I get to blow stuff up.
Though finding an item often triggers another wave of monsters. I mean, aliens? Whatever. The general design philosophy of Serious Sam is overkill. It's a simple game. You point, shoot, and get out of the way. Puzzles are kept to a bare minimum and have all the complexity of a rock.
Yay! A jumping puzzle. Would you look at that? I love jumping puzzles.
Way to be meta, Sam. The game is really just about shooting stuff, and on that level, it works great. There's really no other game like this on the Cube, and even if there were competition, it's hard to beat the sheer glee with which Sam goes about his bloody business. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Okay, so the monsters aren't terribly detailed or refined, but there's so damn many of them you'll hardly notice. As usual for the GameCube, there is no online multiplayer, but it does offer blood and gore for fans of split-screen gaming. There are several multiplayer modes to choose from, like Deathmatch or Capture the Flag, as well as 2-player cooperative mode for taking on the main single-player game. Overall, Serious Sam Next Encounter is a fun, mindless indulgence. It looks good, plays well, and offers up plenty of stuff to shoot. And you get all this for only $20. That gives this Serious Sam a 4 out of 5.
That was a nice Douglas Adams reference.
Thank you. Too bad about the online, though.
Yeah, I think Nintendo might be wanting to fix that on its next-gen console. Although by the time that comes out, it'll probably be hosting the show from a walker.
Or a wheelchair. You can always sink below your lowest expectations. Stick around when we come back, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, and a lot of product tie-ins.
Up next, now with less detectable steroids in Athens Summer Olympics. May the road rise up to meet you, and may Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb always be at your back.
Wow. Welcome back to Xplay, the show that celebrates games from around the world.
Well, if by the world you mean Japan and Canada.
Ever since the heyday of the poorly pixelated Activision title Decathlon back on the ColecoVision, mankind has longed to engage in international sporting events without standing up from his computer screen.
Yes, why strive for athletic excellence and physical perfection in real life when your fat ass can play Olympic games without ever leaving your couch?
Well, for one, most of those games suck. When you try to cram 30 different sports into one game, the only sure thing is that all of them will underperform.
But this year, Sony brings us Athens 2004, the official video game of the Summer Olympics.
Wow, and by official, they mean they paid a lot to get the license. Here's our preview of Athens 2004.
It is a time-honored tradition in the video game industry. Every 4 years, a new Olympic-style game emerges, trying to bottle up the pageantry, pride, and prestige the international sporting event embodies, and normally failing miserably. Now that the Olympic Games are finally returning to its rightful birthplace, Sony's Athens 2004 hopes to light a torch under what has become a winded genre. It is my obligation as an American and an ex-Playian to check out our preview copy to see if this video game had the right stuff and to bring home a gold for the Gipper. I know I have my work cut out for me. First of all, this being a preview copy, it didn't come with any instruction manual. Secondly, I suck at virtually every sport. Virtually. But I am determined to bring home a gold medal. I will play all weekend. I will play until there is nothing left on my fingers except a bloody stump, or until I have to go to the bathroom. Luckily, there are plenty of events to choose from. 25 in total. Everything from swimming to gymnastics, long jump, pole vault, and sprints. All done with top-of-the-line motion capture. Now, as much as I suck, I have to admit the graphics are pretty nice. Look, you can even see the steroid needle marks on the athlete's arms. Now that's attention to detail. Oh, look how cute, little pony riders. Son of a... Wait, what button do I press? Ah! My spleen! XO, and L1. Oh, I'll never be good enough.
Hey, wash the hands, Bela.
Sorry. I'm just gonna have to do better.
For the giver.
Good job, man. Good job. You won 3 silver medals, man. Now you can go home and rest.
No. I've got to bring home the gold. It's time.
No. You don't mean...
Oh, yes. The dance pad.
Gold medal. You won! Yes! Oh, wait. It's demo mode.
What? Yes, disappointment is my co-pilot. See, at least in this game, you have stadiums to play in, as opposed to the real Athens where they haven't finished building them yet.
Yes, we'll be back, and later we have Ribbit King.
Coming up, tiny elephants are cute in Rise of Nations, Thrones and Patriots. Aww. A wise man once said, once again, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
I think by wise he means dramatically underpaid.
Yeah, I think so. Welcome back to Xplay, now with more expansion packs.
Yes, expansion packs are usually the bane of game reviewers' existence. Bad ones merely add a couple of weapons and maps to an existing game or serve to fix egregious errors made when the original title was released.
The good ones tend to give us something truly memorable that expands a beloved game and extends its replay value.
But today, we are blessed. Yes, blessed with the best expansion pack ever.
Touching. It adds new depth to Rise of Nations, the game we voted Xplay's best strategy game of 2003. Here, without any further ado, is Rise of Nations, Thrones and Patriots.
Last time we checked, Rise of Nations was a real-time strategy game. But now that we've spent many sleepless nights with the new expansion pack, Thrones and Patriots, we're beginning to think that real-time strategy isn't what it used to be. It's even better. This expansion pack is a wicked mix of everything you've come to expect in an add-on, and a couple things that can take the game in some new, bold directions. First, the usual stuff. As you might expect, there are several new nations for you to play as, with an emphasis on the indigenous tribes of North America, like the Lakota and the Iroquois, or at least invading expansionist superpowers, like the Americans. USA! 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 Actually, each of these new nations are pretty interesting to play because they aren't just retreads of the ones you got to play in the original. For example, the Lakota don't use farms at all. Instead, you get food for every citizen, explorer, or cavalry unit you have. Plus, anyone from the Americas gets to build one wonder of the world for free. Because we're so cool. The other nations are just as interesting. The Persians can have 2 capitals at one time, making them harder to eliminate. And the Indians, you know, the ones from India, get elephants as special units. And who wouldn't want that? By far the best thing in Thrones and Patriots is the new scenarios in the Conquer the World campaign. The original one, where you vie with every other nation for global domination, is back with a couple of tweaks to make room for the newcomers. But there are also 4 more focused campaigns that highlight some major historical events, like Alexander the Great trouncing all over the cradle of civilization, or Napoleon dealing with his inferiority complex. Imagine how much more mellow he might have been if he had been taller. The 2 most intriguing campaigns are the New World. Here, your chosen nation influences what your end goals are. For example, if you choose the Lakota or Iroquois, victory means no less than driving every last one of those nasty Europeans into the Atlantic. The Cold War is a great big one-on-one standoff between the US and the USSR, which is fun in a big old standoff kind of way. All told, there are far more choice moments in these new scenarios than in the original, and this marks a dramatic departure for Rise of Nations. The strategic layer of the game is fast becoming as involving as the tactical one, and that's no small feat. Thrones and Patriots is a must-own add-on for every single person who bought and loved the original game. There's nothing more to be said about it except that we give it a 5 out of 5.
Oh, there's nothing like wiping out indigenous peoples for fun.
Now, I think this is the only expansion pack in the history of Xplay to earn a perfect 5 out of 5. But, if I'm wrong, 30 people on the message boards will point it out because you guys have way too much time on your hands.
Anyway, fans of Rise of Nations, go out, buy this title, wallow in its goodness.
Oh, but before you buy or wallow, watch some commercials, and then we'll be back with the weirdest game we've reviewed this year.
Up next, the game for children and the very, very stoned Ribbit King. For a less protracted experience than watching Troy, it's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
I hear you. I never thought Orlando Bloom covered in oil could be boring. I was wrong.
They should try canola next time. Welcome back to Xplay, the show where we go off on tangents.
Oh, and speaking of tangents, apparently the makers of this next game totally went off on one when they conceived the sport of frolf.
No, not frisbee golf.
No.
Frog golf.
Yes, members of PETA, start protesting now because this game revolves around whacking cute little froggies with a mallet.
In this game, it's a sport. In Louisiana, it's just another Friday night on the bayou.
Yes, so drink the purple Kool-Aid, sit back, and try to understand this review
of Ribbit King.
Welcome to the fruit-tastic world of Ribbit King, where the Green Jackets are given out not to Tiger Woods or Phil Mickelson, but to Pan Pan, Pappy, Scooter, and Princess Tippy.
I could use a power nap.
Tee up, it's time to frolf. Frolf, of course, is when you substitute a golf ball with a frog. You won't find any snooty geriatric blue bloods at these clubs, folks. Hell, you won't even find clubs. Our heroes of the Green Miles use hammers and bones. Ribbit King's courses are cluttered with wondrous modes of fairway transit. You'll be whacking your amphibian with the assistance of a power meter. We initially thought the Rainbow Trail might lead to some Rippin' Pride party. Close, but no. Once you send your friendly froggy into the stratosphere, you relinquish control of its forward momentum towards the cup. This can deliver a bit of I'm witnessing the game playing itself feeling. The important thing is the initial aiming of your cold-blooded compadre. The targeting system is relatively accurate, and if you play your combo moves right, you just might reach the cup. As with most Japanese titles involving disturbingly cute characters, there's always an element of the bizarre that you just can't seem to put your finger on. Whether it's the oddly fabulous judge,
and the bonus goes to you!
Or the products that emanate from the pervasive plethora of mystery spots, you'll often find yourself saying, what the hell do I do with this thing? There's kind of an adorable dubiousness afoot in any game that contains a pill dispenser. Beta Ribbit Tonin perks your little frog up. It's important to regard your wee fellow's face from time to time to see if he needs a little pick-me-up. Scooter's little buddy Pickwick, who I initially thought was an acorn, is actually a picnic basket containing a raver's backpack-sized quantity of party pleasures. 2, please. Yay! I heard Beta Ribbit Tonin. Uh-oh, infamous party train wreck Princess Tippy's down on planet Frosticle. Feeling better?
How about a little frolf? Go!
As with many Japanese games, there's always these weird, amorphous, vaguely humanoid things that look as if they've been lopped off some odd bottom-dwelling fish down at your favorite sushi bar. And it's pretty obvious that the target demo for Ribbit King is on the younger side. Its fruit-flavored universe and accessible game controls make it a fun way to kill an afternoon. Sound effects and cute characters and a charming transit system provide an imaginative backdrop and turn a really slow game into something really fun. We give it a 3 out of 5.
Rainbows, fabulous judges, and picnic baskets. This is a game for girls. Girls who do lots and lots of drugs.
Okay, well, actually, it is supposed to be for children, but much like the Teletubbies, the rave kids will probably appropriate this one for themselves.
And speaking of appropriation, we like using your letters for our content.
Yes. Today's viewer mail is from James in Grand Ridge, Illinois. He writes, all of my friends have been saying that an Xbox 2 is coming out soon. Is this true?
No.
Well, I suppose it depends on what he means by soon. I mean, if by soon he means soon.
Well, like soon there will be a meteor that will come crashing down onto Earth, rendering us as extinct as the dinosaurs. It will come out before that.
Yes, definitely.
But if you mean soon, like soon I'll be able to, go back to school and learn things. No, it's not going to come out that soon either. We're thinking, what, 2006? They haven't said
Yeah.
officially, but it will be coming out. I would also expect it will be coming out at the exact same time as the new GameCube, but maybe not the new PlayStation. That may come out later. But we're just speculating here. This is the speculating zone.
So what he's saying is he has no idea what he's talking about, and please ignore everything he said.
But notice the authority with which I don't know anything.
That's what it's about.
All right, complain about us at our website, g4techtv.com/Xplay.
Good day on Xplay, hanging with Uma and Wolverine in City of Heroes, Golden Throats in Karaoke Revolution Volume 2, and Morgan goes symphonic with Final Fantasy in concert.
I'm a very oral person.
No comment. It's game time. Sent from the future to protect John Connor, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
I thought I was sent back to the 1950s to make sure my parents fell in love and the clock tower got struck by lightning.
Hello and welcome to
Or maybe I was supposed to stop the spread of a deadly virus that forced all mankind to live underground.
Hello,
I was sent back
welcome
to save
to
whales.
to Xplay.
No, that was Star Trek 4. The one where Spock wears a terry cloth robe and a headband the entire movie.
On today's show, we review one of the most highly anticipated online games of the year.
It has superheroes in it. My inner nerd is singing off key.
And we have Ultimate Fighting.
And side-scrolling shooters.
And the ultimate musical experience for some very dedicated Final Fantasy fans.
Plus, the opposite of the ultimate musical experience when Adam and I preview Karaoke Revolution Volume 2.
But we begin with the game that makes this comic book geek so very, very happy.
Here's our review of City of Heroes.
Happy dance.
Hope you like spandex, folks, because it's time to live out your adolescent power fantasies with City of Heroes. Welcome to Paragon City. This bustling metropolis recently survived an alien invasion, but just barely. Understandably paranoid, the city has started enlisting the help of pretty much any superpowered being that's willing to relocate, and that's where the players come in. This is a massively multiplayer RPG based on comic book superheroes, and it's relying on us to overpopulate the streets of Paragon City with thousands of incredibly muscular and attractive people, each with an overdeveloped sense of justice and a fetish for tights. The character creation system is amazing. Create any hero, no matter how original or, well, unoriginal. What? I love those movies. Oh wow, a Wolverine lookalike. Haven't seen any of those around or anything. After a little training, you're turned loose on the streets to start busting crime lords and the various gangs that roam the streets of Paragon City's numerous districts. Such as these guys, the Lost. They're evil men who use street signs for clothing and have televisions for heads. Televisions for heads! This is the height of villainy, people. You can choose between 5 classes of hero, but all 5 classes share many of the same power sets, so your unique-looking hero will end up firing off the same energy beams as a couple hundred other players. Some abilities differ. Defenders make better healers, blasters do more damage, but it would have been nice to have more customization in the powers department. Luckily, all the powers are pretty cool. As you progress, you'll gain better and better abilities, but your old powers never become obsolete. There are no weapons or armor or items in the game, but you will find enhancements that boost the stats of your individual powers. As long as you keep your enhancement levels high, even the powers you start the game with will remain deadly effective at high levels. Combat is semi-real time. You click on the power you want to use and your stats determine how effective it is, or whether it hits the enemy at all. Grouping up with other players is essential to survival at higher levels. Plus, battling through an enemy hideout with your super friends is when City of Heroes really shines. It's also possible to gain new methods of travel, such as teleportation. And my favorite? Flight. Now that I can fly, I feel truly superpowered. But even those who slip the surly bonds of Earth shouldn't get overconfident. I can't think of worse ways to die, but I can't think of one more undignified than that. Beyond the flashy combat, however, you'll find, well, nothing. There's no crafting, no player buildings, no player versus player combat, no nothing. You beat up bad guys, level up, and go beat up some more bad guys. Sometimes it's hard to stay motivated. City of Heroes could evolve into something great if time is spent fleshing out the character classes. Adding cakes would be nice too. Right now, it's a breath of fresh air for the MMORPG fans, but it might not hold your interest past the 30-day trial period. We give it a 3 out of 5.
This game has one of the best concepts for massively multiplayer online role-playing game ever. Unfortunately, it needs a lot of improvement if it's going to live up to its potential.
Now, of course, that problem may be solved when the sequel, City of Villains, is released next year. But until then, one of the greatest pleasures of City of Heroes is playing Spot the Superhero. With all the customization, the ability to recreate your favorite characters is limitless.
Aside from Wolverine and the Bride from Kill Bill 1, we saw characters who look like Freddy Krueger, Solid Snake, the ambiguously gay duo, Cyclops, a 3-foot-tall Hulk, and a Waldo, because you can't have an MMORPG without a Waldo.
And you can't have an Ultimate Fighting game without that Ken Shamrock dude. So needless to say, he's in UFC Sudden Impact.
So take off your shirt. Here's our review. The Ultimate Fighting Championship, the longtime king of pay-per-view reality fighting events, has been the subject of numerous video game translations over the years. Perhaps most famous for a grappling-based combat system that didn't play like a cheesy wrestling game. UFC is the poster child for rough and tumble gameplay. That said, UFC Sudden Impact might not really be worth your hard-earned Andrew Jacksons, but let's get it on anyway.
Let's get it on!
Fighters everywhere, and a woman too. UFC Sudden Impact has a sizable roster of ferocious heavyweights, calculating featherweights and all sizes and psychological dispositions in between. You got the crown kings of the sport's signature cage, including but not limited to the Huntington Beach bad boy, Tito Ortiz, and other UFC greats like the world's most dangerous man, Ken Shamrock. Plus, Erica Montoya, the most active female in mixed martial arts, makes her video game debut in Sudden Impact. She's going toe-to-toe, or fist-to-fist rather, with the big boys. Yeah, with mixed results. So the fighters look decent enough. They've got nice facial detail anyway. But the assorted walks towards the ring make them look like a who's who of tights featured models at a Pepto-Bismol sponsored fashion show. Loosen up, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, the series hasn't improved its look at all. Well, simply put, the game doesn't look very good. It's a low-res texture nightmare. While the action is good, both intense and allowing for back-and-forth matches, nothing significantly new has been brought to the table. And you know, if you're gonna release a new game, let's add a little newness, huh? Did you want to write that down? So, you have the standard championship modes and versus competitions that make up the meat and potatoes of every other standard UFC game. But you can also explore UFC Sudden Impact Story Mode, although it's not recommended. It boasts lots of tasks, lots of breeding, lots of blow time, lots of training, and ultimately lots of boredom. Overall, the mode is just a tiresome chore. UFC Sudden Impact has one thing going for it. It retails for only $20, and you can't really beat that. But if you have any of the other previous UFC games in your library, then there is no need to pick this one up. If you haven't checked them out before, you can probably find one of the older versions even cheaper. All things considered, we can only afford UFC Sudden Impact a subpar 2 out of 5. So apparently Ultimate Fighters just sit on top of their opponents and punch them in the face. I don't know what's so ultimate about that.
Well, see, Ultimate Fighting is going the way of the XFL, and the fact that they haven't changed the game since it first came out on the Dreamcast isn't helping.
Admittedly, these games were innovative back when Ultimate Fighting Championship first came out on Sega's console in 2000.
A long time ago.
But now it's just tired. Save your $20, start a bar fight instead.
That's the worst advice you've ever given on the show, Adam.
What about gin makes baby sleepy?
I still say it's bourbon.
It's the junipers.
Coming up, this fanboy's mom describes his reaction to Final Fantasy in concert.
He was screaming when he found it on the internet.
Now with Splenda, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Is that what that stuff was?
Yeah, we got completely taken. Welcome back to Xplay.
We have a treat for Final Fantasy fans.
And something to make fun of for everyone else.
We went down to Los Angeles to see a once-in-a-dorky-lifetime event. Square Enix brings the music of Final Fantasy to the fans.
I'm here at the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles, California for Dear Friends, music from Final Fantasy. This is where the LA Philharmonic Orchestra plays music for Final Fantasy. I'm not making this up. So I have to ask, what the hell is going on here?
We are putting on the first ever, as far as we know, the first ever video game orchestral concert here in Los Angeles at the Walt Disney Concert Hall. It is the first Final Fantasy orchestral concert outside of Japan.
Have you gotten a really good fan response?
Oh yeah, it was huge. We sold out tickets in less than 72 hours, less than 3 days.
Now that we have the lowdown, let's go talk to some of the people in line. Hi, Jay.
Hi, Morgan.
What the hell are you doing here?
It's the first Final Fantasy concert in the U.S. I mean, everybody I know is a fan of this guy's music.
Oh my God, because the music is just beautiful. It's amazing. I can't wait to just sit there and just be in a whole other world. I love it.
I really like the waltz from Final Fantasy VIII. Kefka's theme from Final Fantasy VI is really good. Some of Aerith's music and Sephiroth's stuff from 7 is really cool.
Oh, I totally agree. How much did you pay for your tickets?
Close to 200.
190 for 2 tickets.
What do you do for a living?
Construction, and I work in a liquor store.
I noticed you brought your mother.
Yes, I did.
So I have to ask, are you being dragged here as the chauffeur, or are you interested?
I am totally interested. I am so excited to be here. When he was screaming when he found it on the internet, and he came running out and told me. I started screaming, and this is my birthday present. This is what I asked for, and I am more than happy to be here. The music of Nobuo Uematsu is fantastic, and I think we have practically every Final Fantasy CD we can get our hands on.
We have quite a lot.
You are a very patient woman.
Yes, come all the way from Delaware just for this.
Do you guys expect, like, when you're sitting there listening to the music, do you think you're gonna feel what you felt when you were playing the game?
Oh, definitely. It just it's like touches your soul like the game did. You're just like, whoa, this is incredible. Like your first time, you're like, wow, this is so cool. And then like the music, it just makes it so much more real.
What brought you to this Final Fantasy concert? What was it that made you plunk down your however many bucks and stand in line out here?
My years-long obsession with Final Fantasy games, and especially the music. I've just been in love with them ever since I started. I probably started playing with the 3rd game, I think.
I have the piano versions. The orchestral versions arranged by Shoro Hamaguchi are my favorite. Those are just wonderful.
Do you think you'll get those emotions that you had playing the game while sitting there listening to the music?
Absolutely. I'm a very oral person. I love music. I'm very tied in with music, so that's what really kind of pulls on the emotions.
That was fun, but the show's about to start. Let's go inside and get some culture.
I never envisioned that we were going to be playing video game music. But
It's really inspiring to see so many nerds rise as one.
Yes, inspiring is one word for it.
Coming up, Metal Slug 3. Yep, there are 3 of them. Back by contractual obligation, it's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay.
Now, a lot of people love the old side-scrolling shooters, which would explain why many of them are being re-released.
Now, SNK's Metal Slug 3, which first came out in the year 2000 on the Neo Geo, is back on the Xbox.
And for some reason, they're trying to charge $40 for it. Here's our review of Metal Slug 3 for the Xbox.
Well, there are 2 camps around 2D gaming. The first is the nostalgic gamer who remembers when everything was much better in the old days and thinks this newfangled 3D stuff is just a fad. And the second camp are those who have long since moved on. Still, there's always room for some nostalgia, right? At least that's what SNK is hoping with their Xbox port of the side-scrolling shooter Metal Slug 3. So first off, it seems odd to say that the biggest problem with this otherwise excellent example of its genre is the price tag. But it's true. A port of an old console game from a much older system seems a bit pricey at $40. It's not like we're made of money. That said, there is a lot to like here for fans of ye olde side-scrolling shooters. For all its 2D low-res cartoon looks and simplistic action, there are some innovative aspects to the gameplay and a surprising sense of humor to match the wall-to-wall gunplay. The plot stays pretty close to the bare minimum, of course. There's an evil overlord out to take over the world, and only 4 brave soldiers are available to fight him. Helping you along are the occasional monkey, rescued POW, and/or battle-ready camel. That's right, I said camel. Stop laughing! You'll have to fight your way through 5 death-defying stages, but getting through is far from easy. Mutant crabs, giant bosses, an army of suicidal soldiers, and even the undead will do all they can to disparage you. But if you can't beat them, join them. Thankfully, you can free prisoners who will reward you with power-ups and new weapons.
Thank you.
And even if they have nothing to offer, you'd still want to help them out, because they're so nice.
Thank you.
One fun feature is that the game levels are chock full of alternate routes. At certain crossroad sections in the game, you have the ability to enter different sub-levels. Sub-levels? Get it? Anyway, this manages to add some degree of replayability and helps keep the main levels from getting too stale too quickly. Overall, if you like this series or the genre, Metal Slug 3 is a fine example of this classic style of gameplay. Nonetheless, even though it's insanely hard and it's overpriced, we give Metal Slug 3 a rock-solid 3 out of 5.
Thank you.
Back when Metal Slug 3 first came out on the Neo Geo, the cartridge cost $200. I'd pay $10.
Stick around. When we come back, Xplay sings.
I'm sorry.
Up next, Friends Don't Let Friends Sing Drunk in Karaoke Revolution 2.
I'm a midnight toker.
Nerding people out since 2003, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay.
We like Konami's first Karaoke Revolution in theory. Now, we say theory because ostensibly when people who are more vocally talented than the Xplay staff play it, it can be fun and entertaining.
When we play, all that remains is pain, misery, and the wailing of children.
We harpoon children?
Only the fat ones.
Oh. Anyway, now the game returns with more songs and more options. Here's a review of Karaoke Revolution, Volume 2.
Last winter, Xplay gave you tender love songs.
Who will dance on the floor in the round?
Powerful ballads.
I would like to be.
Coming soon from the company that brought you Karaoke Revolutions, Konami presents Karaoke Revolution Volume 2.
Touching me.
Yes, now you and your friends can put all that pent-up raw emotion into massacring a whole new slew of classics.
Where can I find a woman like that?
Including this song.
Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away.
This song.
Every breath you take.
And this song.
Okay, for those of you familiar with the first Karaoke Revolutions, number 2 will basically work the same. Try and match your pitch to what's indicated on screen and sing, screech, or mutter the words as they fly past the screen.
First I was afraid.
I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong.
And I grew strong. And I learned how to get along, and so you're back.
From outer space.
You have backup singers to help you along the way. They're not the original artists, but chances are they are better than us.
People talk about me, baby. Say I'm doing you wrong, doing you wrong.
Ever wanted to sing Let's Get It On at the county fair? Well, neither did I. But you can anyway, and even pick out a cute costume.
I believe in a thing called love.
If you are having trouble getting your friends to witness your fine melodies,
with every step you take.
Click over to the Quick Play option and perform to a real live virtual audience. Unfortunately, sometimes it's hard to impress even animated people.
Oh, so he doesn't even get to finish?
If you're not in the mood to be judged, the game crowd doesn't figure in if you choose the standard karaoke option. Of course, you're still susceptible to cheers and jeers from whoever you've invited over. This isn't the type of game you'd normally play by yourself, unless you want your neighbors to ask you the next day why they heard you singing Britney Spears' Toxic all by yourself the other night. Karaoke Revolution Volume 2 looks highly entertaining already. We'll hit you, baby, one more time with the review. So, stay tuned to Xplay.
Hey, one thing I think Konami should do is should have one special add-on disc, and it's just Freebird. Just to end all the requests of you jackasses out there at those shows who request the song. Wouldn't that be great? Because then you understand it's 45 minutes of misery.
Of watching you.
Yeah, Freebird.
You're very talented, though, I do have to say.
Yeah, I mean, look at me right here. Well, if you want to comment on my talent or Morgan's actual talent, then
I can't sing either.
Yeah, but you can do all those other things very well. Go to our website, g4techtv.com/xplay. There's stuff there. You can check it out.
Today on Xplay, Rockstar Games makes a Western full of burning, bleeding, fat, naked cowboys. Plus elven booty in Lineage 2 and important questions in La Puzzle Tactics.
What's with the bear suit?
Ask him. It's game time. Less enthusiasm. It's Adam Zessler and Morgan Webb.
Hi, welcome to Xplay.
On today's show, the people behind Grand Theft Auto make a Western game because the American frontier had hoes too.
It's true. Plus, a strategy RPG where you fight zombies and whales, so it's made expressly for people who hate alternative religious lifestyles and large marine mammals. Republicans.
And let's not forget half-naked elf women, half-naked orc women, and me feeling very uncomfortable about Lineage 2.
Plus, free downloadable content, bowling for your PS2, and a very special segment on the unique voices we found on Xbox Live.
But we start the show with a look at the latest release from Rockstar Games.
Yes, Rockstar is famous for releasing Grand Theft Auto, but they also put out subpar ultraviolet crapola like State of Emergency and Manhunt. So what's the new one like? Find out when we review Red Dead Revolver.
Red Dead Revolver has the traditional story we all know from the Old West. Boy has dad. Life has hope. Dad dies at the hands of mean, dusty people. Son squawks like a bird. Son exacts revenge on hordes of nefarious clown people. Just like High Noon, but without the majesty.
You gonna blow up real good, cowboy.
Red Dead Revolver is the second attempt this year to revive the non-existent genre of the Western game, which means we've already exhausted all the Western cliches. Oh wait, hold on.
Here's the good.
The game works. It's an action game that serves up ample action. Enemies are plentiful, and you have those fun old weapons that shoot slowly to take them down. And their heads squish like old-time melons. Since the Old West was overrun with craggy rocks and abandoned wheelbarrows, you can use these as cover, which helps keep the game from being just running and gunning. Keeping things even more authentic is the ability to slow down time and line up a series of shots on your enemies. For you kids who weren't around in these claim-jumping, opium-smoking days of yore, it's called Deadeye. Plus, I bet 50% of you duelers out there love a good duel. Well, rejoice, because in this game, you can shoot people who are standing around waiting to be shot. I still don't really understand how it works, but I win a lot. The nicest aspect of Red Dead Revolver is that it throws a lot of different scenarios at you, like shooting in an old place, shooting on a moving train, shooting at nighttime, shooting homicidal clowns in arid setting. Now, the bad. Enemies aren't smart. They just kind of come at you and you shoot them. Apparently mean people in the West could take a frightening amount of damage before acknowledging death. Maybe it is all the opium, but I know it's so the game offers a challenge, but it does look funny. Fat people run faster than you.
And don't tell me that's gravity. The camera also plays an unfortunate role. The player has full control over it, which sounds nice, but it moves like a handicapped bear in a tub of molasses. The areas you play in are typically small, and the camera's in tight. Enemies come at you from all sides, making it very difficult to know where trouble's at until someone shoots you. Maybe if they said howdy varmint or something, that would help. Also, despite the attempt at variety, the gameplay loses its spark pretty quickly. Most challenges just involve shooting dusty people. And now, the ugly. While the game isn't as ugly as a baboon's ass, it does lack the color and curiosity of that particular primate's butt. Apparently, all game designers think that old things looked old even when they were new. And this lady scares me.
Good day to you, stranger.
Are those jowls, or did she paint a mustache on herself using cigar ash? The biggest regret about Red Dead Revolver is that it could have been great. It needed a lot more work, but as it is, it's playable, not enjoyable. A 2 out of 5.
So this game was originally developed by Capcom, who figured out it was probably going to suck. Then Rockstar picked it up, put some blood and naked clowns in it, and shipped the sucker out.
You know, frankly, I'm surprised there isn't a chainsaw and a Dennis Hopper cameo in it. Now, the one bright point is the soundtrack, which could have been ripped from a Sergio Leone film.
Moving on, we have a Japanese strategy RPG, so I'm going to leave the set now and read labels on cat food tins. It's just something to do.
Come back. This was made by the makers of Disgaea.
Nope. It's no fancy feast. Look at this.
Just because Adam hates games with depth and substance doesn't mean you have to. Or do you? Anyway, this title has a cult following on the crescent-shaped island we call Nantucket. Sorry, I mean Japan. Anyway, here's a review of La Pucelle Tactics.
Tuna fish.
From the makers of Disgaea comes La Pucelle Tactics, a cute and cuddly strategy RPG about saving the world from evil spirits. Are you ready to exercise? Sorry. The game focuses on Priye, a teen demon hunter in training with a bit of an attitude.
Why do I have to waste my time fighting zombies? They are such wimps! What if my clothes get dirty? They were just washed!
Her sibling, Kulat, provides ranged attacks and helpful tidbits of wisdom.
We're new at this, so we've got to start small and then move on to tougher enemies.
Helpful for people who have never played a video game before. Combat takes place on gridded battlegrounds covered in colored energy streams. Priye and her exorcist friends can purify the sources of the energy, sending a shockwave of damage-dealing goodness along the stream that can eliminate enemies in its path. Alternately, you can just go beat the crap out of enemies until they die. In a cool twist, purifying an enemy before defeating it can cause it to switch sides and join you. It isn't long before your army consists not only of strikingly dressed demon hunters, but also the very bats and zombies they're mowing down. Once you complete a map, you can go back and play it again, which leads to an interesting exploit in the game. By returning to a map over and over and repeatedly KOing your own allies, you can level your characters up to ridiculous levels before you've even completed the first dungeon.
All right! Can you just stop complaining for a while? Shut up, you!
This is a double-edged sword. If you use this trick, the game will be pathetically easy. If you don't, La Pucelle Tactics will chew you up and spit out the seeds. That's because this game is entirely based on numbers and stat levels, to the point that the tactics part can become irrelevant. The real strategy in La Pucelle is in finding the best ways to make your characters insanely powerful, and using the puzzle-like purification system to kill multiple enemies and fuse normal items into monster-terrorizing uber weapons. The game doesn't require this approach, but it certainly favors it. If you're stifling maniacal laughter at this point, this is your kind of game. There's also a decent story mixed in here that ranges from the maudlin.
We lost our parents 7 years ago. They died in a carriage accident coming back from work.
To the ridiculous.
What's with the bear suit?
If you're a stat-maxing, power-leveling, anime-watching RPG fan, congratulations! A target audience is you. If your core isn't quite so hard, you may want to look elsewhere.
Can you just stop complaining for a while?
We give it a 3 out of 5.
You suck!
With a name like La Pucelle, you'd think it was a French game. This is when Adam would usually say something kind of funny, probably about baguettes or a joke about Charles de Gaulle that only one person in the audience would get. I bet that one person really misses him right now. For everyone else, after the break, we have Naked Elves. I don't know why you people like that, but you do.
Up next, setting the women's movement back 20 years, it's Lineage 2. Stealing your soul since 2003, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We keep your souls in a box, along with a couple of preview copies of Halo 2.
Yes, welcome back to Xplay. Yes, we have a massively multiplayer online game. Yes, it has dark elves. Yes, the elves are pretty much naked. Yes, they made me review it. Here's Lineage 2 for the PC. Welcome to the beautiful world of the MMORPG Lineage 2. Let's find out who we're gonna be today. I'm into the dark elves because they use black magic. Though, those can't be real. They don't even jiggle. They sure are perky. They do jiggle more when she runs, but I think it's safe to say they're totally fake. There's some elf surgeon out there doing a good business. Okay, I'm really sick of looking at her butt, so let's try, this burly orc woman. I am so tough. People will cower before me. My God, I'm looking at her butt too. I'm not gonna sit here all day and stare at her thong. I have a recommendation for the graphic artists. Stop watching so much porn. I'm gonna play as this dwarf girl. I'm sure she's just an addition for the pedophiles, but at least you can't see her butt. Now, don't get me wrong, the art is so beautiful, but the limited choices for character body type are as annoying as the running style of the elves. But now that I have my cute dwarf lady, I'm gonna set out on my adventure. I'm stuck in the floor. Get me out of here. Maybe I'll just run to a flat part. You start out with little tasks, like go get the groceries for the dwarf man. But mainly you'll be killing 27,000 of these poor little innocent raccoons for experience points. It's a little slower when, like my dwarf lady, you don't have magic. You kill one, then you sit down and recover health. Kill one, you sit, you kill one. Ooh, do you feel like a big man now? Killing a cute little bunny corn as it flees in terror? The thing that sets Lineage apart is that you can kill other players and take their stuff. Hey, quit it! I'm just a noob. Of course, if you do this enough, other people won't like you very much and come after you. Ha! That's what you get, punk ass. Hey, thanks for saving me, nice man. Hey, don't run away. What are you doing later? Oh yeah, I'm a guy. If you don't have a psychopathic antisocial bent, Lineage 2 offers the standard MMORPG buffet of activities. But the game is so stingy in handing out cash and experience points that playing feels a little like running up the down escalator. You're going to invest a lot of time before you get to kill anything bigger than you, but I wouldn't know, because I still have about 180 more raccoons to kill. Why don't you guys take off? I'm gonna be here a while. A 2 out of 5. Now, for some reason, MMORPG players really like scantily clad women, especially if they have horns or pointy ears. I don't know what that says about your relationships with your mothers, but hey, that's between you and your mom.
And what's between you and your computer, aside from a sneeze guard, are a lot of free downloads, like this one, from Neighbors from Hell 2.
So while it might be nice to take a vacation, this one's going to be a nightmare. It seems that Mr. Cranky here has a problem. It's his neighbor, Woody. Woody has a reality TV show that revolves around, well, ruining his neighbor's good times. It's a journey of bear traps, soggy hats, electrocutions, and hopefully, high ratings. And who wouldn't want that? Interested parties should point their browsers over to the official Neighbors from Hell website. Here you can meet the assorted characters, peruse illustrations, and along the bottom panel, find a link to download a 2-level playable demo. It's the Neighbors from Hell 2 Vacation Downloadable, and it's free to take a peek at. Just be sure Big Olga doesn't catch you looking.
Yes, believe it or not, there are tons of free downloads on the internet.
And only 90% are porn. I checked.
Coming up, because even game designers run out of ideas, it's Strike Force Bowling. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We're not that bad. Have you seen Nash Bridges?
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that has the audacity to review a bowling game.
Yes, and a continued effort to prove that we're totally open to new experiences that don't involve physical activity. We have a review of a dynamic new bowling game for the PS2.
Dynamic?
Sounds better than unnecessary.
Here's a review of Strike Force Bowling.
You know your gaming system has earned its stripes when bowling titles start appearing on shelves. Now, it's not necessarily a precursor to the apocalypse, but rather a positive sign that mainstream sports are being adequately covered to the point where publishers are looking for something new to fill the void. That's a good thing, of course, especially to those patiently holding out for versions of horseshoes, croquet, and badminton. Strike Force Bowling is a budget release hoping to bowl over PS2 owners while trying to spare gamers from complicated controls and any hint of depth. The interface here, which involves timing button presses at specific intervals along the horizontal meters, couldn't be simpler. If it were any more basic, it would be hooked on phonics. Players can move their bowler left or right to set the ball's path indicated by a red line, like so. Spin is adjusted by moving a percentage marker up and down, which curiously has no effect on the line showing the ball's direction. After these two adjustments, it's time to bowl, which involves pressing a button twice. The first to set power, and the second to set accuracy. And that's that. So while the pin action seems realistic enough, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable effect of oil on the ball, and the lanes all appear to have the same amount of carry. Sadly, Strike Force Bowling looks like an early 3D computer title. Something you might have played back in the days of the old wood-burning computers. There are only 8 characters available, 2 males, a few females, an alien, a robot, and 1 skeleton. The skeleton, ironically, shows up when you play skins rounds. The bowler moves stiffly and has the same awkward-looking animations for reaction shots, like cheers, jumps, tantrums, and so forth, which are fun to watch, like, what, twice maybe? Yeah, note I said maybe. Unfortunately, there's little difference between the lanes other than appearance. They did toss in a golf variation, but I don't know. I suppose it was meant to be cool. Anyway, well, gosh, that's about it. What you see is what you get. So, since Strike Force Bowling doesn't have the depth or realism to satisfy bowling fans, nor does it have the visual flair or offbeat gameplay to lure arcade sports junkies from their usual titles, you might end up with buyer's remorse. The game looks and feels every bit like its budget status, which might be okay if you adjust your expectations accordingly. For most players, however, Strike Force Bowling is the game equivalent of bowling shoes. Cheap, tacky, a little stinky, and something best left behind the rental counter. We can only afford it an underwhelming 2 out of 5.
Ah, yes, the ancient Egyptian art of bowling.
Yeah.
And for the pins, they used the sacred jars that contained the organs of their mummified friends.
Historical accuracy in games. We have to applaud it when we see it. Just like the scary clowns in Red Dead Revolver. I mean, those guys are how the West was really won.
One terrified child at a time.
Up next, this Xbox Live user raises the level of discourse.
Do you want to try to make love to your car?
Still entertained by the word poop, it's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
It's not just the word.
Way to elevate the level of discourse, stupid face. Welcome back to Xplay.
Hey, we like Xbox Live, and so we play it a lot.
And when we play, we hear the voices of other players. Players like you. Join us for the wit and wisdom of the fine art of online conversation.
It came from Xbox Live.
Go Bane, go, yeah. I have carpal syndrome. I can't feel my fingers. They're turning blue. My eyes are bleeding.
I'm hot.
Yes, you are, baby.
Have you might try to make love to your car? I did it once. I just made out with it, man. That's all that was. There was nothing gay or anything.
Hey, the Xbox box is big enough to live in. Hi.
You should hear the stuff we couldn't air.
No, you shouldn't. The fact that there out there somewhere is a man who gives new meaning to the phrase auto-erotica is terrifying enough.
Yes, please, Xbox Live users, refrain from making love to your Honda Civic. That totally violates the warranty.
Now, we end tonight with an answer to one of your burning questions.
What happened to Corey Haim? That guy was great in the 80s.
Actually, this is a technical question about video game design that many of you have asked, and since we aren't exactly programmers, we called in an expert to answer your question about MIP maps.
MIP maps are scaled versions of a unique texture used in a rendered frame. As the distance between the viewpoint and a textured polygon increases, scaled down MIP maps are used to achieve a more realistic effect. Likewise, as the textured polygon's distance decreases with respect to the viewpoint, higher resolution MIP maps are used to increase the detail of a rendered object. MIP is short for the Latin phrase multum in parvo, which means many things in a small place.
Oh, God!
It's all very clear to me now.
Yes.
Now, hey, if you're unclear on anything game-related, catch The Road to G4ia, premiering this Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on G4 Tech TV.
G4ia, the award show for gamers, is presented by EB Games and Jeep, and you can watch it later this week.
And now, if you want some instant gratification now, you can always go to our website.
Yes, go to our website. That's g4techtv.com/Xplay. That's the name of our show.
Yes, that's very good. That's why it's there. And there you're going to find some reviews of the games we've talked about this week.
And video of stuff.
Yeah, and there's some pictures of stuff,
Pictures.
too.
I love pictures. You can learn a lot about
Yeah,
that. So
visuals.
Go there now and go say stupid stuff on Xbox Live so we can tape it. And
Yes,
and more great to you.
love it.
All right, you guys are great out there.
That's mine.
Wait, blew something out.
Today on this cinematic edition of Xplay, does a crappy movie make a crappy game? Find out when we review Van Helsing, plus Flying High with Harry Potter, and we all have our doubts in Shrek.
You still think this is a good idea?
Not really, but it's game time. Get your hands off me, you damn dirty Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb!
Wow, for someone who's disembodied, he has a lot of issues about personal space.
Welcome to Xplay. Today we look at games based on the summer's big movies, like the Fahrenheit 9/11 dating sim.
And the Hate Mail in 3, 2, 1. Seriously though, today we have games based on Van Helsing, Shrek 2, and Harry Potter and the Prisoner of that place I can't pronounce.
And in case those sound a little too wholesome for you, we also have one of the most vulgar racing games we've ever seen.
Yeah, it makes the R-racing girls look downright wholesome in their bralessness.
Plus our tribute to some of the worst camera angles in gaming.
But we start with a game based on the series that made author J.K. Rowling richer than pretty much everybody.
We're talking, of course, about the Babysitter's Club. Sorry, I mean Harry Potter. The Babysitter's Club was something I would rent when I was lonely.
Yeah. Here's our review of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. No! Oh, thank God. For a minute, I thought I was playing a video game where I had to play an adolescent teenage boy with bad eyesight who was hunted by an evil demon, and the only thing standing in its way from sucking up my soul is this geeky redheaded kid and his pet rat. Wait, I am. No! That's right, you are witnessing EA's third installment of the Harry Potter game, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Okay, this title made a good movie. Of course, you have the great special effects, and the kid who plays Harry Potter is growing up to be a real hottie.
Why would I go looking for someone who wants to kill me?
I mean, for a 13-year-old, he is, rather handsome, and he'll become a hottie when he's older. Much, much older. My point is that we know a good movie doesn't necessarily translate into a good video game.
Not everyone was quite as lively that morning.
Is it just me, or has Ron been lifting weights? Oh, now where was I? Oh yes, the video game. In Prisoner of Azkaban, you'll slip into the robe of not only the esteemed Harry Potter, but his friends and classmates, Ron and what's-her-face.
Are you alright?
You'll also get to flap around the room as Hedwig, the owl. Oh, is that an open window? The game begins at the start of the school term, and your goals are broken up into days.
I'm on my way!
Most days involve your attending class of some sort.
But you'll also find yourself rubbing up against your rival.
You couldn't hit the side of a barn, Weasley.
The school has a fairly handsome look to it, but one that's well short of breathtaking. Given the richness of the atmosphere in the movie and books, the game really could have used a few more whimsical touches. The Prisoner of Azkaban tends to fall on the lower end of the difficulty curve, and the dungeons will test you with a lot of puzzles that require to use your different abilities. Ron is adept at spotting hidden doors.
There's something odd about this wall here. Really?
Harry can make daring leaps and has the gym class ability to climb ropes.
All right then, I'll stay down here and keep watch.
And What's-Her-Face is good at getting the hell out of there. She was always the smartest one of the trio, wasn't she?
The spell book's over there.
But having 3 characters doesn't translate to having inventive puzzles.
Another puzzle? Oh, great.
If you've ever finished a Zelda title, you'll be in very familiar and much less demanding territory. If you do get stuck, your friends will chime in with helpful suggestions.
Come on, Harry. Give me a hand with this.
Don't worry, it doesn't feel like cheating. That's what friends are for, right?
I think you ought to go and help Ron, Harry.
Outside the structure of the story, you're free to explore the academy. Unfortunately, this basically boils down to waiting for the next area to load, opening treasure chests, and searching bookshelves for giant pinto beans. Basically, this interactive version of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban is a way for fans to enjoy hanging out with their favorite characters, casting a few spells, and being able to virtually attend the School of Fanciful Dreams. We give Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban a 3 out of 5.
So, are those kids going to be in their 30s by the time this series ends?
I ask the same question about this show every damn day.
Okay, so Harry Potter is a decent game based on a good movie. But what happens when a game is based on a complete piece of crap? Van Helsing, for example.
Now, maybe it'll be like The Twilight Zone. Maybe a bad movie will make a great game, because God knows we love that Terminator 3 game. Oh, wait, no, we didn't. Here's your view of Van Helsing.
Hugh Dat! Oh, it's you, Jackman. Back to try to squeeze a few more drachma out of that crappy monster movie.
Gabriel?
No, that's Jackman. Hugh Jackman, not Gabriel Byrne. Welcome to that all-too-familiar mystery-shrouded Eastern Europe where monstrous legions of undead spread the entrails of trembling villagers liberally on lightly salted water crackers. Ew, rotting peasant smell. It's also apparently where Van Jackman has a thing for the withered memories of dead ghoulettes. Gaze at my withered figs, rogue. Take that.
Van Helsing?
Van Helsing the game is better than its movie counterpart for the obvious reason that it's interactive and you get to boss Hugh Jackman around like some button-mashing deity. It's worse because a bad movie is roughly 2 hours long. Then it's over. The game lasts longer, making you confront design flaws through the length of the 13 supplied levels. One of these flaws is the lack of a controllable in-game camera.
Van Helsing?
Not only can you not see what Van Jackman sees, you can't see. This level blindness can be fatal. Some adversaries die faster with different weapons, but if you don't know which ones or where they are, you're kind of screwed.
He sees what they see! Van Helsing?
Van Helsing has been dispatched by the Vatican as God's tiny delivery guy of demon demise. Oddly, the mission-guiding voice sounds eerily like current Pope John Paul.
Show no mercy on him, my son, for he is lost.
You find yourself within a kind of giant club dread-like resort for the rock stars of horrordom, werewolves, ghosts, Mr. Hyde, Frankenstein, Dracula, and of course, Igor.
A torturer's work is never done.
Igor, that dead-scented, comically accented neighboring nabob of necrophilia, returns with a cattle prod that can shock ghosts, though ghosts aren't composed of any conductible material. Van Helsing's weapons are composed of an entertaining array of Plague-era gadgetry, most of which can be upgraded to exploit certain immovable objects. This game is less about exploration and more about making the undead re-dead. Combat can be satisfying, and some of the realms are nicely clothed in midwinter dread. Don't look for any great innovation here, and the lack of a controllable camera is totally Dark Ages.
So nice of you to drop in, my ancient friend, Gabriel.
No! Hugh Jackman! Gabriel Byrne's not in this game. We give it a 2 out of 5.
And it really warms my heart to know that as long as Hollywood makes crummy action movies, the gaming industry will keep making crummy action games.
One hand washes the other with the blood of the innocent theatergoers. Maybe it's just me.
Don't leave us. We still have unnecessarily raunchy racing and more bad camera angles than you can shake a poorly rendered stick at.
Coming up, because cross promotions with Burger King and Starbucks weren't lucrative enough, a Shrek game. They had me at hello. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We had him at not introducing them violates your contract. Welcome back to Xplay.
Now, we've already looked at games based on movies like Harry Potter and Van Helsing, so why not throw something big and green into the mix?
A Midori Margarita.
A Shrek 2 game. Yes, the green guy and all his tiny CG friends went off and made a video game to go with the movie. And it features the 3 blind mice because kids love impaired rodents.
Almost as much as DreamWorks loves making money off this franchise.
Here's our review of Shrek 2.
Well, this is it. So there's this movie called Shrek 2. So then they go and make the game Shrek 2.
Woohoo! So, you still think this was a good idea?
Well, it's sort of inevitable.
There once was a motley crew who asked if I would let them through.
I wish the first line ended in truck. You play as several characters at once. You have yourself, and then you have your minions. God, I love minions. Evil or otherwise. You can switch between the different characters, and each has their own different ability.
Now, how's this gate open?
You use these abilities to perform needed tasks. And I have to say, some of the tasks are pretty different, like this singing rhythm game, which I'm not that good at, but at least it's forgiving. Or trying to collect chickens to make some soup.
He shoots, he scores!
Here, you have to use Fiona to slow time and incarcerate the innocent fairies. Their only crime is being different.
I'll stuff you like haggis!
So the battles are really easy. All you need to do is mash some buttons and you're golden.
Ogre power!
The game is more about walking around along predetermined paths looking for stuff than fighting anything. Which is fine, I guess. We all need stuff. This escort mission is really annoying, though. These damn blind mice keep dying as they're searching out the cheese. I say let them die, but our heroes want to turn them back into horses for more exploitation. So whatever.
We have been rudely turned back into mice. Yes, I can see that. No, you can't.
And speaking of exploitation, I feel really bad for the tree. They go and personify it, and just snuff out its life. Then you walk on its face. What kind of sucks about this game are the camera angles. They always try and reset themselves in weird ways, and the top-down perspective is more annoying than useful. Fortunately, when I get frustrated, I can always perpetrate some spousal abuse. Or animal abuse. It's fun, kids. Try it at home. The cooperative multiplayer should help keep the real-life blows to a bare minimum during sibling play. At least it's a game where everyone can join in. Now that's some family fun. Though we all spent more time trying to beat each other up than collecting the requisite number of eyeballs. So, if you really like Shrek and you like video games and you happen to be 6 to 8 years old, then this game is a sure winner for you. Otherwise, it's not a bad game. It's just short and exactly what's expected. Nothing more, nothing less. And that is a big fat green 3 out of 5 in my book.
Your kind ain't welcome round here.
And what are you gonna do about it, Tin Man?
My, she's a little mouthy, isn't she?
I know you jaded 20-somethings are sitting out there going, hey, this game is for kids. Why are they reviewing a game for kids? Well, believe it or not, children actually watch this show.
Parents, I am so sorry.
Now, it's pretty freaky when you consider the amount of adult content we cram into every episode. Sexy Beach 2, hello?
That's why we'll warn you now that when we come back from the break, we have a game with mature subject matter. That we'll be sure to point out repeatedly and giggle.
Up next, adult entertainment with Street Racing Syndicate.
Guess what I want to give you?
Could it be herpes? You want Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb? You can't handle Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay. We have a racing game for you.
Whether you want it or not. Of course, the interesting thing about this game is that it was developed originally by 3DO.
Yes, back when 3DO folded in 2003, they auctioned off all their game properties. Games like Army Men, High Heat, and 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
But out of all these titles, surprisingly, only one 3DO game has survived the sale, and that game is Street Racing Syndicate.
Sure, it looks like a Need for Speed knockoff, but it has something Need for Speed doesn't. A complete lack of integrity.
Yes, Street Racing Syndicate has no problem whatsoever loading itself with half-naked ladies who just randomly pop up in the game and offer to sleep with you when you win races.
And I can say from personal experience with Mario Kart that the only person who propositioned me when I won the Star Cup was King Koopa. Here's our preview of Street Racing Syndicate. It was scary. Welcome to the underground world of street racing. A mechanized Mardi Gras posturing post-pubers locked in motorized combat for bragging rights, pink slips, and booty luggage. Street Racing Syndicate was pulled from the lifeless corpse of 3DO by Namco, who promised to keep the geared-up thug dream on track, promising 40 licensed cars and more aftermarket car part bling than sponsors on a NASCAR. This tweet take on a driving sim has you racing through the streets of a major U.S. city in search of pirate's treasure, otherwise known as booty. Environments of large, interconnected blacktop rivers, complete with tight turns, tunnels, frightened traffic, breakneck straightaways, and myopic cops. The bacon sizzles at the very sight of your tricked-out ride, lighting up their cherry tops and throwing what seems like the entire police force in your path. Hoe baguettes are spread liberally throughout the streets to bless the fruit of your loom as you conquer various races and time trials.
I think somebody deserves an extra special prize. So how about we head back to your place?
What you're gaming for in Street Racing Syndicate is cred, an elusive, misinterpreted currency of the street. Win some races and watch your respect and cash meters swell. Once you've gained a sizable jingle count, head down to the showroom for a little auto shopping. The game-gathered members of the Vroomtang clan have raised autoerotica to new heights of material excess. Once you've got a ride, it's now time to take it shopping for performance enhancement. Not that kind. Depending on how much cash you have on hand, you can purchase anything from undercarriage neon to weight reduction kits. In the garage, you'll find a dynometer to gauge your car's performance in pre- and post-upgrade tests. For people who actually indulge in this costly pastime, many of the aftermarket upgrade products will be familiar. For you non-gearhead types out there, just keep selecting until you find the most expensive version of what you want, and then slap it on. As you pull out of the garage, your spoiler spoiling, your green neon buzzing, and your graffiti dragon laughing at the competition from the sides of your ride, you'll actually feel the presence of your upgrades. It is then you'll realize that it's time to fill your nostrils with coat rubber. Nefariously fickle bling-obsessed broads,
Guess what I want to give you?
reckless cops, decent driving physics, expansive tracks, and a seemingly depthless array of auto upgrades make Street Racing Syndicate a title worth waiting for. Look for it this summer.
There were random monkey noises in that preview.
I think it's a running commentary on the full motion video in that game. That or the Xplay helper monkey got loose in the sound booth again.
Adam, we don't have an Xplay helper monkey.
Then who's that little person that's been feeding me for the last month?
I think it's called your hand.
Oh, little friend.
Coming up, friends don't let friends make games with bad camera angles. Stop, or my mom will shoot Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
That's disturbing.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that brings joy to so many members of my immediate family whom I support financially.
Hi. Adam and I have played a lot of games. We've endured crashes and glitches and carpal tunnel syndrome, but something that really gets our goat is bad camera angles.
Yes, you can't see where the goat is because of the idiotic in-game camera system. Anyway, while we hate bad camera angles, they've been responsible for some fine television.
Yes, so today we tip our hats to the men and women who make justifying a score of 2 out of 5 easy by providing us with tons of visual proof.
We here at Xplay hate bad camera angles as much as you do. Where am I going? What am I shooting at? Who the hell just ate me? But these crappy camera angles aren't just limited to the Resident Evil franchise. Yes, in many games, it appears that the developers hired someone devoted to finding the absolute worst viewing angle for any situation. And, to their credit, whoever this person is, they've done an incredible job. Mr. Crappy-ass in-game camera designer, we salute you.
Go!
Yes, you may have recognized favorites like Tomb Raider, Bad Camera Angle of Darkness,
Gothic 2,
and Dino Crisis 3, where the camera actually gets sucked into a dinosaur's ass.
It seems like Capcom and Konami are responsible for a lot of these games, which is why Capcom redesigned Resident Evil's camera system this year for Resident Evil 4. And now the game is actually good. Weird, isn't it? What not half-assing your job can accomplish?
Yes, well, now we're going to randomly select some poorly worded viewer mail and just slap it up on the screen for no apparent reason.
Today's viewer mail is from Phoebe in Buffalo, New York. I love Buffalo. He writes, I heard that there is going to be a Devil May Cry 3 coming next year for PS2. Is this true?
Now, Phoebe, to answer your question, yes, there is a Devil May Cry 3 coming out. And yes, hopefully it will be better than Devil May Cry 2, because that game was worse than watching Who Wants to Marry My Dad.
Plus, Dante will be a playable character in the PS2 version of Beautiful Joe.
Yes, because it's weird a little bit, because when Dante is cel-shaded, he looks like a little kid.
But a little kid with guns. Which maybe is what Phoebe is. Phoebe just sounds underdeveloped. Like
Phoebe sounds like a
We tried to get a
bunny
human,
rabbit.
but we sort of stop halfway through. And we're going to call you Phoebe.
Or like a chinchilla or a
Phoebe.
ferret or something would be called Phoebe.
Yeah, well, they can't write. Maybe they did to be interesting.
Phoebe, you should write us and tell us what you are.
Yes, and go to our website, Phoebe.
Yes.
G4TechTV.com/Xplay. We said it at the same time.
Jinx. I can't talk anymore.
All right, play.
Okay, good night.
Today on Xplay, fun with bludgeoning in Thief 3. Insurance premiums go up with Juiced. And a game so pretty it reminds us that there's still magic in the world. Magic made of baby seals. Oh, it's game time. Now simulcast in League Speak. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hello and welcome to Xplay.
On today's show, we have the newest Thief game.
A racer, an IndyCar game, and the beautiful sequel to a much-beloved PC game.
Plus, hot robot action. I never get tired of saying that. Actually, sometimes I do.
See, I like saying hot warlord on warlord action myself, but I only get to do that when we review games made by Koei. Who knew dynastic warfare could be so steamy?
We start the show tonight with the latest installment in the series that helped launch the stealth genre, Thief.
Yes, ever since 1998, players have been sneaking around medieval lands and whacking people on the head with a mallet, like a Renaissance Benny Hill.
Here's a review of the third Thief game, Thief, Deadly Shadows.
King of PC stealth games moves into the console realm in Thief Deadly Shadows. The third installment of the Thief series finds Garrett once again performing his unique services for the mysterious Keepers.
The Keeper Council has agreed to allow you access to the prophecies as they are read by our interpreter, Keeper Kataka.
Well, that's Keeper talk for something bad has happened and now we want your help.
His mission will take him through all manner of medieval masonry and result in more than a few bruised skulls.
Dead. I'm not gonna cry about it.
Since he's a thief by trade and not a warrior, Garrett isn't much of a fighter.
Ain't nowhere to go, you know.
Your best bet is always to sneak around unnoticed. The excellent lighting offers numerous shadows to skulk in, and luckily, your enemies aren't generally the sharpest dirks in the armory.
Can't run off at every little thing. Makes for a long night.
To make your job easier, you have numerous tools at your disposal. Your lockpicks can defeat any lock, provided you have enough time. Various types of arrows can do everything from put out inconvenient light sources to good old-fashioned long-distance killing. In addition to achieving your main objectives, you're encouraged to pick up anything valuable you can find. Your gadgets must be purchased in town, and the only way to afford it is to rack up the fat loot by the armful. If you're the non-violent type, you can always just pickpocket unsuspecting passerbys.
Where'd it go? Did I drop it or what?
Violent types can beat them with a stick until they drop their money.
What are you playing as?
At some point, you think people would notice that half the city was unconscious and bleeding from the head, but it's pretty easy to fleece the entire town at your leisure.
Just a flicker of something.
The ill-gotten goods can be fenced at Black Market Bertha's.
Somehow, I expected somebody taller.
Shut up. She takes even the most valuable stuff and pays cash for it.
This is a damn fine opal.
She also seems to have some kind of Mae West fixation.
Always nice to see you, G.
G?
Something about you and that hood.
Leaving now. Fans of the other Thief games may find the new third-person perspective unsettling, but you can't switch to first-person at will. Third-person works so well, though, that I generally use the first-person for taking closer looks at things, such as the painful ways most enemies fall to the ground. That can't be comfortable. Here, let me help with that. Occasional bone-breaking accidents aside, the ragdoll physics are excellent and are integrated into the gameplay. As you've noticed by now, Thief Deadly Shadows is a gorgeous game, on par with the best the Xbox has to offer. The huge amount of detail does make the game a bit choppy in places, but this rarely interferes with the gameplay. The really long load times do interfere, though. The levels are detailed and very well designed, but they're broken up into little chunks. Transitions between chunks can leave you staring at this screen for far too long.
Oh boy! Hi, miscreant!
Minor quibbles aside, Thief Deadly Shadows is one of the best pure stealth games ever made. We give it a 4 out of 5. If you love a good sneak 'em up, don't miss this one.
Okay.
Yeah, hitting people over the head with things never gets old. Where are the interns? It's so funny when they get concussions.
Now sure, with high-tech games like Metal Gear and Splinter Cell dominating stealth gaming, it's easy to forget about the simple pleasures of Thief. But really, isn't shooting a candle out with an arrow the equivalent of blowing up a surveillance camera with a handgun?
And isn't a horse the medieval equivalent of a race car? Except the oppressive gas prices. You don't have that with horses.
Yes, that clumsy transition means we have a racing game, and it's called Juiced. Here's a preview.
There was a time when the term juiced simply meant you arrived at school carrying Capri Sun pouches or Hi-C drink boxes and a packed lunch. Over the years, it's taken on new meanings such as excited or high on crack. But now in the racing world, juiced refers to cars that are souped up, which really brings us full circle, doesn't it? Tricked Out Cars is the driving force behind Juiced for the PS2, an underground street racing game developed, appropriately enough, by Juice Games Limited. Juiced offers a similar structure as other titles in the genre. Players try to build a rep for themselves by earning mad stashes of cash and winning races. The approach can best be described as a mix of Gran Turismo and Ridge Racer. Juiced will feature a selection of 53 cars spread across 8 classes. With this preview copy, only the import class was selectable. Online play is Juiced's most intriguing aspect, as players will be able to enter tournaments, race for pink slips, and participate in a community of racing enthusiasts. Unfortunately, those are all locked in this preview copy. We were able to open a custom race, which lets players adjust the time and weather. Rainy, sunny, night, day, That was fun. The world of Juice takes place on 8 fictitious courses, 2 of which were playable in this preview version. San Ricardo and Downtown. Downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. That was fun. Large electronic billboards inform you of each impending turn, and pedestrians hoop and holler along the sidewalks, pumping their fists or clapping to show their enthusiasm for the race. Yeah, raise the roof, dude. Wait a second, there is something strange about this crowd. They sort of look like cardboard cutouts and, oh my god, they have no back! Ah! Hopefully that will be fixed later on. A damage model is also in place, but it seems limited to superficial bruising instead of parts flying all over the place. Likely due to the fear licensed car manufacturers have of players seeing their automobile turn into a crumpled heap. Oh cool, I finally flipped over. That was fun. Now, if only the game will let you run over these freaky crowd goers, we really would have something. Die! Why won't you die? Whether Juiced ends up tasting freshly squeezed or bogged down with chunky pulp will be determined this fall, but if the developers can deliver fast online play and engaging career mode, Acclaim might just have the makings of a hit franchise on their hands. Or it might just suck. We'll let you know this fall.
Wow, it's hard not to be juiced about that game.
I wish I had pre-rendered people slowly clapping for me wherever I went.
Yeah, like, hey, this is a great show.
Don't. Go away. Later, we have giant robots.
Yay, 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 yay.
In a moment, a game so pretty we call it My Precious Siberia 2. Emerging from a smoking crater, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan West.
I think by smoking crater he means your dressing room.
Oh, that's rich. Welcome back to Xplay, the show where we pretend to be excited about things.
Well, actually, we are sort of excited about this next game, but in a serious way.
That's because this game is the sequel to 2002 Siberia for the PC.
Now, normally we try to be really funny in reviews, and sometimes that works. But the first Siberia was actually worth getting all serious about.
It had a lot of serious themes like impermanence or personal legacies, and the way you can copyright something if you spell it with a Y instead of an I. Siberia.
So we were very excited when we heard that all the loose threads from the first game would be tied up in the sequel. Here's a review of Siberia 2.
Catch! You've only got one chance.
Remember that game, Siberia? Yeah, well, remember how it ends? You don't? You know why? Because that game didn't have a proper ending. We really liked Siberia, but the abrupt ending was a major letdown. So let me make this perfectly clear to anyone out there thinking about buying the sequel. The game actually has a proper ending. In fact, Siberia 2 is an immensely satisfying conclusion to a story that left us hanging. The game picks up right where the first one ends. Kate Walker, having found the elusive and incredibly short Hans Vorarlberg, agrees to help him complete his journey to Siberia, a mythical island where mammoths are said to still exist. Although the gameplay is the same as the first, the graphics have been slightly improved. There's a lot more movement on the screen, and the characters animate more smoothly. As far as puzzles go, they are a mixed bag. Many of them are logical enough that you can muddle your way through with a minimum of head-scratching. Still, there are a few that appear to be designed specifically to piss you off, or perhaps simply to sell strategy guides. You're also bound to come across some areas where you simply gloss over a really important item because you didn't know you could pick it up. That, coupled with the already large amount of backtracking you need to do in the game, makes for a lot of busy work.
Okay, Kate Walker, but do hurry!
What you really want to know is the story worth it? The answer is yes. With the exception of the first area you encounter, which still feels too long, the story in Siberia 2 moves along at a brisk pace. This is helped along in part by Ivan and Igor, a pair of ne'er-do-wells who provide unexpected twists and turns throughout the entire game.
Of course, once upon a time, that line was quite a thoroughfare.
There are more people to talk to and more things to interact with, including this little guy. He's something like a cross between a seal, a polar bear, and a puppy. And he's so damn cute I almost don't want to club him to death. What is refreshing about Siberia 2 is that it's not about foul-mouthed space marines or genetically modified monsters or wood elves. This is a game that has a hint of the fantastical, yet it's grounded in reality. In other words, the game takes itself seriously, and we're actually okay with that. If you enjoyed the first game, this is a must-buy title, if only to finally get some closure on the story. If you're new to adventure games, we recommend you approach Siberia 1 and 2 with an open mind. If we want the real world to start taking gaming seriously, we need more games like this. Siberia 2 earns itself a worthy 4 out of 5.
Nobody's holding you back, female. Nobody.
Okay, I know that point-and-click adventures are sort of old news, but this game is beautiful and well worth playing.
Plus, it's not often that we encounter depth in gaming.
Except for DOA Extreme Beach Volleyball. That's a truly deep and immersive game. Don't hit me!
In a moment, nothing but left turns in IndyCar Series 2005. Ladies, I'm single. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hey, this is our intro, not Match.com.
She's completely right. Ladies, I'm single.
Welcome back to Xplay. We have another racing game.
Is it rally racing?
No.
Kart racing?
No.
F1 racing?
No.
Okay, NASCAR? Chariot racing?
Nope.
IndyCar?
Yes.
I wanted a Ben-Hur game.
Here's our review of IndyCar Series 2005.
It's tough to be an Indy racing fan. The sport has steadily fallen off from the days when the Indianapolis 500 kept interest high. So, for the uninitiated, Indy cars aren't Formula One cars, and they're not NASCAR racers either. Rather, it's the race that follows oval-shaped speedway tracks. Yes, nothing but long left turns. But nonetheless, Indy racing soldiers on, and so long as it does, Codemasters is going to fill the niche. Woohoo!
3, 2, 1, go!
If nothing else, IndyCar Series 2005 is a fun way to experience open-wheel racing. Codemasters has licensed nearly everything to do with the sport, so both the track details and car modeling are all noticeably accurate. And thankfully, so is the racing. For the most part, especially since the emphasis is on strategy and positioning, you shouldn't look for a lot of huge pileups. Oopsie. Sometimes yes, but not a lot. Indy racing would much rather have players stay on the oval, so it seems like the wrecks have been downplayed a little bit to get would-be rubberneckers out of the whole explosions good mindset. The game actually encourages players to play with control schemes that typically fall in the advanced category. Credit for that goes mostly to the Masterclass option, where a series of comprehensive tutorials are narrated by pro driver Dan Weldon.
Look for where the tire rubber has been laid down in the past.
And unlike most racing games, these lessons are actually useful. On the track, the physics engine feels totally capable of handling these notoriously finicky cars. On a packed stretch of tarmac, the feeling of danger really increases, especially as the open wheels come within centimeters of one another. For a game that's about driving around endless ovals, we'd have to say there's plenty of details to get caught up in. However, the AI just doesn't push very hard against a reasonably capable player. Once certain aspects of race timing are down, like managing time breaks for pit repairs, it's simply not too hard to win a race. In today's climate, it's tough for anything less than an exemplary game to stand out, and IndyCar Series 2005 doesn't really do that. But it is a perfectly solid nod toward its real-world counterpart. And who needs right-hand turns anyway? So we're giving it a middle-of-the-road 3 out of 5. Woohoo!
This game has all the licensed cars, tracks, and drivers for Indy racing. So, in that sense, it's an IndyCar fan's dream come true.
I think an IndyCar fan's dream come true would involve a Kid Rock concert, a fountain of Budweiser, and not having to worry about child support. But okay.
Stick around. When we return, we have Rock Them, Sock Them robots. When you add the TH, it's not copywritten.
Coming up, a game called Custom Robo. You think Robo is short for something? Give up now. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We're not giving up yet. Welcome back to Xplay.
We have a game with robots that fight each other.
Now sure, you could actually design a fighting robot in real life, like the ones on Robot Wars, but you're lazy. So here's a game that lets you make robots without learning anything.
Here's a review of Custom Robo. Tired of fighting cute little monsters in Pokemon? Looking for something with a little more punch? Custom Robo is just what you're looking for, but don't be fooled. This isn't what the game really looks like. There, that's better. Or worse, really. Custom Robo's title tells you right up front what it's all about. Customizing robots and sending them into battle. Apparently, in the distant future, humans will use robots to settle their differences instead of fighting with guns and bombs. The centerpiece of the game is battling robos, but in order to really take advantage of it, you'll have to suffer through the game's single-player mode first. And boy, do we mean suffer. If you thought Pokemon Coliseum story mode was bland, you haven't seen anything yet. Talk about predictable. You follow a young orphan boy as he attempts to uncover his father's mysterious past. Eventually, he gets mixed up with a group of robo bounty hunters, and the story takes off from there. The production values are incredibly low, with rungs of text and horrible gibberish. Some of the so-called cutscenes can last for over 10 minutes, which is a long time to have to listen to this garbage. As you progress through the story mode, you collect new robos and a dung pile of parts to use to customize them. There are over 200 parts, all categorized into 5 types, with each part giving your robo new abilities and attacks. Making headway in the story mode isn't difficult. In fact, you can just keep pressing the B button over and over to win most battles. Despite this balancing issue, the combat in Custom Robo is surprisingly deep. Each robot has 3 different attacks that can be used in conjunction with each other to create combos. Learning the abilities of each robo part and how the attacks work together provides a lot of strategy and pre-planning. This is where Custom Robo is at its best. But in order to get all the parts, you're going to have to suffer through the mundane single-player experience. Otherwise, you have nothing to use in the best part of the game, the multiplayer. Up to 4 people can duke it out at a time in Custom Robo. With tons of stages and almost limitless amounts of customization, those who like to experiment will be in heaven. This is the more customizable, fully actionable version of Pokemon, right down to the boxes that hold the robots. Even after you complete the story mode, there's still plenty of robos and parts to unlock by playing various battle stages, and a cool first-person mode is unlocked. For fans of collection or multiplayer gaming, this is certainly one to pick up. We give it a 3.
You're so expressive when confined to a little box.
The TV is like a little box, too.
Yeah.
Hey, kids, set me free! Smash it! Set me free!
Or you could just read some viewer mail.
Yeah, so is that.
Yeah. Today's viewer mail is from Jamie Walden in Augusta, Georgia. He writes, Dearest Morgan and Adam, I like him already, I hereby submit the 10 dumbest game names of all time. I searched multiple sites and publications to complete this list. Number 1, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg.
Number 2, Funky Boxers.
Number 3, Project Seaman.
Number 4, Beastie Feastie.
Number 5, Final Bunny.
Number 6, Exciting Boxing.
I hope it's exciting. Number 7, Room Zoom.
Number 8, Pocket Music.
Number 9, Tinkle Pit.
Number 10, Action Man.
And Jamie writes that an honorable mention goes to King of the Monsters 2, The Next Thing, for the worst subtitle of all time.
Wow, that's a really good subtitle.
The Next Thing.
Adam Sessler, The Next Thing. And then I bunked myself. From one fan in Georgia to all of you.
What kind of game do you bonk yourself in?
The game of life.
Oh, maybe that's just you, self-flagellation.
You know, accidentally, I slip, I fall, I hit my head, I bleed a little bit, then I get stitched up. And then after the stitching, I go, hey, check out this scar, why are you running?
He's still talking.
But it's important, guys. Just trying to share my small life.
Good night.
Set me free!
Today on Xplay, we get our hands on a Nintendo DS. Plus, violent fun with ragdoll physics and, backed by popular demand, porn games. Yes, we stooped to this. It's game time. Not quite as cute as a baby deer, but close. It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
You know, sometimes I walk like a newborn baby deer, but that's only one I smell like.
Yes. And welcome to Xplay, the show where we get to touch the Nintendo DS before you do. It's sleek and shiny, like a dolphin.
And it has 2 screens, like a futuristic dolphin. That also works as a TV.
Yes. On today's show, we will be taking an in-depth look at some of the new games on the Nintendo DS, the brand new handheld from the makers of the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, but that's not all. We also have a highly anticipated new Mario game.
And soccer, because somewhere in the world, people can't get enough of the football.
Could it be Brazil?
Maybe. We also have Xplay's tribute to ragdoll physics. In other words, we have video game characters dying in spectacularly acrobatic ways, just as nature intended.
Plus, later in the show, something that exploits pixels instead of people.
In other words, we have video game porn.
The world is a beautiful place. Flowers.
But we begin tonight with a closer look at the new handheld from Nintendo, the DS.
We saw the hardware for the first time at E3, and now we're coming back for a second look. The Nintendo DS. What does DS stand for? Nintendo dipshit? Distracted student? Dork speedo? Dumb sumbitch? No? Well, it's not dual screen either. As it turns out, the DS really stands for Developer System because of the new game ideas Nintendo believes it will spawn. With Wi-Fi support to play online, a touchscreen, and voice recognition, Nintendo may not be too far off base. But what good is a system without games? Luckily, Nintendo has already shown plenty running on the unit. Let's have a look. One of the most basic demonstrations of the DS is Picture Chat. You'll be able to send written messages and pictures to friends, as well as chat on the keyboard. It may look simple, but table hockey demonstrates how the 2 screens can be used as one. Beyond the tech demos, there are plenty of real games in development for the DS that were already running on real hardware at E3. Metroid Prime Hunters is a 4-player shooter that allows you to blast other DS owners wirelessly. You tap the stylus on the touchscreen to shoot, and it's easily the most visually impressive DS game. Super Mario 64 x 4 includes Super Mario 64 in its entirety, along with a 4-player battle mode where the bottom screen acts as a map. And yes, you can fly. WarioWare DS brings the incredibly addictive gameplay from the GBA version online with all new mini-games that use the system's unique capabilities. Mario Kart for the DS will finally bring that simple yet addictive racer online. That's right, online Mario Kart. Start saving your bells. Animal Crossing DS will be an online version of the addictive village simulation. Build your crib, customize your clothing, and much more. What would a new Nintendo system be without a new Mario Brothers game? This new Mario Brothers looks to use both 2D and 3D to great effect. There are already over 100 developers working on DS games, and since it's backwards compatible with the Game Boy Advance, it will have a huge library out of the gate. Currently scheduled for release at the end of 2004, we'll have much more on the Nintendo DS in the coming months. When we first saw that the DS was playable at E3, we were quite impressed. I think my favorite, though, was the touchscreen part of it, because Metroid Hunters, it's so much more engaging. Plus, for WarioWare, it's perfect for the fast pace of that game. So, yay!
I wonder if it's going to come in pink. Now, of course, you can't mention the DS without talking about the other major handheld unveiled at E3, the Sony PSP.
Now, anything we say about the PSP, of course, is based on the specs Sony has released, because as of now, there still isn't anything playable on it.
Now, ostensibly, the PSP will have far superior graphics than the DS and only one screen.
But so far, no one has seen it running, so who knows, it could be on a sheet.
So, as soon as it is, we'll bring you in-depth coverage on that handheld, too.
In-depth coverage? What are we, Nightline?
Oh, Nightline has production values. Anyway, now we're going to give Game Boy Advance fans something they've been waiting for.
Another Pokemon game. Pokemon Beige or Pokemon Puce, perhaps?
No. Oh, goodness. It's a game that reunites 2 of Nintendo's most beloved characters, Mario and Donkey Kong.
Ah, yes, the giant barrel-throwing monkey and tiny Italian stereotype who launched an empire. Here's a review of Mario versus Donkey Kong. The lifelong battle between Mario and Donkey Kong is escalating again, and no amount of conflict intervention or NATO peacekeepers is going to squash it. We recommend you prepare yourself for the worst.
Mario vs. Donkey Kong is a clever, engaging, and challenging little puzzle game that feels like a love letter to Nintendo from Nintendo. Most of its gameplay elements harken back to what you might call classic Nintendo games, and it's insane just how well they're implemented in the current game. The premise is simple. One day, Donkey Kong is watching TV and catches a commercial advertising the new Mini Mario toys. They're all the rage, and Donkey Kong totally wants one. But upon reaching the nearest toy store, he finds them all sold out. DK decides to bust into the factory and steals a whole mess of them, which is wrong, of course.
Hey, come back here. Oh, your mamma mia.
Being the hands-on plumber that he is, Mario sets out to personally retrieve every toy stolen by Donkey Kong, and, well, that's that.
Gotcha.
The game is a combination of platform puzzler, with levels designed around Mario's diverse ability set. And in Mario vs. Donkey Kong, the man can do a whole slew of stuff. And who would want to do that? The game's best levels are the ones that require you to think on your feet in regards to Mario's crazy moveset, while trying to piece together the right path towards victory. At first glance, the game can seem pretty easy, but when it finally gets challenging, it gets insane. There are 6 worlds in the game, each of which is comprised of 8 sub-stages. The penultimate stages have Mario leading a train of mini Marios into a box located at the end of the stage. The challenge being keeping them intact throughout the course.
Mamma mia.
So, all said and done, Mario vs. Donkey Kong just falls a little short of being the perfect handheld game. The richly entertaining gameplay can be enjoyed in tiny nuggets, and simply put, it's beautifully designed. There are times when I want to rip out Mario's vocal cords because he won't shut up.
Here we go.
Shut it. Zip it.
Mamma mia.
Games like this are arguably what Nintendo does best, and it shows. We're giving it a 4 out of 5.
Mamma mia!
In recent years, Bowser's been the big bad of all Mario games, so it's nice to see Donkey Kong back in action.
Yeah, see, Donkey Kong is kind of like jelly bracelets of video games. Now, big in the early 80s, huge slump in the 90s, and now very fashionable all over again.
You know, please never bring a discussion of fashion and the video game industry together on the show.
People write us to talk about your wardrobe all the time.
Do not consider an email entitled, "Adam, your shirt so ugly my penis fall off a discussion." It's a fact.
Coming up, because the world needs another soccer game, it's UEFA Euro 2004. Feel free to fire them. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That's quite a freedom to exercise. Wow.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show where Adam and I cover every game out there, even if it's just like another game we already reviewed.
We're that thorough. So thorough, in fact, that later in the show, we have sex.
Ooh.
And violence. Feels good. Yes, coming up, we have the graceful death ballet of ragdoll physics and the grotesque and oddly arousing porn of singles. Flirt up your life.
See, it's like The Sims with full frontal nudity, which is much more frightening than you think.
But first, we have a soccer game.
Okay, we've already reviewed a lot of them this year.
FIFA 2004.
World Tour Soccer 2005.
Winning 11-7.
And Freestyle Street Soccer, in which war and gangs settle their differences by playing soccer.
Yes, that's how gangs always settle their differences. Oh, and they shoot each other.
Right. But now we have yet another new soccer game that appeals to a very specific part of the soccer spectrum.
People who like Portuguese soccer tournaments, and I'm sure there are some of you out there. Anybody? You?
Well, luckily, we're syndicated in many foreign countries where people do care. So, por favor, aquí está nuestra visión de UEFA Euro 2004 Portugal.
You know, in Portugal, that just means Portuguese and not Spanish.
Lo siento, smartass.
Seeing the title UEFA Euro 2004 Portugal on store shelves will probably cause the same emotion for the casual American gamer. Confusion. To clarify, UEFA, or the Union of European Football Associations, sponsors a 16-team tournament held every 4 years, like the Olympics, except America doesn't come home with the boatload of medals. And when I say football, I'm not talking about the wholesome patriotic kind. I am, of course, referring to that pathetic excuse for a sport that the communists invented to corrupt the minds of the American children.
That's a really dangerous challenge.
But once you get past the confusion followed by the intense anger, the game isn't bad.
That's a tremendous penalty.
Euro 2004 features 21 authentic stadiums, all 51 participating European nations, and each club's real-life players. Yeah, like I know who the hell that is. As expected, the UEFA Euro 2004 tournament is the heart of the game, where the 16 qualifying teams are divided equally into 4 groups and receive 3 points for each win. Other modes include Situation, which lets you create a specific scenario by setting the score for each side.
Oh, what about that?
Tournament has you building your own tourney apart from the UEFA Euro 2004. PK Shootout, which involves practicing penalty kicks over and over again.
Yes, beat the keeper, no trouble at all.
And Friendly Mode, where the players try not to swear at each other quite so much.
Oh dear me, what a bad foul.
Fortunately, it matters not if you're familiar with the players representing each European nation, as the interface is designed for instant recognition of a highlighted player's abilities. A status bar along the bottom of the screen contains all the information you need to quickly plan out your strategy. Oh, just kick the damn thing already. The default camera angle offers the best view of the action, a side view with a perspective high above the field that makes passing lanes easy to spot. The animations are first-rate, with moves such as diving headers and nutmegs, which have been informed means dribbling the ball through an opponent's legs. Why are these guys holding their hands down there? Don't the commies believe in Tenactin?
Oh, somebody check the ball.
The computer AI is pretty intelligent, which means you'll need to actually think to win. Yes, it is going to take more than tapping a button thanks to the inclusion of a separate power gauge. Damn, here's my game plan. Those who tire the computer can search for competitors online in an intuitive online matchmaking service.
Well, Ali, perhaps you've got a better view of that than I did.
But my favorite aspect of the game has got to be the accent on the announcer.
Ali McCoy is to tell us about the team.
Playing with a straightforward 4-4-2 formation today.
What the hell did he say? Though the quality of the on-screen action and online play elevate UEFA Euro from a lesser soccer title.
Good tackle.
Still can't hide the fact soccer is a common game for sissies.
And that's the end of the game.
3 out of 5.
Commie game for sissies?
Okay, might have been exaggerating. Soccer hooligans don't beat me, but the regular hooligans, you can keep hitting me as always.
Up next! Are people supposed to bend like that? Jump Sue! It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb!
Words to live by. Welcome back to Xplay.
Now, we play a lot of games, and many of them have fairly standard in-game animations when you kill an enemy. For example, like they'll all fall over the exact same way, no matter how or where you shoot them.
But with the advent of physics engines, like the Havoc engine from Deus Ex, for example, in-game death has now become a work of art. Basically, the bodies in these games react to the angle and position of impact.
And the results are oddly compelling. Here's our look at the fine art of in-game death.
We here at Xplay love ragdoll physics. It puts the artistry back into capping old ladies, throwing men over railings, and repeatedly shooting a dead guy in the crotch. Yes, thanks to hardworking coders who enjoy meticulously figuring out what people look like when they die, ragdoll physics has brought joy to millions of people worldwide. These sweet physics engines make characters expire in-game with spine-snapping gracefulness. Only the very dead and the boneless can bend like that. Ragdoll physics first appeared in games like Unreal Tournament 2003. And The Minority Report, where there was literally nothing to do but throw men through plate glass windows. Good times. Now, however, you can find physics fun in games from Transformers Armada to PsyOps. To the game that figured out bullet time and ragdoll physics go together like Courtney Love and Crazy, Max Payne 2. It's not cruel and unusual. It's entertaining.
What are you doing?
Oh, and let's not forget human darts in Freestyle Metal X, sniping in Far Cry. And while there's something a little creepy about sneaking up behind ladies and clubbing them on the head, throwing them up and down in Thief's Deadly Shadows is hilarious. Oops, I think I broke them. So thanks, Ragdoll Physics, for all the memories and for all the flailing yet to come. This one's for you.
Now, ragdoll physics have only been used in games for a couple of years, but at this point, almost every developer is working on their own ragdoll physics engine.
Why? So they don't have to pay to license one of the existing ones, the cheap bastards. All right, cue the generic music.
Coming up, if The Sims made porn, you'd wind up with this game. They don't need your pity. They have their own. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
But if you want some, I have extra.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that has never once compromised its moral integrity, except in all those other episodes where we covered porn games.
Yes, we've covered the top-dropping ladies of Sexy Beach.
And the medieval hoes of Gothic 2. Now, however, we have yet another pornographic import. Only this time, it's not from Japan. It's from Europe.
Proving once again that porn is truly an international language. Here's a review of Singles, Flirt Up Your Life.
Welcome to Europe. The home of soccer violence, home freed, and sect-up intelligence reports has another invader heading towards our shores. And it ain't the Beatles. Singles, Flirt Up Your Life, is a berry tickling, boob ogling, ass grabbing hootenanny where the main objective is to flirt, shimmy, and slide right into your roommate's valley of bliss. If you play The Sims, you're ready to flirt up your life, which means, of course, that your tiny Euros will indulge themselves in a near constant barrage of crapping, eating, bathing, whining, working, and trash removal. Matchups can be important. For example, if you put the two self-absorbed ego tarts together, they'll just throw two to each other like cow crap at a rodeo. There's a predictable array of modern personalities, and all come complete with their own catalog of personal attributes and defects. Start with nothing and build your empire one IKEA thing at a time. Or cheat like we did and start with $76 million. Unlike The Sims, we found the catalog of goods a wee shallow. True, the basics are there, but where are the gnomes? Who needs Clayfire little guys? The Rogo choice here is shagged, sports fans. Let's get these two glistering bits of Eurotrash unto the altar of amore. Easy, Tiger. Before you hurriedly tear the wrapper off that condom, you'll first have to embark on a near-endless foray into the erotic art of talking.
Marco Sapayar.
Allow us to translate.
My loins are aflame with a million tender stains as I hover near your hive.
My conical peaks heave with expected languor at the thought of your pate heavy breath basting my body.
Marco Sapayar.
My pencil eraser seems to be depleted. Do you have some I can borrow?
Of course, certain activities add to both romance and sensuality, like bad movies. And this guy, whoever he is. Naked guitars, of course, big points. The American version covers that world-stopping horror known as nudity with fig leaves. Simply changing the config file that says nudity from 1 to 2 gave us a full view of our little EU skin suits. We can't show you that. Nope. Not that either. The problem with Singles is that the routines become all too familiar, all too fast. Though different pairings offer more challenges, you'll soon realize it doesn't take much to reach the promised land. EU. This may be a decent training exercise for a sexless post-puber, but it did nothing for us. We give it a 2 out of 5.
When they get excited, balloons come out of their loins. That can't be sanitary.
And how do they inflate them? Anyway, I had a hard time distinguishing between my goth guy and his girlfriend. You know, you'd think you're looking at the girl in the shower, and then the in-game camera would pan down at hello, sausages.
Ew. Like most porn, you can download Singles, Flirt Up Your Life on the internet.
Sausages.
If you have any questions, ask Adam over here. He's the one addicted to this sick form of online commerce. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to place another bid on a limited edition Star Wars figurine. It's on eBay. You know, it's the one with the Darth Vader's head, and then you open up the Darth Vader head, and then you put in your little figurines into the Darth Vader. Did you have that one?
Yeah, I had that one. Can we talk about the porn now? Star Wars makes me uncomfortable.
But the figurines fit inside his head.
Yeah, we took that harassment class, and I wish you were listening to, you know, just anyway. So, if you would like to know more about Star Wars figurines and Morgan's weird thing with that, or my weird thing with what every man seems to have a weird thing with on the internet, come to our website.
That's g4techtv.com/Xplay. And I don't think we have that much information about Star Wars figurines on there.
Yeah, but once you're there, you kind of just absorb it. It's like, what's the absorption process called?
What are you talking about?
Absorb it. I don't know. Just get no more talking.
Today on Xplay, Nocturnal Bandits in Sly Cooper 2, Shock and Awe in Full Spectrum Warrior, and lots of grunting in the Red Star. What are you people doing? It's game time! Please welcome two people with useless bachelor's degrees, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
No, I use my English major every day. Isn't that right, Morgan?
Yes, you're very functionally literate, Adam. Hello and welcome to Xplay, the show that pretends to be culturally relevant. Now on today's show, we have one of the biggest Xbox titles of the year.
Plus, I am so very excited about this. Sly Cooper 2, the Thievius Raccoonus is back. You know, that's Latin for raccoon that steals things.
And the good times don't stop there. We have a game based on a cult comic book, The Red Star.
More embarrassing Xbox Live moments.
And Xplay's very own history of video game violence.
But we begin today with a military-themed Xbox title that forges a brave new alliance between strategy and action gaming.
Here's a review of Full Spectrum Warrior. Full Spectrum Warrior is a very pretty game. It's also chock full of blistering, nail-biting action, which is kind of weird for a strategy game. Yeah, that's right. I said strategy game. Pandemic Studios has created what is probably the first strategy game for action fans, an action game for strategy fans. The place? Zekistan, a fictional Middle Eastern country that looks a lot like, well, every other Middle Eastern country. Picture this. You and your buddies are walking down the street in Zekistan, minding your own business, when you get attacked. That sucks. So what do? How about some good old-fashioned ass-kicking courtesy of Uncle Sam? Trouble is, in Full Spectrum Warrior, if you go for all that macho run-and-gun crap, you're gonna get yourself killed. Might I suggest a little thought?
You don't have the least skills, man.
Surprise! It's a real-time strategy game. No, really. See the little cursor on the ground? I tell my guys to go there, and then they do it. I tell them to hide behind this car. They do it. Peek around the corner. Shoot down a bad guy. Whatever I want them to do, they do.
One down.
Normally, you're in control of 2 teams of 4 soldiers each, but since each team works together as a unit, you're really only controlling 2 things at any one time. This sounds simplistic, but it actually frees you from fumbling around with clumsy grouping and navigating controls and menus, and lets you focus on tactics.
Alpha, listen! We just have to stay behind those cars! Grab some cover, Bravo!
The gameplay in Full Spectrum Warrior follows an easy-to-understand set of rules. If you're behind some kind of cover, you won't get shot. If the enemy is behind some kind of cover, they won't get shot. If you take one of your teams and flank the enemy will be shot. But if you don't provide some kind of cover fire for them, your team's gonna get shot. Like I said, easy. Full Spectrum Warrior is a game that encourages and rewards simple tactics that are flawlessly executed. Sure, you could try to take chances or cut corners, but the penalties for failure are severe. Lose too many soldiers, and it's game over, man.
Give fire sectors on the most dangerous enemies first.
But Full Spectrum Warrior is a very fair game. Study your map, move slowly, pick your targets carefully, and you'll be fine. The only downside is that the careful movement and realistic encounters lead to a pretty pokey pace. Realism isn't always fun. In fact, when it comes to leapfrogging fire teams down empty streets, it's almost never fun. At least your soldiers are good company.
Think he saw us? Yeah, I think he saw us.
While the foul-mouthed smartass grunt is a well-worn military cliche, it works here because it's never quite overdone. During missions, your soldiers will chime in with appropriate comments.
Cease fire. We're just gonna stand here and let them have target practice?
You might think that not being able to control each of your men individually would make this game less intense, but you'd be wrong. Xplay gives Full Spectrum Warrior a 4 out of 5.
I'm glad I joined the Air Force.
Amen to that, brother.
Wow, those guys really like being in the Air Force.
Was there a dog-eating person at the beginning of this review? Because that's messed up. People aren't Alpo.
And an interesting tidbit about Full Spectrum Warrior. The game was originally developed to be used by the U.S. Army.
Halfway through development, everyone realized that it was actually really fun because while war is hell, it's also terribly entertaining on an Xbox.
Yeah.
Of course, the game needed to be modified to appeal to non-Army gamers before it was released to the public.
However, you can enter a code and unlock a minigame in Full Spectrum Warrior that allows you to play the original Army version.
You can go into buildings, there's civilians you can't shoot. Basically, it's a slightly more realistic and therefore slightly less fun version of Full Spectrum Warrior.
Now, I do want to make one thing clear. We enjoy the violent non-Army version, but sometimes even we get shocked by in-game violence.
That's why we thought we should contextualize in-game violence by taking you down memory lane. Memory lane stained with blood. That's why we go directly to our new correspondent, Shad Grimgravy, for Xplay's History of Video Game Violence. Ooh, Shad.
Prepare to be shocked with Shad Grimgravy.
Hello and welcome to the horrifyingly true world of video game violence. I'm your host and guide, Shad Grimgravy. And yes, it's true. Inside the confines of a harmless world like video games, chaos reigns. Chinese checkers, Clue, and the game of life. These are games, but not like these. These are no mere pastimes. No, not when the depression of a single button can extinguish a living, breathing, jubilant line of computer code. Hold tightly and follow me as I give you Exhibit 1, Postal 2. What drives men to such levels of depravity? To stride over Mother Nature's tender bosom, removing the heads of Earth's fair citizens with the crude instrument of digging? Oh God, no! Is that beloved child star Gary Coleman ensnared in the wicked radical of a foul fiend? Not the cat! Be brave, tender puss, for soon your suffering will end. Shocking! To spare those who cherish the innocence of the word game. Exhibit 2 is truly where evil is in residence. In this odious moment from Resident Evil, we find this foul human destroying innocent zombies by placing a hand grenade in the poor wretch's mouth. Horrifying. Exhibit 3, what lower depths are left, you might say. Soiling the noble name of King are these foul swine. Kingpin, a blood-stained melange of orgiastic wrong writing.
Yo, kill that motherfucker.
These poor, defenseless, misunderstood victims were once a mommy's baby, suckling softly in a rocking chair by the fire. Mother! Exhibit 4 shatters the peaceful tranquility of beautiful Venice. Stop! Stop! Painkiller! You restive villain, they could be mere school children on their way home from some wondrous Renaissance finishing school. Exhibit 5 speaks of fortune but pays only in the riches of sorrow. In Soldier of Fortune 2. Goodbye, arm, the flowers you must have cradled. Goodbye, brain, the thoughts you must have pondered. So, until next time, this is Shad Grimgravy saying violence does happen in games.
I am totally embarrassed that you put on a wig and a mustache and tried to pretend that we have enough of a budget to hire someone else.
How could you tell that was me?
You looked like Rip Taylor.
Stickly.
Up next! Well, the cutscenes sure are pretty, but why is this man punting? Dude, I would totally make out with Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Dude, I totally didn't need to know that.
She's disembodied and omnisexual. That's weird.
Okay, let's talk about something less disturbing. Bad comic book games. There are a lot of them out there.
Batman, Superman, Aquaman, Ant-Man.
Yeah, but that hasn't stopped people from making more superhero games. This year, we'll see the release of Spider-Man 2, The Punisher, and a new X-Men title, as well as the video game version of Brian Azzarello's cult classic 100 Bullets.
See, she really is a nerd.
Thanks. Now, fan favorite The Red Star is being turned into a video game.
which is just weird. I mean, honestly, what's next? A Ghost World game? A Jimmy Corrigan Smartest Kid on Earth game? I know that some comic book geek out there is totally with me.
I am.
Oh, you know what? I guess sometimes I take your nerdy support for granted, Adam. It's good to know that I'm not alone.
Of course not. That's the definition of co-host.
Oh. Here's our preview of the Red Star.
This is the saga of the greatest of us all, Marcus Antares, the Lawbringer.
Greetings, comrades, and welcome to the United Republic of the Red Star. From the pages of independent comic series The Red Star, an alternate version of Soviet Russia is created when magic and military-industrial technology merge into a stark, dramatic fantasy. Grab your hammer and sickle, my friend. In Soviet Russia alternate universe, war make you. Eh? Oh, forget it. I'll never make it to Branson. The Red Star doesn't know what year it is. Perhaps in the alternate universe they never updated to the Gregorian calendar and they still think it's the mid-90s. Maybe they're wedded to tradition in a way us irreverent Americans can't possibly understand. But the Red Star offers up two old-school genres of the beat-em-up and the shooter. Our war-torn heroes can hammer targets with bullets, swing melee weapons, and block with an energy shield. We have our big, hulking Kyuzo, who carries a short machine gun and a massive double-bladed weapon with some brutal close combat moves. He is a little slow, but you can do this, which is cool. Makita is a small, young girl in a Russian fur hat that wields dual submachine guns and a sickle strapped to her back, but she somehow avoids seeming like a cheap stereotype. Maybe it's her passionate, convincingly Russian battle cries. Or grunts. Whatever you want to call them. There's a lot of grunting in this game. Unfortunately, Sorceress Major Maya wasn't yet playable in our preview copy, but we've got high hopes for her considering what a badass she is in the comics. You attain a rating and bonus points at the end of the stage. Didn't do so well in the power section, did I? Which you can use to upgrade old weapons and purchase new ones. But we weren't able to try any of our new toys because we could only play one level. There are other unanswered questions as well. Can the game maintain this level of quality? How will the difficulty and length hold up? When the revolution comes, who will be the first up against the wall? The marketing division of Sirius Cybernetics Corporation? Or Xplay's own Adam Sessler? Remember to do your duty to the motherland and tune into Xplay for our full review in the fall.
Now, there's a lot of odd grunting in there, and the little girl in the game has a remarkably short skirt for someone facing a Siberian winter.
Oh, she's probably fortified with vodka and doesn't notice the breeze. Happens to me all the time.
Interesting. Now, for something equally interesting, catch the Road to G4 premiering this Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on G4 Tech TV.
G4, the award show for gamers, is presented by EB Games and Jeep, and you can watch it later this week. But don't leave, because the sequel to one of my favorite games is next.
In an omen, a hungry hippo in Sly Cooper 2. Thou shalt not covet Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Yes, guys on the message boards, please remember that one.
Now, ladies, feel free to covet me as much as you like. We can break some commandments together, make some graven images, if you know.
We have a Sly Cooper game.
Oh, Sly Cooper. Only thoughts of that cuddly little raccoon bandit could pull me away from thoughts of graven image making.
Even I can't figure out exactly why Adam loves Sly Cooper so much.
Well, it's the perfect example of classic platformers. It's all reaction-based and skill-based and fast-paced, not, puzzle-solving and stuff.
Well, the sequel looks different and plays differently, so I guess we'll see how similar it is to the game you know and love.
Here's our preview of Sly 2, Band of Thieves.
Life is all sound and fury, signifying nothing. The center cannot hold. There's no more pizza.
Oh, hey, the new Sly Cooper game is coming out.
Wow. Raccoons are nature's bandits.
Oh, it's not coming out for a few months.
Aww.
But wait, we have a demo.
Where?
Over there. Dude, are you getting tracers?
Now that I'm wrapped in my warm blanket of anthropomorphic escapism, I can explain my joy. See, this is Sly. He's a thief. Why? Because he has stripes. This is his little buddy Bentley. He's a complete goober. Why? Because he's a turtle in a safari hat. This is Murray. He's completely ridiculous. Why? Because he wears his belt under his nipples. This neo-felonious incredible journey action team has returned and now faces the daunting task of matching up to one of the best platformers ever. Wisely, the developers have decided not to copy the first game, but instead have taken what works and are putting together a game that is longer, more varied, and still looks amazing. I want a bushy tail. I could wipe my mouth with it.
Forget it, you're not taking this seriously.
The biggest change involves all three characters being playable. Now Bentley of the constipated speech
They're all in communication via walkie-talkie.
is the demolitions expert who carries a trank gun. And Murray, being big and pink, specializes in beating the crap out of a host of historically melodic animals, like the muskrat, nature's dish rag. And these warthogs, nature's pigs. All three characters play differently, so the types of gameplay will reflect their rainbow of larceny. The challenge seems to also be a little more filled with challenge. This level having pickpocketing these big bipedal mammals, who unfortunately had a habit of catching me playing Happy Grab Ass. Apparently, there are people who had too much structure in their lives that had a problem with the original Sly Cooper's linearity. Well, put on your Freeverse pants, you hippies, because Band of Thieves is significantly more open-ended. Each level has a series of jobs to be performed before you can finish your heist. But one of the best parts of Sly Cooper is still intact, its design. The game just looks great with its cartoonish nighttime environments and the wonderfully animated characters. My favorite is Dimitri, I think he's a sleazebag lizard who probably smells of elderberries. So if you like colorful animals and taking things from other people and video games, you should be excited about Sly 2. If you don't, then you don't.
I shall bend it like the truth.
I didn't realize Sly Cooper brought you so much joy.
In this cold, barren world that gives so little, how could I resist spending hours with a bushy-tailed little thief?
Oh, I don't know, but going on a date? I mean, do you have a thing for nocturnal mammals? You talk about lemurs a lot, too.
Let's go to break. We have profanity when we come back.
It
came from Xbox Live, Part 2. Sometimes even the universe makes mistakes, like Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
So depressing.
Who is writing these intros? Arthur Schopenhauer?
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that brings people together on message boards by violently polarizing them over game reviews.
And if you doubt the passion our fan base feels for their video games, maybe you should go on Xbox Live, because these people get really, really worked up over gaming, like this next guy.
Here's our second installment of things we overheard while playing Xbox Live.
It came from Xbox Live.
Green team has won the round.
Dude, what the Oh, God, I hate you with passion. You killed my ass. I don't like that. Oh, fuck. I'm shooting dude that is gonna die.
He has kind of a limited vocabulary, and we had to bleep most of it.
But why did he make that weird animal noise at the end? Was it indigestion? Did he turn into a werewolf while he was playing Rainbow Six 3? I need to know!
Anything is possible, except for us being able to answer serious technical questions you email us about. Like the viewer who contacted us wanting to know what anti-aliasing is.
Couldn't help him.
Nope.
And that's why we called in an expert.
Anti-aliasing is the smoothing of jagged edges along a rendered polygon. Individual pixels are squares. Drawing an angled or curved line with squares will result in a stair-step effect or jaggies. Current anti-aliasing methods use computationally intensive sampling techniques to blend the object's edges with background colors. This makes each line fuzzier and better approximates a non-square line. However, increasing resolution will decrease the need for anti-aliasing.
Oh
This makes total sense.
Absolutely.
Now we end tonight with some viewer mail from the General, in Kansas. The General writes, "Dear Adam and Morgan, I heard that you can watch movies on the Game Boy Advance. Is that true?" Well, yes and no. No, you can't watch movies, but you can watch about 45 minutes of content.
You can buy a cartridge with like 2 episodes of shows like Pokemon or SpongeBob SquarePants on them, and then you put them on your GBA.
And then you watch them. Now, the larger implication is that you can now watch full motion video in GBA games, which is cool, and a huge step forward for the little handheld.
Now, the one thing is that you can't play them on the Game Boy player that you put onto your GameCube. You can only do it on the Game Boy Advance.
And it's going to be cool when there's a little bit more adult content that you, not like that, but that you can put on the Game Boy Advance. Like, I don't know, like The Simpsons would be cool.
Or Pokemon Nights. You know, it's
I don't want
Pikachu
that.
walking around, got a couple of honeys on each arm, you know, some
You don't
bling.
want that either.
No, I probably watched that.
Pikachu with bling?
Yeah. Come on, let
Squirtle?
us know if you think that's cool. Pikachu bling.
G4TechTV.com. Good night.
Today on Xplay, psychic fun in Second Sight. Link hits the GBA in Legend of Zelda 4 Swords. And what do you get when you cross Resident Evil and porn? This game. Can we show that? It's game time. Rust-proofing. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Have I rusted in the past?
What does that mean?
Hello and welcome to Xplay, the show that stole my youth, my vitality. It gave me carpal tunnel syndrome, and I loved every minute of it, except for the minutes when I was playing Katana.
Right. On today's show, we had a game where you use your mind to move things.
A brand new installment in the Legend of Zelda series.
More karaoke revolution, because a lot of people think they can sing if they've been drinking.
And 2 of the weirdest games we here at Xplay have ever played. Harmful Park.
And No One Can Stop Mr. Domino. I swear that is the actual title.
And if you thought that was more than enough for one episode, you'd be wrong. Because we are bringing back games that make you feel funny. The most downloaded segment in Xplay history.
Now here's a hint. It's about pornographic video games from Japan. I already feel uncomfortable.
I know, isn't it exciting? So let's start the show with the latest game about psychics who throw things with their minds because using their arms isn't challenging enough. Here's our preview of Second Sight.
Vanek, you okay?
John Vanek's got a lot on his mind. This guy. Locked away inside the newly renovated corridors of Vanek's brain are the answers to why he appears to have been groomed by an 8-foot, poorly dispositioned standard poodle. Rather than wonder who's been making his car payments, Vanek immediately charges into discovering the source of his condition.
Wait a second. Get down to the ground. Let me explain. Shut up.
Second Sight seeks to exploit psyopses. The mind is a terrible thing to taste approach, along with its traditional weapons use. Development team Free Radical has made a game reminiscent of Time Splitters, and character design is similar in that enjoyable, exaggerated style, including the cartoonishly sizable mitts. As we learn throughout the game's story, Vanek is an expert on psychic phenomena, most notably the nation's leading debunker of cerebral projection.
I debunk psychics. I don't confirm them.
Perhaps you never met a real one.
The convoluted altered timeline of events plague Vanek's mind as he and you piece together the fate of our reluctant hero and his hangover-sized headaches. What Vanek discovers is these headaches are a result of his powerfully retooled brain, capable of rendering the inanimate and animate into airborne weapons of mass confusion. Vanek's powers are beautifully animated and engrossingly interactive. Object-manipulating telekinetic powers are presented as cyclable targets affording easy access and usage. A charm ability allows temporary invisibility. Astral projection allows a ghostly version of your bad self to pass effortlessly through security fences. Though these ghostly forms will easily fool humans, the game developers cleverly made CCTV camera detection an obstacle. After all, they have no minds to alter. Our Psychic Friends Network Employee of the Year also has a room-clearing mind fart ability. But it's really the telekinetic ability that has the most satisfying mischief factor. Tossing objects and ragdolled human stunt dummies around, or just picking up dead guys for puppet dances, adds layers of hilarity to the experience. The game changes gears in a flashback to the time before Vadic's Spanish Inquisition makeover. Gun combat comes complete with visually charged tracer fire battlefield scenarios. We especially like the sniper capability with the lower window scope view. Targeting is effortless and fast-paced, fueling the fury of the moment. Our initial taste of this game was satisfying on so many levels. Hell, who doesn't love picking up crap in their mind and throwing it at people? Look for Second Sight in the fall of 2004.
So, if anyone saw our preview of PsyOps, a game with virtually the same plot as this one, you'll notice that Second Sight is a lot less bloody.
So far, the main difference between these two seems to be the level of violence. In other words, PsyOps has exploding heads in it.
But will those exploding heads be enough to help PsyOps explode into our hearts, or will the kinder, gentler approach of Second Sight win us over? Why do I think it's going to be exploding heads?
Because they're like boils. We'll be sure to review it when it comes out.
Okay, now we have a treat for the Link fans out there.
While it'll be months and months before the upcoming single-player Legend of Zelda title for the GameCube comes out, there's a new Zelda multiplayer title available like now.
And by multiplayer, we mean if you own 4 Game Boys. How does it work? Find out in our review of Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures for the GameCube.
The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures is Nintendo's latest attempt to get you to buy Game Boy. Fortunately for Nintendo, they've actually got something here. See, our Link is somehow split into 4 links, all the same except for the color they feel best expresses their personality to the world. Then I think they go to Oz. See, I only have a vague idea of what's going on because while the opening cutscenes are unskippable, they are all in endless streams of text, and I don't play video games to read. There is a single-player game where you control all 4 of your color-coordinated friends as one. You can change formation to accomplish tasks or cut a swath of destruction. It's like Sherman's march through Georgia up in here. But the real point is the multiplayer game. Up to 4 friends can play at once. And when you're in the overworld, the action is on the screen. While you're in houses or otherwise blocked from the gamer's omniscient gaze, you see individual action on your Game Boy screen. If you only have 3 players, the 4th becomes someone's hanger-on, like some sort of limp appendage you'd excise if you didn't need it later to help you lift something heavy. The game urges cooperation between our 4 frisky friends, because you all have to work together to progress in the game. Not all booty bumping fun, though. The competition for the Force Gems, aka these tiny little triangles, and other shiny things leads to screaming competition. Just like in the real world, there's always one piss that ruins the vinegar in pursuit of the riches the land has to offer. One stinker that eschews the precepts of the Geneva Convention and just can't play nice. Fortunately for us heroes of light, there's retribution to be had in the name of truth and all that is good. You can pick the offender up and carry him around so as to render his maleficent antics useless. You can throw or push him down into holes. You can pick him up and throw him into an enemy, though this tactic is like beating El Salvador at soccer. You can't take it back, and the result is all-out war. This is not a game for a family with 1 kid in a polo shirt and 1 kid in a trench coat. Differences will be magnified. Deep-seated resentments will surface. Now, it could be a lesson in cooperation, but more likely your house will turn into a smoldering crater where there was once only peace, harmony, and a mild insect infestation. That is, if you can afford the setup in the first place. You can play the single-player game with a controller. The multiplayer must be played with not only the GameCube, but a GBA and a link cable for everyone. I'll give you a minute to add it all up in your head. Yeah, I got lost somewhere around the third $99.99, but it's a lot. If everyone already has all the stuff, then great. Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures is so rich, fun, and engaging that it totally earns a 4 out of 5.
Now, it's really fun, but don't give this game to children because you can totally screw with other players, and it's only a matter of time before you start wailing on the other players for pushing you off a cliff in the game.
And Morgan hits really hard. We should have stolen her Force Gems or push you. It's a whimsical game about a little boy split into 4s. It inspires violence. Wow.
Coming up, because your drunk friends will always think singing is a great idea, Karaoke Revolution Volume 2. I'm still legally obligated to introduce Adam Zettler and Morgan Webb.
Oh, yes, you are.
Welcome back to Xplay.
You know, we've done a lot of horrible things in our day, but one of the worst was singing in all the Karaoke Revolution previews.
Now, I'm not saying we're atonal. I'm just saying that the sound of a moose mating is slightly more melodic. I watch the Nature Channel.
So we are deeply saddened to bring you a review of Karaoke Revolution 2.
But at least this time we didn't sing. No thanks necessary.
Here's a review of Karaoke Revolution 2.
Since my baby left me, well, I found a new place to dwell.
Last year, Konami released Karaoke Revolution to excellent reviews and apparently good enough sales to warrant a second volume. So please put your hands together for the aptly named Karaoke Revolution Volume 2.
I wanna rock and roll all night.
Originally, they promised an expansion disc to the first Karaoke Revolution, and while Volume 2 isn't that, it might as well be. It's a standalone game that doesn't require the original, but it does have the feel of an expansion pack rather than a brand new game. The only downside is that the novelty of the original game is missing, but newcomers won't mind that, and veterans will appreciate the chance to dive into more than 30 new songs, and that's a good thing. It might be a matter of taste, but we like the selection of songs even better this time around. The new songs are, well, newer, with fairly recent tunes like It's My Life from No Doubt. There's also classic 80s sing-alongs such as Every Breath You Take. The selection here covers a wide variety of genres and difficulty level. Some songs are intrinsically easy, while others, like Heartbreak Hotel, take a lot of practice to get the whole bloated, phlegmy Elvis thing just right.
Well, since my baby left me, well, I found a new place to dwell.
Luckily, the overall harshness of the judging can also be tweaked to fit your particular skill level. Whoa, that's outrageous. Insofar as the game itself, not much has changed. You still need a PS2-compatible USB headset, there's one included. You still sing along with the music and the crowd judges your performance as evidenced by the strength of their cheers or rapidly dwindling numbers. Technically, you don't have to sing the correct lyrics as long as you match the proper pitch and length of each vocal segment. So, theoretically, you could sing gibberish the whole time. But that just seems wrong. The major addition to Volume 2 is the new medley mode, which strings together short clips of several different songs. That said, the Karaoke Revolution series is one that could carry on for years, whether your neighbors like it or not. We give it a needful 4 out of 5.
I thought our singing was bad, but at least we didn't grunt or howl into the microphone.
You know, I take issue with the title, Karaoke Revolution. A revolution is the overthrow of an oppressive government. The only thing that gets overthrown in this are the oppressive laws of good taste.
Well, once again, at least we didn't sing this time.
That can be remedied. Have you heard my rendition of Harper Valley PTA?
No! Okay, go to break before we have to pay for the rights. Quick!
Up next, if Harmful Park isn't a weird game, I don't know what is.
2 people?
I learned how to zip yesterday.
That was a good day for all of us.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that tracks down strange and unusual games so that we can make fun of them, because they're different.
Yes, once again, we've scanned the globe to find 2 of the weirdest games money can buy.
And once again, they're both from Japan.
So sit back, relax, and watch more weird games.
Our first stop on our tour of the weird is Harmful Park. This charmingly insane shooter set in an amusement park gone wrong. The park begins as an innocent family-oriented attraction called Heartful Park. This strangely jovial guy invades it with his robotic army of cutesy animals. Luckily, his former assistant works at the park and sends her daughters out on high-tech hoverbikes to stop the deranged inventor. Armed with weaponry like a pie-throwing hand catapult and dual ice cream cone lasers, you must blast through multiple stages of the park while flying gumball machines, zombie elephant heads, and helicopters that look like dogs try to bar your path. Also, a monkey steals your hamburger. The title screen claims the game contains highbrow gag and pure shooting. The shooting I can see, but it's a bit light on the highbrow gags. About the closest it gets is a Moby Dick reference. The rest rest of the time, you'll be assaulted by giant schoolgirls who attack you with strawberries and 10-story kings with deadly beer guts. Luckily, if things get too intense, you can resort to your ice cream sundae super blaster attack. I will give Harmful Park credit for having the most unusual boss battle I've ever seen, in which a wedding is broken up at a chapel and you must dodge the abandoned groom's tears while shooting a giant heart on the wall. Harmful Park isn't even the most offbeat Japanese shooter around, but it's certainly the only game I've played in which a monkey spanked its ass at me while riding a cow train, a worthy addition to the roster of the weird. Next up, a little-known PS1 classic. No one can stop Mr. Domino. Described as an action puzzle game, this is by far the best domino setting up and knocking down game ever made. You play the plucky Mr. Domino, whose sole purpose in life is to run laps around everyday environments and set up dominoes in key places. Once the dominoes are set, he knocks them down and starts a chain reaction of massive proportions that no one can stop. The game is badly named. Turns out a whole lot of things can stop Mr. Domino, up to and including magical fruit and swinging boxes of Pocky. The guy can't catch a break. Even his anthropomorphic domino buddies beat the hell out of him with doors and run him down in their jeeps. Who knew dominoes lived in such a cutthroat society? No one can stop Mr. Domino is a hefty challenge, and not always in a good way. But there's nothing else out there like it, and it'll probably run you about $5 at the most. It's a small price to pay to watch a domino dance number on the stage of the weird.
Harmful Park seems harmless.
Mr. Domino, surprisingly stoppable.
Coming up, more anime porn. Why? Because we can. Because I'm disembodied doesn't mean I don't have feelings for Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
The announcer started to creep me out.
It's like a bad horror movie in cyberspace, you know, where no one can hear you scream. Well, unless you plug a headset into a USB port and then you put the microphone there and you go, ah!
Welcome back to Xplay. Once again, we're bringing you a brand new chapter in our most popular segment ever, games that make you feel funny.
How funny? Really, really funny. If by funny you mean sick and uncomfortable.
And how?
Here's our expose of one of the creepiest anime porn game series.
There's a series?
There's a series. Death's Blood.
Warning, the following review has been shown to cause feelings of funniness in adult males.
Connoisseurs of the teledildonic arts may fondly recall our review of Sexy Beach 2. The Japanese call it a dating sim. Technically, it's not a game. It's more an exercise in pestering your date until she relents and gives you pity sex, just like in real life. So, imagine our surprise when we discovered that Illusion, the Japanese developer responsible for Sexy Beach, actually makes real games where you shoot stuff. This is DBVR. It's a Resident Evil clone with a twist. Hey, what's a nice girl like you doing in a raven-infested back alley like this? I can't really understand what you're saying, but okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Scratch that nice girl part. Yeps, that's the twist. You shoot demonic banana slugs. You talk to exotically dressed women. Then you help them get a little less exotically dressed. The game's all in Japanese, so our comprehension was limited, to say the least. There's this alien meteorite thingy and a bunch of naked chicks in jars, and well, that's about all we could figure out about the plot. We definitely have no idea why this guy likes to stroke his mustache so much. We do know that in the future, there will be a crippling shortage of pants. The DB in DBVR stands for Death's Blood, which is German for the blood. Yeah, that clears everything up. Over the years, Illusion has pumped out a half dozen or so titles in the Death's Blood series. They're pretty much all the same game, with slightly different incomprehensible plots and a new set of interactive racks, with one notable exception, Death's Blood Race. Yeah, bring on the hot cars and hotter women. Or poorly rendered women who run around barefoot with no pants on and race against dinosaurs and a somersaulting secret agent. You race as the number of women from the Death's Blood series. If you emerge victorious, you get to take a victory lap with one of your friends. Once again, the plot is way over our heads. Let's see, this woman is after an evil clown, and this one likes to talk to magic frogs. In the final race of the game, you actually get to play as the frog. When the frog wins... Yep, back to DBVR. Like Resident Evil, DBVR features lush yet non-interactive backgrounds, iffy targeting controls, and of course, crap camera angles. But really, what do you want from a game to let you truly reap the rewards due to a righteous champion of all that is good? All I know is, that's making me feel a little funny.
The frog did what?
Well, he didn't turn into a prince. Sorry, ladies.
That is honestly one of the most grotesque and disgusting things I've ever seen on this show.
And it sold millions of copies worldwide. Go figure.
Okay, how about something that is usually pornographic but clean today? Viewer mail.
Today's email is from Kevin S. He writes, I'm a 16-year-old loser with no grace or balance. In other words, I'm perfect for a Dance Dance Revolution. I'm a male with long brown hair and facial hair. I look like a cross between Jesus and Charles Manson. I was watching Xplay review a Star Wars game when I saw a Wookiee dance. I videotaped myself playing DDR, and the similarity between myself and the dancing Wookiee is disturbing.
Kevin, please send us the video. We totally won't put it on air.
Oh, no. We just want to watch it. It makes us feel better about ourselves, really. It's not for public consumption.
Send it.
I mean, also, if you have a videotape of yourself pretending you have a lightsaber and you're doing Jedi moves, send us that as well. Once again, we won't put it on the air.
You could also just send it on the internet, and we could just pass it around to
That's true.
all of our friends.
Yeah, just get an FTP site, and we'll find it there. But, Kevin, I do want to make you feel a little better. You know, when I do DDR, I wouldn't say I look like a dancing Wookiee, but
you look sort of like an orangutan, like kind of gangly and flopping around there.
So yeah, if you took like a bunch of methamphetamines and jacked up an orangutan and then put him to a beat,
that would totally be you.
Yeah.
Check out our website.
Great about myself.
G4TechTV.com. Good night.
Hey, on Xplay. All right, who released the Demon Scourge in Onimusha 3? Olympians strive for gold like salmon swimming upstream in Athens 2004. And no one runs that fast without Mother's Little Helper in Sonic Advance 3. It's game time. Aren't you just a little bit embarrassed for Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb?
Oh, yeah, I'm not embarrassed. You have to be self-aware to have a sense of shame. And no self-aware person would dress like this.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Xplay, the show where Adam and I try to be professional.
Today we have our long-awaited review of Onimusha 3.
Plus a Summer Olympics game, because who doesn't want to buy something with incredibly limited replay value?
I know. A new Sonic game for the Game Boy Advance.
And a bunch of Xplay bloopers, because we're self-indulgent.
Plus, we take a magical journey to Glitch City, the place where good games like Halo and Grand Theft Auto get all buggy.
Yeah. But we kick the show off with the last chapter in Capcom's demonic samurai saga, Onimusha 3. Unless, of course, it sells really well, and then there'll be 6 more of them.
Here's our review of Onimusha 3 for the PlayStation 2.
Welcome to Japan 500 years ago. I mean, welcome to Paris, France, today. Wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? This guy teleported to present-day France from Japan's past, and then this guy transported to the past from the future, just in time to meet up with the same guy in the past who wound up in the future. Does this sound confusing? Well, welcome to the intricate and complex fabric that is Onimusha 3. You alternate between the main 2 characters throughout the game. There's Samanosuke, a demon-ass-kicking samurai. And Jacques, a hard-nosed French cop. Recognize this guy? It's famous French actor Jean Reno. Each character has their own set of unique weapons. Plus, to their foes' dismay, both characters have a soul-sucking gauntlet. Oh yeah, that's gotta hurt. Let's not forget Akko, Pixie Psychic.
I'm Akko. I'm a Tengu.
Basically, she's a fairy with black wings.
I told you I'm a Tengu.
Okay, fine, whatever you say. Further into the story, thanks to some demon technology, she can transport items from one character to the next. There's even romance. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a man and his fairy taking a long walk on the beach. The baddies in this game are the Genma. The demon horde bent on world domination. Here's one with 2 legs. Here's another with 4 legs. I guess his jello pudding blob is their freaky cousin. And this Genma scientist is the one who's screwing up the flow of time.
I'm researching time fault. Time fault.
Yes, time faults. Get it through your head, man. It's not that complicated. In the midst of a battle with multiple attackers, combat can break down to simple button mashing, but the controls are responsive and the action is fluid. Bring it on, boys! Oh, I didn't say to bring your scary flying dragons.
I thought you were more mad than that.
Oh, hey, you're one to talk, Cocoon Boy. With such a great game, everything is perfect, right? Wrong. These damn prefab camera angles can really suck. Like here, I'm walking straight ahead, and now I'm making a U-turn. Another small drawback is the fact that your AI cohorts get in the way. Hello, could you just get out of the way if I could just go over... Ow! Onimusha 3 is an adventurous foray into a demon-filled world. If you like to attack things in cool ways with cool weapons, then you'll have a great time with Onimusha 3. We give it a 4 out of 5.
You know, people need to keep a lid on their demons. Stop letting them out so they can ransack Paris.
I totally agree. I keep my personal demons bottled up inside me, and they only come out every once in a while and ransack a motel room.
Is that why you can't stay at Holiday Inn anymore?
That and the dead hooker. I'm kidding. Anyway, up next we have a game for fans of international sports. And it's not a soccer game.
Yay!
Or a golf game. It's a Summer Olympics game.
Withholding expressions of joy or dismay until after the review.
Oh, yes, the Summer Olympics is all about sportsmanship, nationalism, and product placement. Lots and lots of product placement.
Xplay shirts, see him at G4TechTV.com. Here's our review of Athens 2004.
As you might have gleaned already, the Olympic Games are here. Athens, Greece is preparing to illustrate the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. So what better way to celebrate than with a whole lot of button tapping?
Away they go!
Yep, the new game may be called Athens 2004, but the gameplay is strictly ancient Greek old-school button mashing all the way. Although Athens 2004 represents a broad spectrum of the Summer Games, most of the challenges are a simple variation on a button-beating theme. The resulting gameplay is a big old mixed bag of fun that's not very much fun at all.
Yes, good live. Brilliant.
Some events stand out as gold medalists, like the triple jump, for example, can be a pleasing event. And we'd have to say that the pole vaulting competition is beautifully executed. But truth be told, many other events barely qualify as anything other than astute lessons in finger cramps.
And away we go!
Believe me when I say it's probably easier to actually sprint 800 meters than it is to tap the distance out on a control pad. Mamma mia! As a rule with Athens, the more physical events fare better, since they require constant bursts of activity. Tap, 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 jump, and kick! Yes, in your face! Anytime there's more than running to do, the power meter will lock at the last minute, freeing fingers to slap another button to time jumps, vaults, and the like. It's simple arcade fun, but there's not too much longevity to any of it. Gymnastics is a bit more complicated, since it combines the running power meter with a longer series of timed button taps to execute complex moves. But all the moves are predetermined, so there's no flexibility in the routines. Rinse, and repeat, and repeat, and repeat. Yeah, before long, there's not too much left to capture the imagination. At least there's a respectable graphics front to the whole experience. The animations are all really sharp and realistic. Undoubtedly, Athens 2004 is the best-looking Olympic Games tie-in ever. But since so much of the game is spent watching power meters and so forth, players won't get to take in much of the spectacle unless they pass the controls to someone else. But the party limitations are kind of a letdown. Even though Dance Pad can really open up Athens in a way I hadn't expected, you'd still need an additional dance pad for each player. With that hardware, the Olympic Games can finally become a workout for non-athletes. Otherwise, though, it's just a passing fad that will take years off your control pads. And there's not a steroid around that can change that. We give Athens 2004 a middle-of-the-road 3 out of 5.
Strong push-off there from lane 4.
I wish there was an Olympic gaming team because I could not qualify for that, too.
And I want to play an Olympics game where you get to feed the gymnasts. They're so tiny and cute and hungry.
Coming up, because a hedgehog running really fast is oddly compelling, Sonic Advance 3. Still living paycheck to paycheck, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Speaking of which, can I borrow a couple of bucks? I mean, I gotta pay off that guy with the meals in the box.
Yeah, dude, totally. Welcome back to Xplay, the show that features highly agitated blue mammals.
Like Sonic, the hedgehog with an addiction to speed and gold rings.
Here's our review of the latest Sonic title for the Game Boy Advance, Sonic Advance 3.
Forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards.
Huh. This is interesting.
What?
Well, it says the only thing certain in life are death and taxes.
No, they forgot one. Several times per year, another Sonic game will come out until time immemorial.
That's true.
Backwards or forward.
It's Sonic season. Again. Courtesy of some mysterious deal between Sega and THQ. To wit, I now give you Sonic Advance 3. Now, I could waste precious seconds describing the story, but I don't play Sonic for its narrative sensibilities. I play it for the headlong head rush of this most fleet-footed of platformers. When this game's really moving, the speed really is loads of fun. Ever wonder what crystal meth feels like? Play a Sonic game! Ever wonder what crystal meth on crystal meth feels like? Play this Sonic game! By the way, don't do drugs. Be a winner! Every member of Sonic's tribe is present and accounted for, and now you get to team up any two of the critters to tackle the levels. Want to float like a butterfly and carry a big stick? Tails and Knuckles will fit the bill. Feel free to pick Sonic and Amy Rose. That'd be more like a date, though. Lovely couple, really. Each pairing of characters has their own special moves that they can only do together. Sonic can use his pal Knuckles to break down barriers. It's no Kiini Kunu Buster, but it works. Tails can give Sonic a chopper ride over troublesome areas. Even though you can play the game with any two characters, some matchups are better for certain obstacles than others. You want to go back and play again to try out all the different moves each team of two offers. And there's about 20 different teams. Big replay value. You happy? Me John. Big tree. So, fun, 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 yada yada yada. Where's the yin to all this yang? What's the bad news? Well, compared to Sonic Advance 2, the rhythm of the game is uneven, like New England Patriots versus Arizona Cardinals uneven. You often have to slow down the action to unlock new levels, and the boss fights aren't as much fun as the rest of the game. But deal breakers, these are not. Sonic Advance 3 is reminiscent of sex, or pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Xplay gives it a 4 out of 5.
Sonic is tiny and cute, like me.
And like a hedgehog, Adam rolls into a defensive ball when he's attacked.
Which is surprisingly ineffective against a gang of angry Pokemon fans.
That's why I use Mace.
Ooh.
Up next, we would never stoop to doing a cheap blooper reel. Well, maybe just this time. Out again, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to Xplay, the show that proves with a tiny budget and almost no staff, you can still get on TV.
Hope. Hey, you know how TV shows sometimes run out of content and then they put together some lame reel bloopers because they're self-indulgent and the people that work on the show think they're funny? Well, we would never do that except today.
Yes, today we have Xplay bloopers. Now, that doesn't mean we're desperate. It just means we like to share behind-the-scenes joy with you. And also, we're desperate.
So here, dear audience, are some outtakes we pulled out of the Xplay vault.
The Xplay vault, that trash can near your desk.
You got it? Oh, that was my first line.
Get out of the room.
I didn't move.
I'm here in the jungle, and that can only mean...
The game behind me is the most popular arcade game here. It's called World Club International Champion Football.
How you doing there, Adam?
Sorry.
What are you wearing?
Did you just come back?
I didn't know we were really doing that. Hey, Ryan, did you see my tricorder?
Sorry. Sorry, that was my one time gonna break.
Ryan, did you see my tricorder?
What causes it?
Ryan, did you see my tricorder? My tricorder. Where the f***'s my tricorder at?
There's a whole other level.
Ryan, did you see my tricorder? My tricorder.
The claw's sharp. You're not human, so I like you.
Ryan, did you see my tricorder?
I didn't do it! I didn't do it!
Fly like the wind!
Okay, action.
Don't forget
No, no, no.
Good. Stop.
Did you really do that?
I know our viewers love watching that tall blonde guy crack up. We fired him.
Yes, now after the Buffy the Vampire Slayer sketch, my dignity is gone. Now I'm never doing my own stunts again until the next time we can't afford a stunt double, which is tomorrow.
Coming up, Glitch City. Look, Ma, no gravity. Right to remain watching Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Yes, please remain watching it. Makes me feel less alone in the universe.
Welcome back to Xplay. And you know, we know someone out there is watching because the fans have been sending us all sorts of strange tricks and glitches they've captured. Bless you.
Yes, we compiled some of the best footage sent in by our fans, which explains why it might look a little grainy. And that's so we can bring you a little segment we like to call Glitch City.
Glitch City!
Here we go.
Glitch City!
One more show.
Welcome to Glitch City, where Xplay's viewers use their twiddling thumbs of terror to take center stage. That's right, Glitch City is all about the best tricks, glitches, and other nonsense our viewers can muster up. So put it in park and check it out. Commandos 2 is a few years old, but that doesn't mean it's not full of enough glitches to light up an entire block of Glitch City. In this bug, an enemy soldier attempts to dive into the water but ends up on top of the main character, who can then swim with the enemy on top of him. Neat. Halo is a popular game with the citizens of Glitch City because there's plenty of room for experimentation. Here we see that the Warthog can go a lot of places it's not supposed to with a little encouragement. Once you get it into the forbidden areas, the fun really begins. Now, Glitch City isn't all about exploitation. There's an entire neighborhood dedicated to those who possess tremendous skill. Here, Jordan Arthur shows everyone how SSX3 is supposed to be played with multiple quadruple backflips and tricks galore. Nice run, Jordan. The next demonstration of skill comes from Joseph Ronyak, who likes to play Mario Golf Toadstool Tour when he's not out hacking away at Glitch City Memorial Country Club. Sure, you've seen a lot of holes in one before in golf games, but how many have you seen that utilize an explosive device?
Wow. Holy fuck.
Well, it wouldn't be Glitch City without a ton of glitches, so here's a bunch more. This one comes from True Crime Streets of LA, courtesy of Adam Vaughn. There's one particular area where there's a half pipe you can use as a ramp.
Oh yeah, what a rush!
But you can also get the car stuck on the top, which causes the main character to ignore gravity when he gets out. It's a great game, but Grand Theft Auto Vice City has so many bugs it's threatening to put Glitch City out of business. Tommy's no stranger to concrete shoes, but this is ridiculous. Apparently, he has concrete on the bottoms of his shoes as well. While this isn't really a glitch, it's still cool. This portion of the game has a small ramp you can use to pull off some stunts. Now get creative and pull off a mid-air explosion. On a clear night in Glitch City, it's not uncommon to spot a few falling stars. But falling cars? In Ford Racing 2, cars seemingly drop out of the sky, which is pretty shocking all by itself. But it becomes all the more awe-inspiring when you realize that it's your car falling out of the sky in front of you. Now that's what Glitch City is all about.
A thank you to all the fans who sent in glitch footage. We truly appreciate it.
Yes, I know Morgan and I are jaded, cynical, select market cable celebrities, but the fact that you send us things like this truly warms the cockles of our heart.
Leave your cockles out of this.
If you'd like to send us your own glitch footage, check out our website, g4techtv.com/xplay. Now, speaking of glitches, sometimes you guys get literary and write stuff.
And then we read it, like right now. This is from Man Baby in Tallahassee. He scribes, "Dear Adam and Morgan, now I've heard that things are changing at G4 Tech TV, and I wanted to know if you guys are going to change at all. Will Xplay be the same? Will you guys still be there? I need to know. I don't have much in my life." Sad.
No, things aren't going to change at Xplay. It's still going to be the low-budget masquerade you all know and love.
Yes, and we aren't going to do anything to appeal to a different audience or a broader demographic or high school graduates. That would be disruptive to you guys and all of us.
We're like middle-class white adults here. We're very afraid of change.
Now, if you're afraid of anything, post your anxieties on our message boards at g4techtv.com.
So until next time, game over. Dick, dick.
Are you as bad at video games?
Oh, let's see. This is the yellow stick, the gray thing.
That's the other thing that you want.
Oh, okay. Same time, just kind of go like that and then like that. Oh, look, look, I'm shooting you. Shooting you, it's me and Morgan.
You are very
fighting,
talented.
Right? It's good.
Yeah,
Been
yeah,
practicing.
yeah.
Practicing
You're
a lot.
spunky, I like that.
Thanks.
It's like just work out after all.
Ah, here it is. Ah!